Hello everyone and welcome to Paupergeddon Spring Season 2026. We are 983 players playing at the tournament. I'm your host, Andrea Mengucci from Italy, and joining me we have Alessandro Saponara. From now on, Sapo, you will be called Sapo.
Oh, of course. I totally agree with this.
All right, so we are...
we're fixing the camera, don't worry. Here we go.
We're back. So yes, this is my first Paupergeddon casting, but of course, many Paupergeddon has happened before this one.
Yeah, I'm so happy that Andrea Mengucci himself come to the booth to comment my favorite Pauper tournament ever in the world. So I'm so happy and excited about it. But let's get into the tournament. I see that we are 983 Pauper players today with at the beginning of the
Of course,
one.
yes. So 983 players. Of course, they come all over the world. Today, I took pictures with Brazilian fans. I took pictures with Polish people. So many Polish people, and of course, the winner of the last World Cup, Pauper World Cup, were from Croatia. So we have players from all over the world, not just Italy. You know, Lega Pauper Italia is the brand, but really, you know, you have Lega Paupers everywhere in the world.
I think it's better to translate to switch from Lega Pauper Italia to International Pauper League very soon, because we have a lot of foreign Pauper League that join us into this wonderful event.
And of course, we have the biggest name of the world in Magic, which is Tolerian Community College, the professor. He's over there. He has his own booth. He has a long line of people just taking pictures with him and so on. And so, yes, our goal, I talked to him yesterday. I said, Professor, you need to bring Americans.
Yeah.
American people play too much Commander.
So
they have to, you know, sell 40 cards and keep 60 because they need to play Pauper with us. And he said, all right, we can work on it for the next times.
We're literally cooking the American community for Paupergeddon across the ocean, but let's talk about this Paupergeddon right now.
Of course.
But we're working on it.
Yes. So again, we are in Lucca. Last one was also in Lucca. Is that a trend? Are all the Paupergeddons going to be Lucca from now on?
With the brotherhood of Lega Pauper Italia and BooseMtG, we reached this amazing venue that will be the home of Paupergeddon for years, allow us a lot of stability to keep the entry fee below the €50.
Okay.
And keep the Pauper format really
cheap.
Really cheap. So
yes.
This is one of the aspects that we want to maintain at this kind of event, and focus the event on the community.
Of course. Yeah, so the tournament is going to have very good prizes. We have, you know, a lot of prizes over here, and we have a screen that we can show you with how the tournament is going to happen. We have a 2 days event. You can see it on the left. 8 rounds on Saturday of Swiss with 18 points. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, the cut is 18 points, correct.
Six wins. You access to day 2, which is going to be 6 rounds, and then you have top 8 single elimination. You have prizes down to top 64, up to, of course, the champion, which is going to get away with $7,000, euros in store credit at BooseMtG and Dungeon Street. So, you know, that is a lot of money just to play Pauper cards.
Yeah. Pay attention that you can also move to day 2 with 5 wins and 3 draws.
No, let's not talk about that.
Okay.
Let's not talk about that. Pauper players tend to play, you know, slow decks, so let's not, you know, reward this behavior. You know, we want matches to end. We want to get, you know, 6 wins and even more, because of course you don't just drop at 6 wins. Your goal is to win as many as possible. So at the end of the day, we're going to have multiple undefeated people that we will definitely show throughout the days. But I'm hearing that the players are ready.
The players are ready, but before getting into the match, I'd like to talk also about the Pauper World Cup.
Oh, yes. What is that? The Pauper World Cup.
Yeah, this is a side event that will occur during the main event of the Paupergeddon, when all local Pauper League will develop as a team of 3 members, and the sum of their points will compose the final score of the league. At the end of day 2, the league with the highest rank will become the champion.
Of course.
Yeah.
So you just sum all the points of the players in the Swiss at the end of the Swiss. And I believe last year our winners were a team from Croatia.
Yeah, the Zagreb Liga.
Okay,
Pauper.
there it
Here we
is.
go.
The 3 members from Zagreb. They came to Italy and conquered it. Very, very few people, from Croatia. So it's very cool to see that they 3 were the eventual, winner of this Pauper World Cup. So they brought home the trophy, but they had to bring it back.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna go to the next player, 2026. So that's very cool. A very cool tradition that you guys keep on doing.
And the year before, the league that won the Pauper World Cup were the Polish guys. So for the 2nd year in a row, a foreign league won the World Cup. So I need that an Italian league win this time.
We have to hope
to get our honor back.
Yes. All right. Yes. What was that? Who won the Paupergeddon last year? Was he Italian at least?
I think that the Lega Pauper Medievale and Garfagnana, that is our Tuscany league, near here, was really close to the first place, but the Zagreb guys were really amazing performance. So
okay.
they won.
All right. So the players that are playing right now, we have 2 fantastic names sitting down in the feature match area. I saw them walking by. One of them is, of course, my very good friend Marco Del Pivo, Pro Tour Lord of the Rings top 8 competitor.
Yeah.
He's a little bit new to Pauper, but of course, Magic the Gathering is the game they all play. So that is, of course, he's going to have a fantastic time. And the other table features Franco Cicchini, who he is mostly known as Zio Francone, and he has won the Eternal Weekend just a few months ago in this location in Europe, as well as GP top 8 competitor, GP Bologna. So here we have the players. They already started. Marco Del Pivo on Grixis Affinity versus Simone Insalaco on Spy Combo. Alessandro, tell me, what is Spy Combo? What is Spy? What is Combo?
The Spy Combo is a pretty good deck that I really love, but it was created by Giorgio Combo, aka Giorgio Venditti, and basically is a combo based on the graveyard, where you play only 4 lands in the deck, and you have a lot of way to fetch them out with, for example, as we just see, Generosent, you use the Land Grant, or Sagul Windling. So when you are able to have no land remaining in the deck, you just cast the Balustrade Spy, that is a creature that allow you to mill card from your deck until you mill a land. But at the moment you don't play any land, so you mill the
whole deck.
Yeah. And when you have the whole deck in the graveyard, you just flash back a card named Dread Return that allow you to reanimate a creature from your graveyard, and the target of that spell is Lothleth Giant.
Yes.
Big creatures that deal damage when enter the battlefield equal to the creatures on your graveyard. So this deck play from 38 to 41 creatures, so at least you have an average damage of 35, 36.
Yes.
So this is the point. But this kind of deck also have a B plan that allow you to generate a lot of mana with wolves, and play the big creatures you use for fetch out the land, so Wildling, Generosant, and so on. So this is a combo deck with a mid-range B plan.
Yes.
I really like it.
Very, very cool. So we saw him starting off with Lotus Petal because he actually didn't have any starting basics, and yet used the Lotus Petal to start his mana base. Again, Simone only plays 4 basic lands. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, we have Marco Del Pivo, who's developing his engine. We have the Enabler, the Wellspring Blood Fountain. He already has 6 artifacts, so he can develop. Ooh, this.
Here we go.
this is the most important interaction that Marco has. Nihil Spellbomb. Why is it so important?
Because when the Dread Return try to resolve, if you remove the graveyard, you you impede to the combos to proceed. So
of course,
the
you
spike
stop.
combo will die itself.
Exactly. So you stop the combo, you stop the whole thing. You just exile their whole deck. So now Marco doesn't have any pressure, didn't draw his Ravenous Familiar, Ultra Monitor, or other stuff. But what's he doing? This needs
a Mesmeric Fiend.
This Mesmeric Fiend came in one turn too late. No, Pivo, why did you not cast the Dimir Enforcer? well, it's early in the morning, counting to 7 is not for everyone.
It was totally free. He has seven artifacts over there.
It's okay, no worries. You'll play next turn. So, Clarkline Shaman is very important as well in this matchup, right? Because you need 3 creatures to reanimate the Dread Return. So, Clarkline Shaman is super good in Pauper. Honestly, Clarkline Shaman, I believe to be the strongest card in Pauper. I've always thought that was the case. With how easy it is to amass permanence to just sacrifice, as well as comboing with Toxic Analysis, which we have seen in Marco's hand. That's kind of the 2-card combo.
Yeah. Here, Affinity has 2 plans. Basically, he can cast a lot of creatures doing a pressure, using the presence of Nihil Spellbomb to impede the combo. But to the other part of the table, Spike Combo has in the main deck at least, I think, 4 copies of the Masked Vandal. Yes, indeed, I'm watching the list right now. That is a card that can exile artifacts. So I think this is a good spot for Spike Combo when where he removed the Clarkline Shaman. That is a pretty bad card against a creature-based combo deck. And he is looking for the Masked Vandal to remove this Spellbomb for going combo.
Okay, so here we see the pressure. Finally, Pivo is now developing his creatures. He has Ravenous Familiar, followed by a couple of these.
Mirror Force, so yeah, just Affinity doing Affinity things.
Yeah, and the problem, the thing is that Simone would have just won. He has a Spine End, he has 4 lands. He would have just won the game, but then Nihil Spellbomb is going to be so hard for him to deal with. So now he needs to draw one of those 4 Mask Vandal to kill the Spellbomb and then to combo.
Yeah. Absolutely, yes.
Does he have a way to search for his creature? Does he play any sort of cards that let him search?
Yeah, Spike Combo has 2 cards that let search or put a lot of creatures from the deck into the hand that are Winding Way and Lead of Stampede. So now I think that Simone need to search those cards for fetch the Masked Vandal from the deck and remove the Spellbomb from the game.
I see. And another question I have is, if Pivo gains, let's say, 10 life, 20 life, does Simone have enough creatures to kill with Lothar Giants?
So there are lines that allow a Spike Combo to deal double of the amount of the damage by sacrificing 6 creatures and flashback all the 2 copies of Dread Return. This list play actually 2 Dread Return and 2 Lothar Giants. So if he has a really good build-up board presence, he could easily sacrificing 6 creatures to flashback all the 2 the Dread Returns.
Okay, so we see Ultra Monitor. That is the newest addition to Pauper, or objectively an extremely powerful creature that's going to just revolutionary Pauper for a time. It's a 5-mana 3/3, but of course we're talking about Affinity for Artifact. So that means 1 blue, 3/3 Artifact. This card is just a menace. It is exactly what Affinity needed to be more threat dense.
Yeah, I think this is really struggling to have. This really card that is really struggling to have. It's a really, really rare card.
Yes, the mythic common.
Yeah, mythic common. And also it has a cost that is really, really high for a Pauper card.
It's an expensive card for sure, and but thankfully, the rest of the format is extremely cheap.
Yeah.
So if you have let's say €50 budget, you can get full retro monitor, and you have some money to spare to buy sleeves as well. So Pauper remains the by far, by a very wide margin, cheaper way to get into the format, to get into Magic, to play with your friends, and yeah, that's
and
definitely
have one of the most beautiful community in the world.
that's indeed. So we have the combo here, Clan Shaman, Toxin Analysis. That means that Pivo is going to be able to destroy all these walls just by sacrificing one Mirror Enforcer. And
No, he's
Simone
conceding.
has seen enough. He doesn't want to play Magic anymore. He's at 5 life, and he's facing lethal damage in the air. The one of... No, actually, it's not one of. Marco pays 2 or 3 Neil Spellbomb, got the job done in this game number 1. So now it's sideboard time, and Simone, of course, needs as much ways to interact with artifacts as possible. Does he have it in the sideboard?
So from the highest part of the table, from the top part of the table, Affinity has a lot of way to fix with the to interact with the graveyard. So I can see.
Okay, so...
oh no, he only played 3 copies of Nihil Spellbomb and no one in the sideboard.
Okay, so Marco, only Graveyard 8 is focused in the main deck.
Yeah,
he doesn't have any Graveyard 8. His sideboard is mostly geared towards, Blue Elemental Blast, Red Elemental Blast, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I see 2 copies of Envelope here. That is
Envelope.
a pretty good card there.
Envelope, one blue instant, counter target sorcery, and of course Dread Return is a sorcery, and that is the most important card. So actually, if people holds Envelope, Simone has to first play the demon, this Mesmeric Fiend, to interact. But let's look at the sideboard. Of course, the tournament is not open deck list, so we have the deck list, but you don't at home. So, you just trust us when we talk to you about how the sideboard is going.
Yeah, don't forget that Envelope also is a good interaction with the card advantage of Spy Combo. Both Winding Way and Leader Stampede are sorcery, so is a good point here to interact with the card advantage of your opponent.
So yesterday I was talking to Pivo about how he is doing his sideboard, and I was telling him that I was playing Mono Red Madness, and I just got wrecked by Envelope so much.
Yeah.
So I told him, like, please, put Envelope in the sideboard. I think it's a really strong card in Affinity. And
it's not so expected as all the graveyard cards, so you can easily try to go combo without without any fear, because you can see any Nihil Spellbomb on the board, and and the opponent can easily counter your Dread Return.
Yeah, they think you don't have any interactions, but you actually do.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday, my teammate was playing Elves, and he had access to Fairy Macabre in the sideboard as a interaction for the Spy Combo matchup. That's another way to just... Surgical extraction, basically. That's a surgical extraction of Pauper.
And there's no way to interact with the activate ability of the Fairy Macabre, and it's pretty amazing. You cannot remove, you cannot counter. So
you have to discard.
Yeah. But let's look at the Spy Combo sideboard. I'm seeing 2 Fume Spitter. I think that's a pretty nice way to remove the Shaman.
Okay, Fume Spitter.
Shaman is a pretty bad card against Spy Combo here. Allow you to play under the threat of a board wipe every time. So Fume Spitter helps a lot to remove that threat.
Yes.
I don't know if there are any other cards that came in here. Maybe another copy of Mesmeric Fiend.
Yeah, I would look for some artifact destruction that's searchable with my Winding Way and Lead the Stampede effects. But yeah, so Spy Combo is a deck that really just was born when they decided to downshift Dread Return and Loathly Giant, a decision that definitely took Pauper by storm, with Dredge being very, very strong, but at the same time, this Spy Combo. But at the end of the day, the Pauper format has the tools. They have, Neil Spellbomb, which is a card that, people just main deck pretty freely in these control decks. Like John Wildfire and Grixis Affinity both play 2 to 3 of that card. So, yes, as you can see on that on top, next to Marco del Pivo, there is a little white dot. That means that he won game 1. Next to it, it's his name, Grixis Affinity. And yeah, that's what you see below as well. This is the nice screen that we got here at Paupergeddon. Of course, we have the sponsors displayed. We have LPI, Bose, eBay, Dungeon Street. In the middle, there's that little demon logo.
And also, Luca Comics and Games, our huge partner that allow us to be in this wonderful venue.
Okay, yes, Luca Comics. You know, last few months ago we had the Eternal Weekend, which hopefully we're gonna have many more Eternal Weekends in the next years as well here in Lucca. Of course, we're both Italian, so we love tournaments in Italy.
Did you enjoy the last edition of the Eternal Weekend?
Yeah, I played a Vintage and I played the Legacy Eternal Weekend. Then I went to Japan and played theirs, and the Italian one is so much better that you really just, once you try, it's like when you try, gelato in Italy or pizza in Italy. When you go abroad, you try the same thing.
Definitely not the same. Yeah,
they're so much worse that, it really makes you feel like, it's just, Italians definitely do it better when it comes to these like big events we have. Of course, the Four Seasons, and then we have this as well. So pretty fantastic community, and that's why in Italy we have so many players playing tournaments.
Yeah.
Because the organizers are so good at what they do that they just really make you feel at home.
Can't be more agree with you.
Okay.
Absolutely yes.
All right, the players have started. They have drawn their opening hand. I see that the spy combo player has a functional hand because I see a petal and an end. That's a keep. You can't really hope for better.
Yeah. Lotus Petal is a pretty bad card at the top deck, but in the starting hand is nuts. You have the way to fetch your first land without having any kind of mana source. You also not using the
land grant.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Simone was mulliganing because I think he bottomed the petal.
Yeah.
And his hand is really nice, actually. Can he win on turn 2? No, right?
1, 2.
No, definitely not. Never mind.
No,
on turn 3.
He's missing the swamp. Oh, right
yeah.
Here.
Okay, so again, Marco has 3 Nihil Spell Bomb. That's the card he wants to have. Or Envelope. That's another card that he wants to have. We don't see exactly his hand, but he's not right now noting all the cards because, of course, the players will play hidden cards.
Yeah, there are a lot of spots where Affinity, where Spy Combo will try to go combo as fast as possible, and also if Affinity doesn't have a Nihil Spellbond, is a pretty good spot to use an envelope to interact with the combo.
Exactly. So we see Elves of the Deep Shadow. That's a card that was printed in one of the first sets of Magic, the Dark. Were printed in, of course, L'Oscurità. That's the Italian reprint set, and that picture is iconic. When I look at Magic cards, I love to look at their picture, and old Magic cards are so beautiful. This is actually Jesper Myfrost's girlfriend at the time, and he made a picture of her in 1994, and that's Elves of the Deep Shadow. That is such a powerful story that these cards are telling you 30 years later, 32 years later actually, and that is one of the beauties of our game. It's such a deep game, so much power in this picture, and I just love Elves of the Deep Shadow here.
Yeah, 32 years ago, but still amazing picture.
Still amazing picture. Yeah. She's probably not,
yeah, I think.
She doesn't look like that anymore, but that is... Okay, so we see here Sagu Wilding, so a brief appearance, and now it's shuffled back in the deck. This is a card that I see played very often in Pauper decks. It doesn't look such a strong card to me, but I guess this deck really needs it to just search their deck to get extra basics.
Yeah, also the decks that use more than one color to fix their mana, and having also a creature in the mid/late game to cast and gain 3 lives. Lives are more important now more than ever, because one of the tier 1, one of the alpha predator of the format is mono red madness. I don't know how many of them are in the field, but Mattia is working on the metagame, so we'll have the metagame as soon as they finish to elaborate the data.
Okay.
So.
Yes, so we saw Winding Wave picking up 3 creatures, one of which was that second copy of Balustre Spy. Actually, Simone hand is face up. Pivo's just noting everything. And now, Refurbished Familiar, one of the strongest Pauper card right now. 1 mana, 2/1 flyer that discards an opponent a card. What an insane raise for that card. Okay, we have here, Balustre Spy gets discarded. Interesting.
Yeah, this is a tell, maybe.
There's a second copy.
Probably, yeah, he have a second copy in the hand.
And now, of course, you have the Thoughtcast, which allows people to draw 2 extra cards. And then a second copy of Refurbished Familiar.
Oh, here we go.
Wait a second. Oh, never mind. I was just going to say, there's a window to win, but not actually, because Simone needs 3 creatures.
At least, yeah.
You don't have Narcomoeba in this format.
No.
Yeah, that's actually something important because, in other formats like Legacy, Modern, even Pioneer, when the Spy combo was a thing, you just cast it. You don't need setup. The deck just auto wins for you. But here in Pauper, you need some setups.
Yeah, this is the...
You need at least 2 other creatures in play.
Yeah, at least because you need to sacrifice them to activate the flashback cost of Dread Return. Yeah.
So what we see here is Simone put into play all the lands of his deck.
Yeah.
No more lands in the deck. That means that from now on, every draw step will be a spell. That's a pretty nice feeling to have, honestly.
They have also the land grant that the only dead card here.
Okay, true. So we have Ceruli, that's a second creature, so that now the Balustre Spy will be lethal. So the Squirrel card is Accord Harvest.
Accord Harvest, yeah.
That card has a flashback cost of 2.
Yeah.
So if you have 6 mana, somehow you can do, Accord Harvest, Spy. But this deck only has 4 lands. So in order to have 6 mana, you need to have 6 lands, which this deck doesn't have.
Oh, here we go. Then he has Spell Bomb. Yeah.
Pivo has the Spell Bomb. That means that now Simone needs to play Mass Vandal first.
Yeah.
And that's, again, a tough task.
A Spell Bomb in this moment means that Simone needs to pass through another additional passage to win the game through the combo.
Yes, of course, there's one in the creatures, but if they have creature, they already have the bodies to sacrifice. Anyway, Pivo sequenced, of course, very well here. First playing the board, which is the Raven's Familiars, and then played the Hate spell. So, okay, let's see now what's happening here. Some mana floating, because we want to maybe go Masked Vandal plus Spy.
And here we go. Oh, a Masked Vandal.
Masked Vandal is into play, is on the stack. We have to exile a creature from the graveyard, which we have plenty of.
Yeah, remember that that's a trigger. So if you have a way to remove the graveyard before the trigger resolves, the ability fixed. But removing creatures is, of course, at this time a useless thing because there's only one Nihil Spellbomb in the graveyard.
Exactly. So now the Vandal successfully destroyed the Spell Bomb, and now Simone has 1 mana floating and can cast that Balustrade Spy for 2 mana. And there it is. Balustrade Spy is on the stack. Let's see what happens now. We know that Marco de Pivo has Envelope in his deck.
At least 2 copies.
In his deck, though. Let's see what happens now. We're milling the whole deck. We see there Loathly Giants. We see Dread Return. This is the last turn of the game. And there's no ways to shuffle the deck here.
No. Not anymore. Yeah.
And let's see what's up next.
Yo, the Foam Spitters, yeah.
Okay, now Pivo is looking at the graveyard, not only because, well, maybe I have an interaction, but also because even if I'm dead, I want to see how you sideboarded.
Exactly. This is a good point. A lot of players just let flow the combo through and doesn't look at the cards you have access right now. So.
And there it is.
Oh, here we go.
We have the envelope on Dread Return, and the hand is extended. So Marco del Pivo had both the Spell Bomb and the envelope at the right time to be able to fight the combo. Simone tried his best, destroyed the new spellbook, but that was not enough.
Marco Del Pivo is Marco Del Pivo, so really well played here.
Yes, indeed. It was very important for him to tap out when he knew that Simone couldn't do the combo because he didn't have enough creatures. And then he had all it takes afterwards. So very well played by Marco Del Pivo to win this match 2-0 on the first match of the day.
Yeah, an excellent uses of the resources, of the timing. So I think that this is what a huge, a very, very good and skilled player play a deck. A deck like Affinity against a spy combo.
Okay, we have information that also the backup feature match unfortunately ended, so we don't have any more gameplays for you. But that was our round one. Two of the, definitely Grixis Affinity. I want to say. The deck that's the most feared at the moment with the new cards, Ultra Monitor and Surveillance Cam. That's the deck that a lot of people are now just afraid to battle, and they have a lot of graveyard artifact hate for that deck.
Yeah, Affinity is an evergreen of the format. There will never be a meta game where Affinity were not a deck.
It's true, but at the same time, I definitely remember in the past, Paupergeddon seasons, Affinity was just a lot down. Like, it was there, but with the Deadly Dispute, the deck definitely lost a lot of power. But now with Ultra Monitor, regained that power, regained that
the highest part of the
power level. So very, very, just one of the best decks in the format. Definitely one to look at. Here, this is the round one. Of course, don't have any more gameplay to show, but we are going to have a metagame breakdown soon.
Yeah. Mattia is working on it. He said that there are some issues on the extraction of the data, but he's working. He's very skilled, so we trust him to have that data as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, putting together a 983 deck list is no joke, so that'll definitely be a hard task for him, but we will get there. And then, of course, we have 8 rounds today of Swiss. Pauper is a format with, the turns take a while.
But don't worry, we'll have a lot of deck tech and a lot of content to propose you between the rounds. So we're trying to cut all the dead time, so don't worry, we'll be here for you the whole time.
Yesterday I did 4 deck techs for you to show today. We had, of course, interviewed a lot of people in the room. I hope there was also an interview with a professor. Yeah,
for sure. I hope that we or Scura, that he is our official interviewer, will achieve that that content, because I'm really curious what the professor think about the Pauper
of
format.
Course. Well, maybe we can show some of those interviews now.
Absolutely, yes.
All right.
So see you in a few minutes for the round number 2 of Paupergeddon Spring Edition. See you.
Hello everyone, I'm Duchj live from Paupergeddon, and this is Caw Gates. It's one of my favorite Pauper decks. What's Caw Gates? Well, Caw is the sound of an Orc, and we play 4 Squadron Orc. This card is fantastic. It combos with Brainstorm. This is a very powerful play where you play Squadron Orc, you get 3 more Orc, then you play Brainstorm. You shuffle 2 of them away, you play the last Orc, and look, you just gained yourself an Ancestral Recall. This 2 cards combo is definitely what carries this archetype. But what is Gates? Well, you have the Basilisk Gate. This is going to give your Orc or your Sacred Cat and so on +X equal to the number of gates you control, which is, in this deck, very many. So you can just shoot your opponent out, or thanks to your lifelink creatures that are Sacred Cat and Automatic, you can just swing your race in your favor. And finally, you have Guardian of the Guild Pact, which can't be blocked by monocolor creature, which in Pauper is almost all of them. So you just shoot them out and break any stall thanks to Basilisk Gate. You have access to blue. Having access to blue in Pauper is amazing because you can play cards like Counterspell, Blue Elemental Blast, and so on. And you have access to white. Now, white has a very powerful card, which is Prismatic Strands. You have various ways to put it in the graveyard for free, such as the Modern Age. And once the Prismatic Strands is in the graveyard, you're going to be able to win the race, attack with Flyer, prevent ground creatures, but just by tapping one of your ground creatures. So, Cogate, it's a very, very fun mid-range deck where you can go over the top of your opponent or have very, very long games, gaining card advantage in various ways. This is just a 2-color deck, blue-white, but in the sideboard, I'm looking at 4 Red Elemental Blast and 3 Arms of Adar because your gates are very powerful. They are Sea Gate and Citadel Gate, which let you name any color. So this is actually a 4-color deck. This deck, you can just add whatever you want. You want to play Weather the Storm, you can have that. You want to play, Arms of Adar, as this list does, you can have that. So, Cogate, very versatile deck based on your metagame, very versatile deck based on your gameplay. Super fun deck to play because we all love blue, we all love to draw extra cards, and we all love to cast Brainstorm. Hello everyone from Paupergeddon Lucca 2026. This is a spring edition and I have here Mono Red Madness. This is the deck that won the last season of Paupergeddon and it's the deck that I'm playing today at the Team Trios. As I'm recording this is Friday and I have some great teammates. I won my round 1 and I have cards that I love the most of my deck. Grab the Prize. This card is just fantastic because, well, it makes your deck function. It deals to your opponent 2 damage. It lets you reanimate Sneaky Snacker. It lets you discard Fiery Temper for 3 damage direct to the face. This is the deck that is really, really powerful because it doesn't really flood. It doesn't really screw. It's just perfect. You have so much card selection between High Robbery, between Faithless Looting, but honestly, the deck that really carries the archetype is Guttersnipe. Now, this has been downshifted to a common. It's an uncommon from Return to Ravnica, but the way it works is that you play it in the same turn. You maybe have set up some Lava Dart in the graveyard. You have 1 mana Spear for a Lightning Bolt, or you have Fire Blast. All these cards are just free. You deal your opponent so much damage out of nowhere, their life total just goes to the ground. So Mono Red Madness, one of the best decks in Pauper right now, is definitely the best version to build aggressive decks. So if you're, one of those aggro player, this is the deck to go. Mana base is super smooth. You just have 18 basic mountains, which is excellent in Pauper. A lot of decks play tons of tap land, but this deck does not. This deck is smooth, only on tap lands. In the sideboard, you have access to 7 Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast for the Terror matchup, as well as 3 Relic for the graveyard decks. And then in the mirror match, you have some Searing Blades and even 1 copy of End the Festivities for the Swarm deck, like Elves, for example. This is a very powerful deck that you should definitely be watching out or play at your next Pauper event. Hello everyone, I'm Duchj live from Paupergeddon and this is Caw Gates. It's one of my favorite Pauper decks. What's Caw Gates? Well, Caw is the sound of an Orc and we play 4 Squadron Orc. This card is fantastic. It combos with Brainstorm. This is a very powerful play where you place Quadrant Orc, you get 3 more Orc, then you play Brainstorm. You shuffle 2 of them away, you play the last Orc, and look, you just gained yourself an Ancestral Recall. This 2 cards combo is definitely what carries this archetype. But what is Gates? Well, you have the Basilisk Gate. This is going to give your Orc or your Sacred Cat and so on plus X equal to the number of gates you control, which is, in this deck, very many. So you can just shoot your opponent out, or thanks to your lifelink creatures that are Sacred Cat and Outlaw Medic, you can just swing your race in your favor. And finally, you have Guardian of the Guild Pact, which can't be blocked by monocolor creature, which in Pauper is almost all of them. So you just shoot them out and break any stall thanks to Basilisk Gate. You have access to blue. Having access to blue in Pauper is amazing because you can play cards like Counterspell, Blue Elemental Blast, and so on. And you have access to white. Now, white has a very powerful card, which is Prismatic Strands. You have various ways to put it in the graveyard for free, such as the Modern Age. And once the Prismatic Strands is in the graveyard, you're going to be able to win the race, attack with Flyer, prevent ground creatures, but just by tapping one of your ground creatures. So, Cogate, it's a very, very fun mid-range deck where you can go over the top of your opponent or have very, very long games, gaining card advantage in various ways. This is just a 2-color deck, blue-white, but in the sideboard, I'm looking at 4 Red Elemental Blast and 3 Arms of Adar because your gates are very powerful. They are Sea Gate and Citadel Gate, which let you name any color. So this is actually a 4-color deck. This deck, you can just add whatever you want. You want to play Weather the Storm, you can have that. You want to play, Arms of Adar, as this list does, you can have that. So, Cogate, very versatile deck based on your metagame, very versatile deck based on your gameplay. Super fun deck to play because we all love blue, we all love to draw extra cards, and we all love to cast Brainstorm. Hello everyone from Paupergeddon Lucca 2026. This is a spring edition and I have here Mono Red Madness. This is the deck that won the last season of Paupergeddon and it's the deck that I'm playing today at the Team Trios. As I'm recording this is Friday and I have some great teammates. I won my round 1 and I have cards that I love the most of my deck. Grab the Prize. This card is just fantastic because, well, it makes your deck function. It deals your opponent 2 damage. It lets you reanimate Sneaky Snacker. It lets you discard Fiery Temper for 3 damage direct to the face. This is the deck that is really, really powerful because it doesn't really flood. It doesn't really screw. It's just perfect. You have so much card selection between High Robbery, between Faithless Looting, but honestly, the deck that really carries the archetype is Guttersnipe. Now, this has been downshifted to a common. It's an uncommon from Return to Ravnica, but the way it works is that you play it in the same turn. You maybe have set up some Lava Dart in the graveyard. You have 1 mana Spirit for a Lightning Bolt, or you have Fire Blast. All these cards are just free. You deal your opponent so much damage out of nowhere, their life total just goes to the ground. So Mono Red Madness, one of the best decks in Pauper right now, is definitely the best version to build aggressive decks. So if you're, one of those aggro player, this is the deck to go. Mana base is super smooth. You just have 18 basic mountains, which is excellent in Pauper. A lot of decks play tons of tap land, but this deck does not. This deck is smooth, all the untap lands. In the sideboard, you have access to 7 Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast for the Terror matchup, as well as 3 Relic for the graveyard decks. And then in the mirror match, you have some Searing Blades and even 1 copy of End the Festivities for the Swarm deck, like Elves, for example. This is a very powerful deck that you should definitely be watching out or play at your next Pauper event.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Deck Tech Time. With me now, our one of the best player I could have here in the Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026 as a colleague. You're a caster like me,
True.
being the seventh, but we'd like to bring you one of the best mid-range in the format. So let's talk about Dimir Fairies. What is the deck?
Yeah, so normally when you say Dimir Fairies, people think of Ogre of Bolas.
Yeah.
That's like a classic Dimir Fairy card. And I decided that I don't want to have any of it. I'm not playing Ogre of Bolas in my deck. No chance, right? And I've been playing mono blue for most of the time.
Yeah.
And then I decided, well...
To pollute.
Yeah, I had to pollute the deck a little bit because of the uptick of cards like Skyfisher, decks like Elves, Wall Spy, like
And Utro Monitor too.
Utro Monitor now, precisely. Yeah. So nowadays, I think it's a bit more worth it to have hard removal, not just this, Snap, Harrier, Strix, Tempo removal. And so I decided to splash, but I didn't want to play Ogre of Bolas.
Okay.
So basically, I took the mono blue core, right? Because some people play just like this. I say no, and this. And Intruder. Full squad is with me now.
Yeah, this is not so usual to see in a Dimir Fairy deck. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Miscreant and Brain Barrow Intruder.
And also, people play like, for example, 2, 3, 4 ninjas. Full 8. Full 8 here. So it's basically like mono blue. 12 1-drops, 8 ninjas, and we go to town. And the whole idea is to play your removal spell on turn 3, 4, 5. When Chrysalis comes down later in the game, then you kill it. But you want to spend the early game pressuring the opponent, punishing them for stumbling.
Okay.
So keeping the mono blue kind of spirit.
So you basically changed the interaction part of the deck. So you switch from tempo to mid-range.
Exactly.
Okay. Or basically more you switch the conception of tempo. Okay. Amazing. I like it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the interaction part of the deck. The best removal in the format right now.
Yes.
Snuff out 4 copies.
Yes.
Cast down 3 copies. Yeah. But of course the Lorien Reveal.
To enable the splash, exactly.
Not even say. And 2 copies of
Thorn
of a Black Rose. Why?
Yeah, so at the beginning, I thought this is not a good card for the deck. It costs 4 mana, requires black, doesn't help with opposing stuff. But I was like, let's try. People play it, let's try. Oh my god. This card is absolutely insane. I was considering 3, like playing 1 in the side. This card is insane. And it's specifically good here for a very good reason. When you play fairies and you play to the board with intruder, ninjas and stuff, people will very happily block and trade off because they want the board clear. But then, if they do so, you play this on an empty board because they blocked everything all the time. So you go boom, Thorn of the Black Rose, and they're like, uh-oh.
As you teach me, it's okay to creature
To die. Exactly.
So I can cast my own Thorn of the Black Rose.
Thorn has got a couple of other upsides. First one, it has Death Touch. So it blocks Chrysalis or Tolarian Terror, or attacks in, and you can then ninja it. So that's fine. Also, it doesn't get Pyroblasted. So against decks like Jungle Affinity, they might be holding a Pyroblast for something, and they're like, Thorn?
Illegal target for Snuff Out.
Illegal, exactly. And also, it doesn't die to mass removal.
Yeah.
Breath Weapon, Drowning Sorrow. And maybe it doesn't sound that big, but if, let's say, 2 creatures die, but this stays, you still can pop the Ninja and go boom, boom, boom. So Thorn is absolutely incredible. And of course, it also works great with this package.
Yeah, amazing. Let's talk about the sideboard here.
Yeah.
I can see 6 copies of
Blast.
Blue Blast, of course, mandatory in this specific meta game where Mono Red Madness is one of the apex predators of the format. Yeah. What's going on over there?
Yes, so what's going on? So 6 blasts, as you said, important for the Madness matchup mainly. Then you've got 4 Steel Sabotages, and then why not Annul? Well, Annul is much better against kind of the random category, like the Mono-White Heroic, Boggles, but Steel Sabotage is much better specifically against Affinity and Jund.
Okay.
And I couldn't tell you how many games I have won because they bounced their land.
I remember one of the plays, Oscura Be Greedy.
Yeah, boom, bounce the land. And actually, it works even better here than in mono blue. Why? Because against Giant or Affinity, you bounce the land once or twice, and then you can slam Thorn. And they're like, whoa, 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 I've got 2 lands in play, and you're slamming Monarch. I can never take it back, and you never shall. And I keep my Monarchy. On top of that, we've got Relic, which is kind of like a slot you could very easily change for something better, but I think that 2 is just, it's fine. And Arms of Hadar, specifically for Elves, because we have to have a better way to win against them. This is not enough. And the one-off Envelope. The one-off Envelope is the glue, because
The captain of the sideboard.
I could play 7 blasts, because this is good against Madness.
Yeah.
But I don't. But 7 is just so much. But this also comes in, for example, into Elves,
Yeah.
and Spy and Junk Dredge. So this is like a wild card that is fine into a lot of different decks. And this allows me to diversify my sideboard a little bit and not kind of go all in, for example, on the blasts.
Amazing. So, last question. Why play Dimir Fairies?
Why play Dimir Fairies? Because you can keep the mono blue spirit and you don't have to die to Elves every time.
Amazing. Thank you, Skiro, for being here. We'll see in a few minutes for the next round. See ya! Hello everyone and welcome back to Deck Tech Time. Here with the Alessandro team. I am Sapo and with Alessandro Moretti. We will bring you one of the most wonderful blue deck in the format. We have Mono Blue Terror here, that's one of the best tempo deck in the format.
Sure. You can say it is the most aggressive blue deck in the entire format. So yeah, even we have mono blue big monsters. So
let's talk about the deck. What kind of deck is Mono Blue Terror?
all right. So your deck is based around 12 creatures, Level of Secrets, Secret Serpent, and Tuareg Terror, 4 copies of each. Alongside those cards, you have your interaction in form of Counterspell and Force Pike. Alongside, the cards that gives you flows to your deck. So Brainstorm, Ponder, Mental Note, and Thought.
So the card selection, the card advantage, and the engine of the deck, that is Mental Note and Toxkawa, that allows you to create a lot of presence in the graveyard, allows you to cheap casting your big creatures.
Yeah, that's for sure. So your your game plan is based on resolving your creatures or to counter your opponent bigger threats, thanks to Counterspell, very versatile cards. But you have as well cards that let you find those cards, and you have a very fast track of game plan thanks to Mental Note and Discover. So Brainstorm, Ponder gives you a lot of card selection and card advantage, and you fill your deck, you fill your graveyard with Mental Note or Discover. So basically, check what you have on your top deck and mill whatever card you don't want.
I think as Ponder this deck is one of the few decks where Ponder really shine. It's really huge, more here than in other kind of strategies where you just want to make some card quality.
Yeah, that's true. So Ponder usually is not so much played in Pauper, but in this very specific deck, since you need to find as fast as possible,
and set up the top parts of your deck so you can mill with
but besides that,
knowing.
you need very specific cards. So sometimes you need a creature, another time you need a counterspell. So being able to see up to 4 cards is just probably the best strong
Good. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Alessandro Moretti, and we are here to bring you round 2 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026.
Yeah,
You excited?
yeah, I'm kind of speechless. I mean, every time is such a, very cool event, and it's always awesome from my point of view
Yes.
to be able, to participate. Yeah, maybe not playing, but at least being part of the casting team.
Yes.
At the event.
So we have about 1,000 players playing today, give or take. I think we're just under 1,000 players, all in that room, just playing with a bunch of commons. It's a very exciting time. Right now, I believe the guys are ready to jam. So we have Mono Red Rally versus Tron Monsters. This Tron Monsters deck is very recent in terms of like the Pauper metagame. Excuse me. Explain what makes it monsters in terms of Tron, because we have these different flavors. You have the Flicker Tron and whatnot. So
Flicker, Tron used to be a very, very control-ish deck.
Yeah.
But right now, the most prominent version is Monster Tron. I mean, Monster Tron because it plays big creatures and its gameplay is kind of, play your stuff, go to the combat with your chunky creatures.
yes. You also have the Pinnacle Kill Ship from Edge of Eternities. And a bit of a weird card because it's a spaceship. Having spaceships cards in Magic might be a bit weird. But it just feels that very more, I'm going to air quote here, like traditional Tron, where you're just ramping into like big creatures or big spells that do things and have impact on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's true. So you have your usual engine, expedition map, competition in the 3 euros a land. But then instead of using a sort of combo with Mnemonic Wall and Ghost and Flicker, you have...
Goodness grief. Okay. On the other side here, we have the Mono Red Rally deck. So the Mono Red Madness burn has been the more popular flavor of burn recently. Won the last Paupergeddon Eternal, ended the last year. And right now, we're just seeing Dario going off here with Burning Tree Emissaries into Rally of the Hornburg. And this is what makes Rally so good. It's just so explosive. It just spent 2 mana, and it has this wide board already.
Yeah, indeed. Mono Red Rally is probably the best red aggressive deck. If you don't consider Mono Red Madness an aggro deck.
Yeah. And as the Tron, say you're playing Tron, you say you're in Carlo's shoes right now, like how would you find this matchup? Because if there's one thing, I used to play a lot of Tron back in Modern. Sure, it's very different to Pauper, but like you're spending these times just setting up your Tron lands and like getting your expedition maps and getting all your Tron lands online. How does a ramp monster style deck deal with something as aggressive as Mono Red Rally?
Yeah, you try to be the control deck in the matchup, that's for sure. But instead of having Moment Spears or any counterspell to interact with your opponent's creatures, you have big creatures that net you life. You have the Bramble Worm, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Let me just double check. Yeah, we got 4 Bramble Worms in the main board here for Carlo.
Yeah, and there is also Bright Weapon, which is probably the best Master Emerald in the format, at least the best instant speed Master Emerald.
Yep.
So, ramp, play blockers, and then try to find the Bright Weapon. Probably the best strategy against an aggro, Swarm aggro deck.
Right.
We have a lot of mana, we have a lot of burn spells in Mono Red.
Yes, there's a lot of reach in the red decks, just naturally. We also have Tron online here, so Carlo can set up for a pretty big turn next turn.
Yeah.
Love the fact that we have Antiquities Tron lands here, my favorite.
Yeah. To be honest, I prefer more the ones from 5th edition because they have a kind of a different frame compared to the others.
Then we have a Goblin Bushwhacker here, and we are just turning everything sideways. We're going to cash in this Candy Trail here.
Yeah, probably one of the strongest stats from Mono Red Rally. I mean,
for sure.
The reason to play this deck are Goblin Bushwhacker and interaction between Burning Tree Emissary and Erosion Rally.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Rally to the Handbook. Rally gives ease to every human creatures you have, and Burning Tree Emissary is 0 mana creature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and we've got a Chain Lightning here, pushing through some extra damage, and It's looking good for Dario here.
Yeah. Now you need to find some life gain and a board wipe.
Yes.
You know,
There's a lot. There needs to be a lot of draws in motion here just to get back into this. Yeah.
So let's wait for the Tron player to find an answer to this very. Yeah.
Trying to see what's in Carlo's hand here. I don't think they have much.
A lot of thinking. Yeah. They passed the turn.
Fog spell in hand, perhaps.
Yeah, I think we are going to see a bird weapon coming down.
Yes.
At least I hope for them.
So it looks like Dario has another bushwhacker, sort of
Wow.
rally in hand as well, and then Duchj are just turning
Ooh.
everything sideways. We're gonna breath weapon here,
Yeah, he went for the overkill.
and then we got the galvanic blast to finish the last damage
yeah.
here. So yeah, that is, this is what happens when you are playing a ramp deck, especially like pre-board, against just this very low aggressive curve deck, and it's like, what, that was like turn 4, turn 5, and just swept that up.
I like it.
I don't love it as a Tron player, but it's sure. So looking at the sideboard here, is there anything you like on? Let's start with Carlo on Tron here. So the sideboard is, we've got 2 breath weapons, we've got 4 monstrous emergence, we've got 4 relics, 4 All-Amongst Crusher, and a Whisper Silk Cloak.
To be honest, I don't even remember what is Whisper with Silk Cloak.
It's an equipment that gives target creature Shroud, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Commander staple.
I think this is probably the cool stuff you can play in decks like Monster Tron. It's very...
Yeah, can't be blocked in a Shroud. Yeah, can't be blocked either. I just had to double check on it. Interesting addition, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it is the Darksteel the card has been printed at first in Darksteel, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Yes, yeah. This is the Commander reprint.
Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the sideboard. We have Breath Weapon, another 2 copies, and I think Breath Weapon is kind of good.
Yes, agreed.
But besides that, I'm not really sure if we want to bring anything else. I mean, we have Monstrous Emergence, which is a good card because it's a removal spell against an aggro deck. So maybe we want to bring it. But besides that, I think, yeah, just a removal spells is good.
Emma, can you move your microphone away from your mouth? Thank you.
Going to let's go to Dario on Mono Red Rally here. His sideboard is 3 Cast of the Fire, 2 End the Festivities, 3 Relic of Progenitus, a Flash of Defiance, 4 Pyroblast, and 2 Suplex. Is there anything you like here from the Mono Red side?
Okay. Regarding the Mono Red Rally deck, you can have a kind of slightly different approach in post-sideboard games because you have 3 copies of Cast into the Fire and Suplex. You can try to be more interactive against your opponent mana base. I mean, you can cast into the fire their expedition maps and prophetic prism, and try to stop your opponent from developing their gameplay. But besides that, it is kind of those answers are kind of good to interact with artifact creatures.
Yes.
But to be honest, the current Monsters Tron decks, beside the Star Trek spaceship.
Oh, the Pinnacle Kill Ship. Yeah.
They don't really have so many artifact creatures.
Yeah.
So to be honest, Artifact 8 is very good, but it's not so good sometimes. So maybe you can just say to yourself, yeah, my deck is already favored against my opponent deck, so bringing in Artifact 8 might be not so relevant. But you have as well another cool card in the sideboard, which is Flash of Defiance. And Flash of Defiance is the, I think, instant speed spell that it is part of the deep analysis cycle in Torment, I think.
Yes. Good call. It is Torment.
It is a sorcery, sorry.
Yes.
But still, it is a spell with flashback that player...
Yeah, you pay 3 life and flashback it for 2, yeah.
Yeah, and you stop your opponent creatures, your opponent green and white creatures to block your creatures. So if you are playing against decks like Elves or Gruul monsters, that's a very good card. And yeah, your opponent's playing big life gain green creatures. No, wait, they have 2 big life gain green creatures because they have both Generous End and the Worm.
Yes.
So I suppose that this is a good card as well.
Yeah.
You know, stopping your opponent blocker from stopping your creatures.
Yes. So yeah, we're just waiting our players to get ready for game 2 here, just shuffling up and making sure we've sideboarded correctly, we have the right amount of cards. So after this round, we will have the metagame share for you for Paupergeddon Spring 2026. We haven't had a look at it yet, so we're very excited too. Got any big predictions on the metagame shares? Like, what do you foresee being the most played deck this weekend?
So to be honest, it's kind of difficult to understand which deck would be played most. I mean, we have Mono Red Madness and Mono Blue Terror as the two, as clearly the 2 best decks in the format. But beside that, you need to understand that the metagame can be filled with very annoying decks for these 2 decks. I mean, if you play a bunch of life gain and answers to Gutter Snipe, you are kind of good against Mono Red Madness. But if you play decks like Elves or White Winnie, you're really strong against Mono Blue Terror.
Yes.
So it is probably just a matter on which kind of answer or deck you don't want to
For
lose.
sure, yep. With Leo Big Brother coming in the TMT set, that's like made Mono White very good as well. So it looks like we're resolving some mulligans here, figuring out what to put on the bottom of the library, and then we'll crack it into game 2. I am hoping to see a lot of Mono White this weekend because I'm a big fan of Fraben and Spectre. And I think Leonardo Big Brother is a very good card. It's just great to see a white deck having a Fire Blast-like effect, like surprise, I'm going to hit you. But hopefully we can get that in coverage this weekend. So Carlo's going to kick off here with a Urza's Tower into a Candy Trail.
Yeah, I like that card. Candy Trail is so strong in decks like Monster Strong. I mean, it is both a cantrip and a fog effect, you can say. I mean, you get back 3 lives, and it is very strong to counter a lightning bolt with a draw spell.
Exactly, yeah. It just buffers that life total a little bit because if there's one thing the Red Rally decks and even the Madness Burn decks are great at, it's just whittling down the opposing life totals. So we're kicking off things here with a Vidara and Epicure. Got a backup Candy Trail because what's better than 1 Candy Trail? 2 Candy Trails.
Yeah, a lot of selection.
Yes.
So I suppose maybe they are reaching for another land drop.
Hoping for an Urza's Mine here because we've got this power plant in play.
Ooh, top. And they're passing the turn. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see what our red player wants to do here and how they can get through this sweep shot of Candy Trails.
Well, to be honest, just a couple of Candy Trail might be not so relevant against a Goblin Bashwooker deck. Yeah, there is no more Glitter Burst in the format, but we have, still decent cards. You know, Goblin Tomb Rally, Learning to Mystery.
Yep.
Okay, so slow start from Mono Red Rally with the Divination spell.
Yep.
Reckless Impulse.
Yes. I always get Reckless Impulse and Ren's Resolve mixed up because they basically do the same thing and they interchange a lot in Rally. So we've got a Burning Tree Emissary and another land here in the exile zone. Burning Tree Emissary is not a bad one to exile into.
Yeah, that's to be honest, a decent up after the slow start from Mono Red. I mean, the 0 mana creature is probably good. So you can push further your damage, try to go a little bit more faster, and try to not die from the interaction from your opponent.
Right, so we're going to Forest Cycle away this Generous End to get a Forest and play that Forest.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting to see how this deck doesn't play any dual land, because, you know, if you play Generous End, it's kind of free some time to get the secondary color from your cycle creature, you know. I think they have a bright weapon in hand. So
Yes.
can you imagine here fetching already the red color from your general set? That would be very cool.
Yes. Right, so Dario's gonna cast this Burning Tree Emissary. Let's see what the follow-up is here. Clockwork Percussionist in play. We've got a green mana floating here.
Let's see if they're going to crack the Belotti can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Discarding a Great Furnace to draw a fresh card.
Ooh, I think I see a cast into the fire.
Yes, that was in their opening hand, which is very good here.
Okay, so the thing is that cast into the fire any good right now?
It's not doing a whole lot. It can possibly
To be honest, yeah.
deal with the Candy Trail, but also Carlo's life total is not in much danger right now. 19 meets 20, so.
I assume the mono red deck sideboarded out a couple burn spells to bring in the artifact 8. So sometimes the burn spell is good because it allows you to end the game as much as fast as needed. But some other times when you're facing a deck based on life gain, casting the fire and another way to stop your opponent from casting their life gain spells is probably better.
Yes. See what we're going to resolve of this Ancient Stirrings here. Looking at the top 5, putting a colorless card into your hand, which can include lands too. So.
Yeah. I really love Ancient Stirring, a very powerful card.
Yep.
Especially in Pauper. You know, you can, being able to fetch both lands, permanents, and creatures is very powerful.
Yes.
I wonder if they have the 4th land drop.
We do have an Expedition map, which can set us for Tron next turn. And Dario is going to fire off a lightning bolt here. Try and push through some damage through all of these Candy Trails.
Okay, so to be honest, at this point of the game, I can see... but they don't have a cast into the fire? Well, probably was wrong.
I'm pretty sure I saw one in Dario's opening hand. But we're just going to go and chip in for some damage here. 7 meets 20.
Well, that's still a game plan.
Yeah. It's how red wins most of the time, you know?
Yeah. Okay, let's see if they're going to fetch another Ursulance. I mean, you can go up to 10 life, but they're taking, I think, 5 damage from just the creatures on the battlefield. So if they have a couple burn spells in end, I think the game could be already over. I do wonder if that bright weapon is good enough to stop the mono red player now to win. After all, they don't have the red yet, so maybe they're going to crack the map for the conduit pylons over the Ursulance.
Yep.
So you still have 2 mana to crack the Candy Trail, so you go up to 10 life, and then next turn you can play the bright weapon. That could be clever. All right.
Cashing in the Expedition map here. Opponents checking out which Tron lands are in play, so we need an Urza's Mine, which also looks a bit like a tower, so it can be a bit misleading at times.
Yeah, that's a cool part about the Ursulance. You play every possible art that you have available for those lands, so you, you try to confuse your opponent.
Yes. It's one thing I do like about the Antiquities lands is like they did one of each type, so you can have 12 different versions, 4 of each. That Urza's Mine can be a little bit confusing because it does look like a tower and it has thrown people off before. But
Yeah, indeed. Okay, can you trail? They draw another Ursulan. They pass the turn. They're still... Oh. Okay, here it is, the casting to the fire.
Yep.
Down to 5 life. Okay, so I suppose Mono Red now has kind of finished the gas in their hand. I mean,
Yes.
they pushed a lot of damage, but now they seem to have not anything relevant. Maybe not casting that cast into the fire kind of punished them right now. Probably they totally have any chance to draw any follow-up of Duchj Goblin Bushwalker. Kind of punished it here. Right. Lot of cool stuff from Mono Green Tron.
We have a reader. We have a reader, folks.
The big warp coming down,
Yep.
netting, I think 7 life or maybe 5.
It is a significant amount of life. So you have to, 5 life.
Yeah.
So 5 life is. It's quite a lot here. It's just basically negated a combat step from the mono red player. It's also a 7/6.
That's good. That's big enough.
Yes, it's going to hold down the battlefield pretty well here. Dario's going to need to go wide here with maybe a rally to try and just punch through that extra more damage.
So they block the burn tree emissary. Go down to 7.
Yep.
Another burn emissary.
Burning emissary into.
Maybe something. Nothing.
Not a good sign here.
Yeah. Yeah, we can predict in a couple turn the game could be over.
Especially if we can get this breath weapon online as well.
Yeah, but probably Breath Weapon now is not even necessary. You just need another blocker maybe.
Yes.
No, if you have another Boor Reginus and here, you're effectively stopping your opponent from dealing you damage.
Yeah.
You know, there's another cool ability about on the text of a Bramble Worm. You can excite it from your graveyard to net another 5 life. So even if your opponent, kill it with double lightning bolt, which is not the best play.
Nope.
Yeah, you can still net another 5 life, which is kind of very irrelevant when your opponent don't have any burn spells or Guardian Bashwalker left in their hand.
Yeah, considering Carlo's currently on 7 life, I would want those lightning bolts to go upstairs and just finish stuff off. It never feels great to double lightning bolt something and then only to gain that life back in another way. So.
So here we can see some very interesting play in cycling Generous Ant and casting Monstrous Emergence, killing 1 burn mystery, and followed up by a Bramble Worm. So yeah, as we predicted, there is another big creature, there is another life again spell. I think it's good.
It's like Tron is getting back into this, and Mono Red's like, yep, I can't compete 2 worms. 10 life's a lot, and not to mention those worms just block really well in combat. So we're going to go to game 3. Mono Red's back on the play here, which is very important.
Yeah, that's very scary.
Very, very scary, especially as we saw in game 1 when it finished in like 5 turns. Is there anything you would like the Mono Red player to bring in on the play as opposed to the draw?
No, to be honest, I think sideboarding, whatever you sideboarded in is fine. Both on the play and on the draw. Just go for your best possible starting hand.
Yep. And the same to Carlo here on Tron. So they're back on the draw. Is there anything you're thinking?
No, I think they're fine as well.
Yeah, they're fine as well. So.
To be honest, as I said, it's kind of scary because your opponent is playing a very fast deck that can heal you by turn 4, and your deck, it's very good at mana ramp. You can get 7 mana by turn 3, but it's still kind of slow since you are basing your whole game playing against this deck on colored spells. So you need to fight both the Ursulence and the color. But you don't really have so many copies of Prophetic Prism, just 3 copies, at least in this list. but still, Candy Trail, I think it worked very well in this game too.
Yes.
So
Did get Carlo 6 life back. It was
yeah.
very, very important there.
Without requiring any colored mana.
Yes. So while our players are shuffling up here for game 3, we will have the metagame share for you after this round. I'm quite excited to see what it is, because the thing is with Paupergeddon, a lot of people just bring decks they really enjoy playing as well, as opposed to, you know, what could be the air quotes like the best deck or the best decks to play. There's always like a Gruul Monsters knocking around, I find. That's always a popular one in Paupergeddon. I would like to see some mono white aggro. I hope that's like in the top 3, just because I think mono white aggro is great.
Yeah.
Preys on Terra quite nicely as well, which has been around for a long time. Wouldn't be surprised to see mono red madness perhaps be the most registered, just because it's very explosive.
Yeah,
Has a lot of game against the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think so. To be honest, what I do really love to see in this kind of tournament are decks like Rubistorm, or, you know, I like mostly combo decks and ramp decks, so I'm kind of the teamy player in that aspect.
For sure.
Right now the players are starting the third game.
Looks like Dario is keeping here. We're going to do the classic Great Furnace into Goblin Tomb Raider.
Yeah, I guess a Goblin Guide without any drawback is good in
Yeah.
an only common format.
I hear that's pretty good. You know what else is pretty good? An Ancient Stirrings on turn 1.
Indeed. Ancient Stirrings, like it. Prism could be really relevant at this point of, not at this point of the game, but later in the game.
Yep.
As we talk about the Breath Weapon and the life gain colored easily.
So we playing them out, and we're going to get some exile spells in here. So following up with a Bushwhack and a Lightning Bolt is kind of spooky. If you're the Tron player, it's not what you want to see. There could be some big damage coming our way soon.
Indeed. But we have the Breath Weapon and the Prophetic Prism. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You have the Goblin Meshworker, you have the Goblin Tomb Rider. I have a single card that can answer what your combat damage and your creatures, so kind of good. Ooh, I like that basic land. I think
you a fan of white borders?
I am a fan of white borders, and I'm a fan of Portal 3 Kingdoms cards.
Sure. I'm a big fan of Portal Second Age basic lands myself. They're a nice one too. Not white border, unfortunately, but.
Right, let's check what the mono-red players want to do here. I think the best play for them, if they want to preserve the card advantage from the Reckless Impulse, is just casting the exiled card. But you can eventually think about, playing another creature alongside the Goblin Meshworker. But you are playing into the Breath Weapon, so maybe not the best play possible. Right. 2 Urza lands, mine and a tower, and crop rotation.
Sacking away that forest to get an Urza's power plant. So we have Tron online here.
Yeah, that's cool. I do wonder if they have another colored mana source, like another Prophetic Prism, or, just a land. I mean,
or just a 1.
Because if they get a cast into the Fire Suplex on the Prophetic Prism, and they don't have another colored mana source, that will be really hurtful.
Yeah.
Anyway, finally we see again the Boom. I like that card.
Yeah.
can see already the Hamburg on Mono Red side. Ooh. Come on, Mono Red player, please show us some information.
Please tell us your secrets.
Yeah, I kind of have the urge to say what the players are doing.
Kicking off with a rally here. Nice mismatch soldier tokens here as well.
I was discussing it yesterday with a friend that if you have mismatched tokens, it's kind of easier to understand which one enter in the battlefield when you have them in play.
That's smart.
So Clockwork Percussionist combat. It is another land in form of expedition map.
Yep, I'm going to cash that immediately because as his tower taps for 3 colorless mana. Gets his conduit pylons.
Yeah, another cool card. And you know, it is not related to this matchup, but if you put on the graveyard a Wurm, a copy of the green Wurm, you can then later exile to get the 5 life. That's sweet, a sweet play.
Let's see what Dario can do here. Carlo is open, but also has a lot of mana.
But they attack it with the Wurm, so it is clear as they want to cast the Breath Weapon right now. And they did it.
See if let's see if Dario can rebuild here. Trying to see what's in their hand. Burning Tree Emissary is a good recovery card in this instance.
Yeah, maybe not enough, but still a creature. Okay, so we talked about earlier how bringing in Artifact 8 might be helpful for the Mono Red deck first game playing. As you can see, the Tron deck now has left only 9 lives. Yeah? So if you draw any Cast into the Fire or Supplicant instead of any Lightning Bolt you may have in your deck, you know that you will not eventually really happy about it. Oh, seems like the message trigger from the Clockwork Percussionist. Let's see if we can fix that. I think it's not a May, but you are kind of forced to exile the card, right?
Let me check the wording, because they like to use May a lot these days. Yeah, you have to. Oh, so you have to exile the card, but you may play the card.
Yeah. It's cool to see the Tron deck here on the aggro. I mean, you are the Mono Red deck, you are faster, you have burn spells, but still I don't really care. I mean, I have answers to your threats, so I'll just attack.
It's always scary when the Tron player starts to be the aggressor, when you are the aggressive deck. And it's like, oh no, I'm in danger. This is not good.
Yeah, it is the classic small creatures deck against the big creatures deck. I guess they're going for the little, yeah? That's more damage. Nope, Bright Weapon. So our Mono Red player have just 2 cards left in hand and 1 Goblin Rider in exile. So maybe we're seeing the Tomb Raider coming in. I think it got exiled by, a Reckless Impulse or the Clockwork Percussionist ability. Yeah. So last turn to being able to play it. Ooh, they're forced block here.
Don't want to be on the defensive as a rally player. It's not a good sign.
Sometimes I forget that you needed to put down to 0 your opponent life again,
Yes.
5 points to even.
Got an experimental synthesizer here, revealing a Burning Tree Emissary. Not a bad draw here.
Yeah, to be honest, you need to find a way to deal with the Boom.
Yes.
To be honest, are you able to deal 6 damage at this point of the game with just 1 red mana? Nope.
And that will do it. So Carlo Bardazzi on one Monster Tron wins that one.
Yeah. All right.
It wasn't too difficult over that game 3, was it? Just, you know, getting some ones.
Okay. You have your small creatures. I have big creatures.
That gains me 5 life as well, just for funsies.
Easy.
We'll see if we have a backup feature match here, and we do. So we've got Spy Combo versus Grixis Affinity here. This is game 3, one apiece.
All right. That's an interesting board state.
Trying to piece out what we're doing here.
So we are on game 3, as we said, and there is a Spy deck going for the aggro game plane with the Musket Vandals and Spy, but Spy just got killed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we need to talk about how this matchup works. As probably most of you know, Spy is a combo deck, a green combo deck based on mana ramp, and of course Balustrade Spy. You mill your deck with the Spy when you have no basic lands left in your deck, and after doing that, you have a Dread Return in your graveyard. So you flashback the Dread Return with the alternative cost from the flashback by sacrificing 3 creatures, and you reanimate a Local Giant. Local Giant deals damage equal to the amount of creatures you have in your graveyard to target player when it enters the battlefield, right? So, you know, your deck is mostly creatures, so you deal something like 20 to 40 damage to your opponent. And yeah, I think after doing that, your opponent is dead, right?
Yes. There or thereabouts, yeah.
But this matchup is not really good for Spy, because your opponent is playing Cartline Shaman, Nihil Spellbomb, Galvanic Blast, and they have a very strong aggro gameplay. So Affinity is kind of a tempo deck in this matchup because they put pressure on the battlefield and still they have a way to interact very well with the opponent gameplay. As you can see, Toxin Analysis on Cartline Shaman, kill 3 creatures, get back 4 life because you deal damage to each creature without flying.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good because you prevent your opponent from killing you with Spy the next turn because they have just 4 lands in their deck, right?
Yeah.
But you can see the hand of the Spy deck, and there is a Lotus Petal.
Yes.
So with a Lotus Petal, you are able to cast 1 mana creature, Spy, and then sacrifice those 2 flying creatures and the Surly Caretaker to bring back the Local Giant with Dread Return. But there is another creature which is really relevant right now, Cartline Shaman.
Yes. Spy Combo player here, thinking about what to do, the classic hands in heads.
Yeah.
What am I doing here?
Yeah, I can see him how much worried he is about how the game is going on.
Yes.
Sorry, Michele. What is that? Oh, there's an Avenge counter. Okay, the mill, the deck.
Here is my deck. Please look. It's always a fun sign.
They have a way to win this game, I think, because unless Affinity have in hand Galvanic Blast to kill one of the flying creatures, they are keeping priority after milling their deck, and they can cast a creature without any ETB, and after doing that, they can flashback Dread Return, right? Ooh. Sweet. They're doing nothing.
Yep. Just figuring out
Yeah, figuring out how you can lose at this point of the game.
Yeah.
You need to survive just one turn. I mean, your opponent doesn't have any cards left in their deck.
Yes. Very good line here as well. Just thinking, figuring things out here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Affinity is weird as well.
Yeah. Now they're both thinking. Both in the tank.
And there it is.
And once again, we're double checking.
Yeah, technically speaking, if you have the Galvanic Blast, it is the right time to cast it.
Sure.
Do you
But
have
does Marco have it, is the question.
it? Yeah. Ooh. They sacrificed the Shaman to draw a card.
To dig one card deeper.
Yeah.
Play to your outs.
They don't have it, but they draw it.
Nope,
No.
and there we go. Just a
Oh.
pile of Thoughtcasting Utron monitors, unfortunately. None of
Yeah.
those are a Galvanic Blast.
Well, Lotus Petal is a good card.
Yes, for sure, for sure. So that does it. Well done to Michelle Bandera there on Spy Combo. Very good line there, just to go a bit all in, but definitely worked out. And yeah, so if we have it available, let's get the metagame share up for Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026 and see what's at the top of the table. So looks like we have Mono Red Madness here at 12%. Grixis Affinity at just over 10%, which may not be surprising with the printing of Utron Monitor. And then we've got Elves going into Mono Blue Terror, Jund Wildfire, and then Spy Combo rounding out at like 5% here. Is there anything here that surprises you?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised to see so many Spy combo decks. I wasn't expecting Spy to be a good deck in this meta game. Yeah, it is a tournament with over 900 players, so just 49 players with Spy combo is still not so much, but it's still 5% of the meta game.
Yep.
So not so much distant from Terra or Elves. And I think, eventually was kind of predictable to see so many Grixis Affinity thanks to the print of each monitor.
Yes.
It is kind of surprising to see so old on Mono Blue Terror. Probably people was fearing a White Winnie.
Yes.
But Elves still is another deck that, why Spy is bad and why Elves is good. To be honest, I'm here just to tell you why.
Yes, you are, yeah.
So the reason is Elves is probably the best green deck in the format. You have both a very good, aggro game plan and a good interactive game plan, thanks to cards like Monstrous Emergence. And you play Avenging Hunter. Avenging Hunter is probably the best green spell in the format.
Yep. I think for me, I'm surprised to see so little White Weenie. I was expecting people to rock Leonardo because it's just it just adds extra game to that mono white aggro deck, right? So mono white aggro is really good at going wide, but Leonardo allows you to go tall and punch through that last few points of damage. Not surprised to see Gruul monsters at like 4%. If there's one thing I've learned from coming to Paupergeddon in the last few years, people love playing Gruul monsters and Riving Chrysalis. I'm also surprised to see Spy Combo so high because it has fallen off a little bit in the last 6 months or so. But people clearly love playing that style of deck. And if there's one thing about Paupergeddon, it's very different to like Magic Online data and Magic Online trends. A lot of people will just rock whatever they enjoy playing or what they're vibing with, and we're seeing that today. Grixis Affinity is also not surprising because Utron Mono is clearly a very, very good card, and also Mono Red Madness being the highest played is also not surprising. It is like the best red based deck in the format.
Yep.
So yeah, and Zorius Familiars is always low, but always has a really good day 2 conversion as well. So I'm expecting that to be pretty high up when we get this graph up with day 2 conversion tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we can take just a little bit of time to explain why Familiar is so well. It has a good convention. The thing is, Familiars is not so much played by a lot of people, but those people that play the decks usually are very affectionate toward their deck. I mean, Serious Familiar is probably one of the not so many decks playing that kind of gameplay. I mean,
Yes.
it is an Azur's deck that mostly plays a control deck. Sometimes it is a combo deck, and it is really relying on Ghost of Liquor, Ephemerate, and ETB creatures like Drifter, right? So you play an interactive, control-ish gameplay, which is not so great in Pauper right now, but Familiars is probably the best deck by doing that. So if you mostly play those kind of decks like Familiars or just Ephemerate or Flicker Tron, Familiars is probably your best choice. So people that prefer to play Familiars kind of decks, they still go for Familiars, even though it's not the strongest deck. And you have a lot of different lines while playing Familiars, so you need to understand of the in and out of that kind of deck, and for that reason you have a lot of experience with Familiars, so it gives you a very good hedge in playing this game.
Yeah, it's not the easiest deck to play. There's a lot of lines. Azorius Familiars reminds me a lot of like Amulet Titan in Modern. It's this very difficult deck to play. It can go to time a lot. It can draw out these really long games. And the people who play Azorius Familiars are people who have been playing this deck for a very long time.
Yeah.
It's an extension of themselves. They know what they're doing. And it's their comfort food. It's the thing that I like doing. I like playing this combo control style deck. So that's why you see the win percent is so high, just because the people are playing it are absolute masterclasses in playing the deck, and they've been playing it for so long. Right, so that will do it for round 2 of Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026. Do stick around because we'll have round 3 very soon, and Andrea, you have Andrea Migucci and Seppo joining the commentary booth. So take it easy.
My name is Alexis Siri. I am from Venezuela, but I live in the United States. My first card was in 2019, by the end of 2019. I got like an email to like work with Magic. Sincerely, I never thought I was gonna work for like Magic. My first card was 2019 Lightning Ball. I will say Madre Tierra, because actually, like in the making of Madre Tierra, they asked me to use like my Venezuelan, like heritage or stuff I like from my country. So I use a lot of that to make that car. So for me, that's the more like personal car. Yeah. Probably the preordained car, because it was like, it wasn't like something specific about that car. They wanted to like make it like some more like a feeling with like music. It's supposed to look like a music poster for like new age music. That wasn't like the idea. So that was a little hard. Like, but actually I think like came out great. Like people actually like that car a lot. Man, like anything with a skull or like anything that looks like heavy metal, that's my thing. So yeah, like anything with like demons or whatever. My favorite one was Dustmore. Like that set that came out with like the haunted house, or because it was like 80s and it was like horror movies. It was like everything I like. And they asked me to like, like look your. They always like tell me to like everything has to look my style, and my style is like 80s like comic book style. I don't know. I had like a really fun doing that one. So usually, not only with the car, but like with anything. Like I do like comic books too. I usually like to like watch movies and read like comics. Something like relay a little bit to like what I'm gonna do. So to like take like some ideas with me. So like people always like ask me about my coloring. Like they like bright color. Actually, like my color is not only like based on like 80s comics. It's also based on Mario Bava movies. Like the Giallo movies, Italian. I love like Magic the Gathering fan base. It's like the best fan base ever. I don't know, I'm just like glad like I had the chance to do this. Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Hello everybody, I'm Emma Parlow and I am here today with Ashley Bitts and Daniel Kane, and we are going to talk about some Pauper. So starting off with you, Daniel, how did you get into Pauper?
That is a very fun story because I am very new to Pauper.
Okay.
Because I got into Pauper after I cast the Road to Paupergeddon.
Okay, sure, that works out.
I knew about Pauper, obviously, and I had to read up on Pauper, which I did, but I basically fell in love live on the stream with the format.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what about Ashley?
Well, I started when I was about 15 because I wanted a good, accessible format to play with my friends, and we cycled through all of them, gave Pioneer a shot, but what we found out is there's just nothing like Pauper. We started out, we were playing Mono Red Burn, we were playing all of these mono-colored decks, and the fun part is, we stuck with them. I'm still playing the same thing to this day.
What about Slivers, though?
I have controversial opinions about Slivers. I think if you want to play Slivers, you can be wrong. I'm not going to stop you.
Okay. Going back to Daniel, you say you're pretty new to the format.
Yeah.
What's your favorite card so far?
2 words, Fury Temper.
Really?
Yes.
We're a burn mage. That's surprising.
I just think that it's a format where you can play basically effectively 8 lightning bolts.
True.
And
Very
I just
true.
love lightning bolt, so discarding a Fury Temper just feels really good.
Sure.
Really good.
Actually, just judging you.
Are you real? Like a
Did
real
you
person?
did you think I would say Rife and Chrysalis as a maniac?
I thought you'd say a real card.
No, Fury
Okay,
Temper.
Ashley, what's your favorite card?
So have you ever heard of Tolarian Terror?
Maybe.
It's pretty niche. I don't know if you've really touched on it.
It's in Magic Foundations, I believe. It's like standard legal, right?
I believe so, till 2029. However, it's not really good in standard. See, there was this Pauper deck for a while, Pioneer deck more so, called Arclight Phoenix.
Yes.
It was incredible, and I used to love Arclight Phoenix. It was the only Magic I would play. I wasn't really playing Magic, I was just playing Arclight Phoenix. Okay. And when I found out I could just do Arclight Phoenix and Pauper, I mean, come on, that was it. What else was I supposed to do?
And then you have another Tolarian Terror in, with the Serpent as well. So you're basically playing 8, instead of 8 whack, it's 8 Terrors.
But we could have 12. Print Tolarian Terror.
Yeah, that's no.
No?
No.
You sure?
Well, I don't work for Wizards, so I can't say that, but probably not.
I mean, it was worth a shot.
Always.
Yeah.
So moving on, you guys work with Magic Online and Daybreak Games. What's your plan for this weekend? Like, what brings you to Paupergeddon as folks who are on the Magic Online side?
We have something incredibly exciting. For the very first time, we have a closed 8-player vintage draft. Ooh. So it's Vintage Cube with 8 influencers. Sure. One of them being said Tolarian Terror, maybe. It's just for the very first time, Booze is going to face 700 people, and we're going to see if we can win.
So for those at home who don't know who Boozer is, he's the TO for Paupergeddon. He is the guy who's made all this happen over the last 11 years, and he's going to be playing some Vintage Cube.
Yes.
So let's talk about Vintage Cube very quickly. What is the archetype you like to pick? So if you're like say it's like Friday evening, you've had a busy work week, and your friends are like, let's play some Vintage Cube in person. What archetype is your comfort archetype? Like, if you could draft like any archetype in Vintage Cube, what would it be?
I'm going to say the same thing that I would say in Canadian Highlander, the
Great
people
format. Great format. Big fan.
I will never say no to Tendril Storm. Like, Ballas' Citadel is one of my favorite cards all time in Magic.
Okay.
People who follow me on Instagram would know that because I talk about this card way too much in videos. I just like storming off and dropping Tendrils. And the other thing is, if I see a Gristlebrand, I turn into a bull. I need to play Reanimator. Because I free Gristlebrand, by the way. But I really love that card. I really love that card.
Cool. How about you, Ashley? If you were to play, say, Vintage Cube, what is your chosen archetype? Like,
See,
your comfort food?
I don't have a comfort archetype. I have one archetype. Give me freedom, give me fire. Give me janky aggro or I retire. I am forcing mono white every single
Yes, my
round.
friend, mono white
You have
for
to.
the
You must.
way.
You simply must.
Yes.
If you're not forcing mono white, honestly, what are you doing? Quit. Maybe don't quit, but do play mono white.
Don't tell people to quit.
Fine.
And that wraps it up. So thank you very much, Ashley and Dan, for joining us, and we'll be back soon.
Hey everybody, my name is Emilio Večeran and I'm a magic artist from Croatia. I've been working for Magic since 2016, so it is my 10th year now, and recently I just released my 100th Magic card, so it's quite a milestone. My first card I worked for Magic was an Ineffable Blessing, and it was for Unstable Set. And it came in the worst possible moment because we had two small kids, one kid three and a half years old, and one crying baby, 10 months old, and we were in the middle of the moving to new apartment, and I got my chance to prove myself, to paint the best I can. As I said, in the worst possible moment. But I knew it was the one-shot opportunity, and I did my best to break in. So the rest is history, yeah. The piece I'm most proud of is Chatterfang. I have the print here. Because it's a squirrel. Everybody loves squirrels, and it's a commander. And I had that artistic freedom to make the pose of Squirrel in that superhero pose, and not that it was just published as a magic card, but it was also released on the boosters and on the special Modern Horizons box set. So it was another milestone, not just magic card, but also booster and set illustration. The most difficult, I think it was Ineffable Blessing, just because it was the very first one, and it was basically my test piece for breaking into Magic. There were later some maybe more complicated pieces, but this one was extremely stressful for me because that was my entering point for Magic the Gathering, for entering that brand. So yeah, I think that one will be the toughest. I don't have any work that I regret about, but I'm sad that I didn't get more cards for Kaldheim set. Because Kaldheim is the first magic set that is a combination of Magic Gathering and Norse mythology. And I also made a book about Norse mythology, so it was like a dream coming to me. And I will just show you, this is one of those cards from Kaldheim. It's a Halvar battle god. And I just enjoy to paint not just Norse warriors and landscape, but also constructing Norse knotworks and ornaments. So Kaldheim, yeah, that would be fantastic if I had just few more cards. I don't have any particular preferred cards because I paint them almost all. But I think the Wizard of the Coast like how I paint animals, because I paint really a lot of animals in Magic. But I also like to paint epic scenes of some like Magus of the Moon or Archway Angel or some epic artifacts. So yeah, everything is good, and especially what's great in this industry that you never get bored. Every new assignment is something new. It could be some epic battle, or it could be just some hand holding a small artifact or something, but it's always different. Yes, Kaldheim, of course. I mean, I like a variety of magic planes. But as I said, Kaldheim is my connection to my love for Norse mythology. But that doesn't mean I don't like the other sets, but I just most enjoy in that Viking stuff. Okay, so when I receive commission for a card, I get a very short brief with character, with name of draft, name of the card, with the mechanics. So is it spell, creature, or something? And then there's short description what I need to draw and paint. Then it's just about the mood and what is the focus, and if it's a green card or red card, because that way I can at the moment start to visualize what is important to show on the card. For the card is very important to have the focus, and since it's shrinked, it's very small when it's printed. It must be readable if it's bigger or small or very small. And the other thing is that when art directors give you art brief, they actually give you something that they have trust in you because they saw your portfolio or they knew your work, or we talked and they ask you, would you prefer to paint this, or creatures, or female or male characters, whatever. So the most important thing is a good communication with art directors. Then first I make rough sketches, then send it for approval. Then I make a detailed sketch, and if anything needs to be reworked or changed or something, I adjust it. Then I make color comp, and when everything is done, I paint the full painting in traditional medium. Thank you very much for playing Magic, because we like to create art, but we appreciate that you support our work. And this is my new book about the squirrels. It started as a private commissions on the back of the artist proof. They're all squirrels, pop culture squirrels. And later it was so popular that I made the tokens, and the final result is the book, and most of the squirrels are in this book.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Paupergeddon Spring 2026. This is round number 3. I'm Andrea Mengucci, joining me,
Sapo, yeah.
And so we have watched first 2 rounds. We've seen 2 very strong players. First Marco Del Pivo, then Marco Vassallo.
Yep.
Pivo managed to beat Spy Combo, whereas True Hero lost to Spy
Yeah.
Combo. Same matchup.
Same matchup, different result.
different result. Yes, indeed.
Unfortunately.
One difference between the two Affinity decks, no envelope. And I think envelope made a big deal, big difference in the matchup. But regardless of that, we're going to go to game round number 3. But before that, we want to show a very important thing here, right?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank Mattia and the scorekeeper Michele to being so amazing to provide us the meta game in a few hours. So
Yes.
let's look at the meta game.
Yes, 983 players. That's I guess the amount of people enrolled. You see there are 856. I guess that's the amount of people
Yeah.
after they actually showed up. All right, so let's begin. So what do we have on the left?
So we have Mono Red Madness, that is the most played deck. Pretty strong deck. Is the apex predator of the format right now.
And the second most played deck is Grixis Affinity.
Yeah.
That is the deck that gained the most from the most recent
Yeah.
set, the Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle, because it gained not only Ultra Monitor, but also Surveillancy Cam. That's 2 cards in a single deck for the most recent set, which is a big deal in Pauper.
Yeah, for sure. After that, we can see Elves. That is my favorite aggro deck ever.
Yes, Elves, pretty strong deck, has always been there. And actually, both of the tables that we're going to watch
Yeah.
in this round 3 will be featuring Elves.
And I know that also Pivo played Elves yesterday in the trios with you.
No, he was with me yesterday. He didn't do too well, though, so hopefully the players today will do better. In the 4th most popular deck is Mono Blue Terror, which is always been kind of like I want to say the most popular deck in Pauper. We see it losing a lot of spots in this one.
At least online is the most played deck in the metagame, in the online metagame, so challenge and local and leagues.
Okay, we have a very nice stats in the chat. 55% of the Grixis Affinity players play with Surveillance Cam, so not actually that popular.
No, I think that's a pretty nice card, and I strongly believe that new cards that are at least playable will have a chance in big tournaments like this.
Okay, then we see John Wildfire, Spy Combo. Those are both black-green base deck, and John Wildfire is a very similar one to Grace's Affinity, like kind of mid-range style with Clarkland Shaman, whereas Spy Combo, we've seen plenty of it. And do you think we're going to see more of it?
Of course, then we see Colgate, that is one of the decks that has the best performance in the last Paupergeddons. One of the deck with the best conversion rate is basically a mid-range deck with a lot of tricks and the usage of the gates.
Yes, a lot of card advantage between Squadron and Brainstorm. And then we have Gruul Monster, White Weenie. Ooh, I see Azor's Familiar. That's the deck that made the final in the last Paupergeddon.
Yeah. Against the Mono Red Madness of Postorino, yeah.
Yes, Mono Red Madness, the most popular deck, won the last event, and it is 116 players choose to battle with it. Let's go on the right side. What is the deck that you think, oh wow, I didn't expect, I don't know, 10 players to bring Gruul Storm or things like that?
Yeah. Ruby Storm is a deck that stole his name from the Big Brother in Modern, but is a lot weaker and need a lot of experience to play. But I'm so happy to see that deck in a huge field like this.
Yes. Okay, so we heard that the tables are ready, the players are ready, so why don't we watch some Magic to be played here? And there you have it. On top of the screen, you have Matteo Cirigliano, a very experienced player, a name that I hear in Magic forever. When I was a child, which was, maybe 20 years ago, he was already one of the best in the game. So it's cool to see him playing with Elves. And at the bottom, we see Simone Marzatico on Dimir Terror.
What do you think of the choose of a pro player like Cirigliano by choosing deck like Elves?
Well, maybe he likes, a go-wide strategy with Elves is definitely a deck with lots of good matchups. So maybe just the metagame call makes him think that maybe mono red on the lower affinity, the mid-range deck on because like the idea is that Elves is better against Clarkland Shaman. But the reality is that Elves is a deck that does so much card advantage that you actually don't care too much about sweepers. So I think that's kind of the misconception of Elves. It's like, oh, he loses to like Breath Weapon. But the reality is that, initiative and just card advantage can overcome these bad matchups.
The important thing is to play in the right way. If you speed all the cards on the table, you will die definitely to Karklang Shaman and Breath Weapon. So it's important to play in the right thing with the right sequence of cards.
Yeah, so very slow start by Elves, who doesn't have a land around Elves, but just a Queer Ranger, and then plays Land Grant. Now, Land Grant is a card that you want to play for free. You don't want to tap 2 lands for it. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen next. In the meanwhile, Simone had a very strong start.
Yeah. Basically, this is a mid-range deck that allow you to create a lot of presence in the sideboard, in the graveyard. Also, with cards like, for example, Sneaker's Necker that will be able to be reanimated by drawing the 3rd card in each turn.
And that's not hard to do when you play cards like Brainstorm, who draws 3 cards in the same shot. So yes, Sneaker's Necker very good in Mono Red Madness, but we see Blue-Black Terror also adopting it now.
Yeah.
Okay, now 3rd Forest has been played. Are we doing something? Okay, we are. Finally playing Priest of Titania.
Yeah, one of the most powerful card in the deck allow you to create a ton of mana. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so Brainstorm, of course, you have to resolve it, put 2 cards back, and then you get Sneaky Snacker. And then we have Lorion's Revealed. Now, of course, Brainstorm is a powerful card, draws 3, puts 2 back, but not as good if you can't exploit it with some ways that shuffle your deck or that mill the top of your deck. In this way, you get to clean your hand, and just makes it as threat dense as possible.
Yeah, a huge card selection. The goal of Simone here is to kill the Priest of Titania as soon as possible. That card should not pass the night and be able to create a lot of mana.
Yeah, so the best way possible is, of course, Snuff Out, but Simone doesn't have it. He just passes the turn, and Titania plus Queer Ranger can deploy a lot of mana to the Elves player.
Here we go.
Let's see. Ooh, Gingerbread Cabin.
Creative food, yeah.
Gingerbread Cabin is a nice technology with Quirion Ranger. Every turn you can pick it back up, make a food, gain 3 life over and over.
Yeah, and do it again twice a turn, yeah.
Okay, let's see now. Matteo has a full grip. He hasn't done anything, so he has 4 cards in his hand ready to unload. Of course, the cards that you want to cast the most are Winding Way and Lead the Stampede.
Yeah, followed by the big creatures of the deck, so Avenging Hunter or the Ant at this point.
More Quirion Rangers. That is, again, it's going to make the Priest of Titania add so much mana this turn if he wants to. But of course, Simone has cards like Counterspell. We see it in his hand, a white border version. We also see Suffocating Fumes.
Yes.
Now,
yeah.
Suffocating Fumes is a back-breaking card.
It's a huge card against Elves because it is a asymmetrical whiteboard card that allows all creatures that an opponent controls take -1/-1. So
whoa!
At least 3 for 1.
Speaking of 3 for 1, this is a 4 for 1. Winding Way picked up Avenging Hunter, Nyxburn Hydra, Timberwatch Elves, and I couldn't get the 4th one, but that was added to his hand. Of course, the players are communicating with each other, letting them know what Winding Way found, but that was a 2 mana draw 4.
Yeah, this is how a pro player play this kind of deck.
Well, when your deck is very few lands, and very few non-creatures, the Winding Way gets to do like this. So, we'll see now. Can Matteo Cirigliano outcome the Suffocating Fumes that is in Simone's hand? Because Simone could have just done in his turn, just play Suffocating Fumes, kill Priest of Titania, kill Queer Ranger, pass. Instead, he decided to maybe be greedy, kill more things, and now it's going to just actually, because Priest of Titania has mana ability. So once Priest of Titania taps, it's going to add 3 mana to his pool. You can't respawn the tapping.
Due to the mana ability. Yeah, for sure.
Masked Vandal is an additional elf here.
Yeah, you can respond to the Quirion Ranger activated ability to untap the Priest of Titania. So if you need more than 3 mana, you can. But as we can see now, he has at least 5 mana open at this point. So
yes,
this is a great point for Elves.
Yes, 1 forest has already been returned to hand, so 1 Queer Ranger has been activated. We can see the mana going down. That dice is the amount of mana in the pool of Matteo Cirigliano. Now let's see. Nyxborn Hydra is in hand. It's another very strong threat that the Elves deck get to play.
Untap? Oh, it's untapped.
Okay, wow. Simone doesn't want to cast. Maybe he doesn't have it. Maybe I just saw it in the wrong. Maybe I saw the wrong card.
Or maybe.
No, it's there. It's there. It's there.
Or maybe just had a good heart.
Yeah, no.
Do your stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah. Generous end. Speaking of good art.
And that's a counterspell here. Yeah.
Counterspell from 7th edition. I love that version. Let's see what's up next. Only one floating and one forest, so not too much can be deployed here. Oh, cracking the food, gaining 3 life. Okay, so we went back 2 forests, but we went above a little bit. So attacking for 2, of course. And now...
But are you sure about the black card? I think that is a Gurmag Angler, maybe?
Maybe, but I also saw another card. But anyway, let's see how this game goes.
Let's see.
What do we have here? There it is.
No, here we go.
Suffocating fumes. So he decided to wait a bit more. Not sure if it was rewarded or not to that, but still in a pretty solid spot right now. And now we see the Tolarian Terror. That is one of the strongest cards in Pauper.
5/5 War 2. He's a big creature that can be cast with only 1 mana using the spell in your graveyard, and that is the clock of the match.
Yes, indeed. So let's see now, though. Matteo has in hand, at least that we know, Nyxborn Hydra. And we are casting something more for 3 mana. Maybe Undead the Stampede?
No, Hydra.
Okay, yeah.
Bestow by 1.
Yeah, Hydra has a keyword that is important here, which is reach. So the Sneaky Snacker can now be blocked. It's going to still make the Mask Vandal a little bit too small. Ooh. Just a 2/4, but, you know. 2/4 reach, that means Sneaky Snacker can't attack. I also see Gurmag Angler, but that's a little bit of the nombo of the Dimir Terror, because if you're casting the Gurmag Angler, you're taking away instant and sorcery for the future, Tolarian Terror, unlike the Mono Blue Terror, which plays Cryptic Serpent, where you can just cast your threat. You don't have to think about other stuff.
They are thinking of playing Gurmag Angler only in 2 copies. So they are the 5th and the 6th copies of the big creatures of the deck. Is using the black creatures instead of another blue creatures. I think pretty nice, but not so nice as this.
Oh my God! Look at that! Lead the Stampede draws 5 cards here. Llanowar Elf, 2 Timberwatch, a 2nd Nyxborn Hydra, and a Sagu Wilding.
Amazing.
That is crazy.
That's how pro player cast a spell like this.
Yeah, the two draw effects of Matteo Cirigliano found 4 and 5. And now, just a passing the turn, the players are playing very fast, which I definitely appreciate. And now we see a bird token joining the field, but that Mask Vandal with the reach is going to be able to stop all these flyers.
Yeah.
So here, Matteo believe he's just outgrinding the blue deck. This is exactly what I said at the beginning. Yes, players have lots of sweepers, but the green decks just draw so many cards that if your goal is to just go long game, the Elves deck can overcome any control strategies.
Yeah, definitely. Winning Way and Little Stampede should be inserted in the Power 9 if they works always like this.
Yeah, not always, but like still like drawing 4, I think it's about the average, right? For that card. So super powerful. And let's see now, Simone just doesn't have a plan, I believe. He's just playing some 5/5s, but that cannot overcome the amount of elves and just creatures that are just happening over and over here.
Also due to the ability of Timberwatch Elf, attacking with the Tolarian Terror will be a champ attack.
Exactly. Now, Timberwatch Elf has a very strong ability. Tap, give +X equal to the number of elves that both players control. That means +4/+4 right now. So it needs to be answered by a counterspell, but unfortunately, you can't stop what's coming because the threats are keeping on coming here. 3 mana. What's this? Another Timberwatch, I believe.
Here we go.
Yeah. And yeah, the +4/+4. There's 3 bird tokens. Maybe the plan of Simone is just to deploy a more
A huge amount.
and more of birds, but Matteo's still at 19, so it's going to be hard to take that number down.
Now,
We
both they are developing their game plan. Yeah, that's
yeah, so
snowballing time.
what is a game like for the blue-black deck to overcome all these creatures? Maybe he needs some removal spells, some cast downs, right?
Yeah, he played 3 snuff out and 3 cast down. So the point now is to dig the deck to find at least a pair of that removal spell to get rid of the Timberwatch Elves.
Yeah, unfortunately, Simone hasn't been able to find any removal spells till now. The whole game, he's probably drawn about half of his deck and saw 0 of the 6 removal spell he plays. So it's kind of unfortunate in that regard, but the game is still long. Matteo doesn't seem to be wanting to turn in the corner soon. He's just stalling right now.
I really appreciate the way Matteo is playing Elves right now because he's not developing all the cards on the board and is keeping the resources for a long-term game here.
Yeah, so main deck Suffocating Fumes definitely helped a lot, but unfortunately there's only one copy in Simone's deck. That means that, you know, in Pauper there's no Snapcaster Mage available. I mean, there is, but none that, you know, is played here. So that Suffocating Fumes is gone.
Yeah. I think he played only one of them.
We will have a lot more sweepers post sideboard, but, you know, we're playing main deck right now. But Lead the Stampede enters again. This time only finds 2 creatures. Finally, the Saga Wilding and a Findern Elves are the picked up for that Lead the Stampede. Saga Wilding could be the way Matteo starts attacking back with like a flyer, giving +X and trample.
Yeah, Hydra plus Sago, it should be the way he could get rid of all of those flyers over there.
Okay, Mass Vandal, not very good in this matchup, just a 2-mana 1/3 Elves. And now, once again, Matteo's thinking about, should I attack here? I've got this 2 Timberwatch, each of them gives +6. Is it good to attack with, you know, something? But probably not, honestly. You just chill here.
I still 2 other copies of the Stampede in the hand of Matteo.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. An attack here, interesting. Attacking with a reach creatures means that it's opening the door for these blockers. Sneaky Snacker, pretty happy to block here, I think. I don't know, we'll see. Ooh.
But there is a lot of Elves over there, and that card has trample, so Simone needs to pay attention to the Timberwatch effect here.
Okay. We are chomping here, it seems. We're soaking up 5 damage with that Gurmag Angler. So some damage will leak through, but yeah. I see a cast down in Simone's hand. The way Bestow works is that if cast down comes on that Mass Vandal, the Hydra still remains in the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it.
And that's the same if you remove the target creature of your Bestow.
On the stack.
On the stack, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like the Gurmag Angler just chumped some damage. Very, very hard game for the Blue-Black Terror to win this game 1. He needs those Arms of Adar. He needs those extra Suffocating Fumes post-sideboard.
And at least one of his 6 removals.
Definitely, yes. But now there's no flyers, no reach creature, so we can finally attack for at least 6 damage in the air. Okay, we see cast down, finally taking out one of those 2 Timberwatch Elves here.
On the tapped one.
On the tapped one, yeah. I mean, all right.
Okay.
I guess both of them.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That attack seemed unexpected, at least. But I guess what's happening here is that the attack would have just killed only 1 bird, whereas it got rid of a Gurmag Angler, so maybe it actually went better this way. But let's see now. 6 damage coming across. The Terror cannot attack.
No,
because
that's a huge creature over there.
Yeah, because that Timberwatch pumped one of those Elves. Okay. 2 islands up, always scary. That might represent the counterspell. Matteo has in hand a lot of cards. Despite, you know, we're very late in the game, the Elves deck has drawn so much that is just keeps the threat coming. is here only missing lands, though. That's missing, like, Manador, Priest of Titania, and so on would be the best find here. Lead the Stampede, number 3. Let's see now.
Here we go.
Priest of Titania has been found, as well as a Generous Ant and a third copy of Nyxborn Hydra.
Generous Ant also is a creature with reach, so it can start blocking all that birds over there.
Generous Ant indeed, plus that food, we can gain some life, making sure we don't die to these illusions. We see here 5 mana being tapped in a Saga Wilding. That is a 5 mana reach creature.
A flying creature, so...
Sorry, flying creature.
3/3 flyer with that gains 3 life when enters the battlefield.
And gains 3 life. Ooh, Abandoned Attachment. That's the newest addition from the Avatar set. Discarding a Gurmag Angler. The ground is stalled. We have to go in the air. I believe we're on 7 bird tokens because that Abandoned Attachment bumped it up to 7. There may be a missed trigger, but we'll see what the players are doing here. No, this event is closed decklist. The decklist will arrive at the end of the tournament, so stay tuned. We are describing you kind of the list as they go through, but no, the decklist is closed decklist.
Yeah, the only part of the tournament that has open decklist is the top 8, so...
Yes, indeed. So we're attacking here. The Gurmag Angler, sorry, the Torromacco Terror as well is attacking. It's very important to attack here. Yes, we're losing 2 flyers to the Reach creature and the Saga Wilding, but we are leaking damage. Very, very important. Saga Wilding. Is that stock in Elves? So yesterday when my teammate Marco De Pivo was playing Elves, he didn't have that card in his deck. We have...
So I'm watching the list of both the Elves player here, and I'm watching through this card in the sideboard that is the Secret Touch. Really amazing. We'll see.
We'll see later, but we have the Mass Vandal who chum blocked Tolarian Terror as well as some Reach and Flying Creature, getting rid of some flyers. So I see here that the plan of Simone is just to leak through damage with those flyers, but this is the big turn for Matteo. He's gonna populate the board with more and more elves here.
Yeah. He has the chance to recast a lot of elves and get presence on the board. In the turn, he should beat this.
Yeah.
Maybe it should be too late to the next turn.
This is another Saga Wilding, so good right now, huh?
Okay.
Super powerful. Saga Wilding, making another flyer, gaining 3 life, exactly what the Elves player wants to do. It's pretty crazy. You know, this Elves player, look at that. On play, there's 2 Saga Wilding, a Nyxborn Hydra. Those are not Elves.
No, definitely not.
Wow, and attacking as well. Bringing Simone down to 10, realizing that the best defense is the attack. And then does the Priest of Titania come in? That Priest of Titania is so important here to just make sure that the mana just keeps on flowing. We can cast the Generous Ant and so on. Yes, indeed. Here it is. Such an iconic card from Urza Saga. Legally modern as well. Reprinted in MH2. You know, modern can play Elves as well over there. But in Pauper, I guess Emperor Modern, I think, is where Elves does the best job here. So a little bit of an issue here that we're working on fixing, but yeah, so Elves we've seen to be the 4th most popular deck in the format.
Yep.
Definitely a driving force, which players take so much care of with so many sweepers, always thinking about Elves, mono white. Which other go white strategy works in Pauper?
Which other, sorry?
Go wide, like a deck that plays a lot of creatures. I think Elves, you know, it's probably the strongest tribe. We see sometimes goblins with Goblin Grenade.
Yeah. Goblin is not a deck anymore, but I think that also Mono Red has their aggro strategy. So he switched from the Madness strategy to the Swarm strategy of
That's
Mono
true.
Red Rally. His Rally had the Hornbook that create human tokens and give hast to all the humans you control.
Yeah,
So BTA Horn, let's go.
Yeah, we have seen Rally de Homburg being in the previous feature match,
Yeah.
Mono Red Rally, and unfortunately lost to the Tron deck.
Yeah, most Tron, yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to work here, trying to fix the match to show you the first match. Maybe we can see the second match.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, so on the other table, we have Lorenzo Aldegheri, which maybe you can tell the viewers who is this player.
Yeah, Lorenzo Aldegheri is the strongest and most powerful Pauper player in the LPI ranking. He was the #1 in ranking in the last year and the year before. He's one of the most active players also in the format. So he developed also a huge deck, a huge deck in the sideboard that also Matteo Cirigliano is playing.
Yes. So Lorenzo Aldegheri here playing Elves. So again, this is the highest ranked player for 2 years in a row in Italy. And he chose to play Elves. That means that Elves is definitely one of the best deck in the format, and no one can argue with that. Also playing Sagu Wilding, and is facing Mono White, the deck that gained the most, maybe alongside Affinity with the newest set.
Yep.
Leonardo Big Brother being an extremely powerful and cheap threat that can just let you sneak in some extra damage, as well as just being a very cheap removal spell. Looks like we are able to go back to our main feature match where we have game 1 of Elves versus Dimir Terror. Sorry for that. We see that Simone is still struggling to get his birds through those flyers that are the Sagu Wilding and the Nyxborn Hydra.
Oh, I can see an unexpected Fang over there, so I think that Solarian Terror has become a 6/6 with Lifelink.
Lifelink counter, not that threatening in this matchup, because the goal of Matteo isn't to take the life total down to 0 that quickly. He just wants to stabilize the board and then eventually take over. Priest of Latania has been killed. And now Sagu Wilding is eating one of those 2 flyers, 3 flyers. So,
and that's a generous that's a 5/7. There's afraid of another unexpected Fang.
okay, look at that block by Matteo Cirigliano. He's playing around a second copy of Unexpected Fang here because he's over-blocking a Tolerant Terror. One Unexpected Fang has already been played, so he just decided to block jumping the Tolerant Terror and over-blocking the other Terror. Let's see what Simone has to say. Nothing, he just deals 3 damage. And we can even tap those Elves to gain a food, so he actually takes no damage in this combat phase. Killing a Terror and 2 more Elves here. And then a Sneaky Snacker Outcast, which the Dimir Terror has the ability to do that, whereas Mono Red Madness cannot outcast the Fairy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see now. Again, Gingerbread Cabin is the technology, very strong with Quirion Ranger, where you can gain 3 life every turn of the game. And then 5 mana for a 3rd Sagu Wilding. Crazy stuff here.
Pretty nice creature walls in the highest part of the table.
Yeah.
And, as we can see, also Generous End is the greatest wall that the Tolarian Terror need to pass through.
Yeah, and Matteo doesn't care about attacking. He just passes back. He just says, yeah, you're at 22 life because you've been gaining a lot with Terror. I don't want to race. I'm just going to eventually win with a Nyxborn Hydra on a flyer.
Yeah, stabilize the board here is very important for Matteo. And this is the part where he's aiming for.
Yeah, so the deck is labeled Elves, but on this battlefield I've seen, all but Elves. This seems like a mono-grade mid-range deck to me. That's the strength of the Elves deck. Again, he has been swept by Suffocating Fumes, and he's just able to just stabilize the board with just 5 drops here.
Yeah, I think that Matteo has the Avenging Hunter in hand from a long time, but won't be able to cast due to all the flyers that will take the initiative back.
Yes, indeed. Initiative is a scary mechanic because if you are losing the initiative, well, Simone is going to be able to deal that +2/+2 counter, 5 damage, and so on. So very scary here. We see the snuff out, getting rid of Generous Ant, and now we're attacking with all the flyers and all the creatures actually. So
He's feels strong on 18 life points, so he's trying to get the initiative from Matteo.
Yeah.
Trying to revolve the mechanics. Yeah.
yes, so we have 4 bird token on the battlefield as well as 2 untapped. 4 tapping, attacking, 2 untap here. Let's see how does Matteo, because remember, a few turns ago he played around Unexpected Fangs. Does he want to do that again? Because it's a really expensive card to play around combat after combat. So we may just be like, I don't know, just not doing that anymore. We'll see. Yes, it doesn't seem like he's playing around it anymore. Just trading Terror for Avenging Hunter. Let's see if Simone has
and there's another one.
a second copy of Fangs. He does. Sometimes in Magic, it's difficult, right? Because what happened there, like a few turns ago, he played around it, and now he doesn't play around it anymore. Well, simply because he can't afford it anymore. He doesn't have spare elves anymore to overblock the terror. So, you know, that's the reason why. And now he loses the initiative. He loses the Avenging Hunter. He lets Simone gain 12 life in this combat step.
Yeah, but that's a nice point. He can attack back and take the initial. Oh no, there are 3 flyers over there. I didn't see them.
Yes, 3 flyers over there. And also, losing the initiative here, sure, but you just lose blockers.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, okay. Because the player packed one packed the graveyard, one packed the lands. I thought it was over. Nyxborn Hydra, I believe, is still in Matteo's hand. And I think he piled up all the lands because he wants to cast a huge Nyxborn Hydra.
No, another Avenging Hunter.
Another Avenging Hunter, so we're stealing the initiative manually. This is how I say it.
They're saying there's a double land drop over there. But pay attention.
We have some judges on the floor. Maybe we can talk about that. But anyway, let's see now. The initiative goes on chapter number 2, putting 2+1/+1 counter on the Avenging Hunter. And Brainstorm is playing in response, making an extra bird tokens here. Bringing back, most importantly, the Sneaky Snacker. And now putting 2 cards on top. Untapping. Okay, looks like there's 4 illusions altogether. Those, oh wow, attacking with all here.
They decided to be the aggro deck here.
Yes. Remember, the initiative has been taken for both players. So here, if Simone steals the initiative again, he's going to be able to put 2+1/+1 counter. It's still 1 level away from that 5 damage. Okay, we're triple blocking here with the illusions. And then what? 5 damage in the air are getting through here. This is expensive. We have the food though, so there's only 2 damage going to go through this turn, but the initiative is going to be taken.
We saw that also the Murmuring Mystic here did a lot of works to keep the board present high in the in the Dimir part of the table.
Yeah, I don't know why the initiative hasn't been taken. I guess it's a trigger as well, but weird. Players are playing very... Oh my... What?
Definitely some strange is happening here.
Yeah, the initiative was definitely taken. Okay, the players are now clearing it up right now. I think we have to call the judge on this stage, though. Because look at that timer. Half an hour passed and we're still in game 1. The players have missed the initiative. I don't... Is that something you can miss in paper? Because remember...
No. Okay.
Playing paper Magic.
You did it.
We'll see now. Okay. Okay, no. Okay, they acknowledged the initiative trigger in the upkeep. All good. Playing a little bit too quickly. That's kind of what you have to do in Pauper, though. Sometimes these games are long, and you have to play fast, to make sure you don't go to time. So sometimes you miss some important stuff. Anyway, Matteo is tapping 3 forests. What is that? A 4th copy of Timberwatch Elf. No, a 4th Lead the Stampede. Lots of lands. Quirion Ranger, very good with that Titania.
And another Avenging Hunter.
And the 3rd copy of Avenging Hunter, which can once again manually take back the initiative here.
Right.
Quirion Ranger, and now the Hydra taps for 2. So we can go 2 mana. You even have that combo with the Gingerbread Cabin.
Also, the Gingerbread Cabin had created a lot of food, so a lot of lives gaining for using this technology.
Yeah.
I really like it.
The Mono Blue Terror might have dealt 50 damage this game, but with all that life gain that happened. A 3rd Avenging Hunter makes the initiative to the 5 damage chapter.
Yeah, the trap room.
The trap room. And now passing the turn. Let's see. The decks are thin. There may be a decking situation here. The blue-black player is playing very fast. The Elves player has 4 blockers in the air. The Sneaky Snackers are attacking, untapping, don't attack anymore. Yeah, this game is long.
Definitely. He needs to think about the attackers here, but he's still in a high ground position due to the 32 life points here.
Yeah.
So I think he can get an advantage of that.
All right, deep analysis, draws 2 cards. Bird token goes to 2.
Mental note.
Mental note, milling 2 cards. Wow, milling 2 cards is risky in this spot.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have milled the opponent.
I'm curious about how many cards are left in both grades.
Yeah,
in
because
both library here.
Both players play a lot of cards here. Let's see now. The Sneaky Snackers have already... it's kind of weird because you already drew your 3rd card of the turn, so Sneaky Snacker isn't coming back this turn. Oh, it was Mental Note. Mental Note, you must mill your own deck, whereas Thought Scour, you can mill the opponent deck. Mental Note is slightly worse than Thought Scour because of this reason. Definitely good point. Okay, so we see here an attack with all. Matteo needs to hold the battlefield so that he doesn't lose the initiative. Lots of life gain to be gained here. 8 life. But unfortunately, Magic, you don't win the life gain. You win. I mean, you gotta put your life total to 0, but I guess you can also mill your opponent out. This is game 1, by the way. I guess we won't see a backup feature match.
And Elves should be a pretty quick deck, but not so much in this point, I think.
I mean, again, it definitely became a more of a mid-range deck
Yeah.
with those Avenging Hunter, Sagu Wilding, and Expert Hydra.
Yeah. Totally agree. And that's one of the points where Elves was weak in his previous version, the mid and late game. But I think that this version completely nailed it.
All right, so we're bouncing the Gingerbread Cabin.
Again.
Making the land drop, making the food, tapping. Is that for X equals 6? So the Sagu Wilding is gaining +6/+6 here. Yes, all good. Let's see if there's a counter spell.
No, it resolves.
There's
But
Snuff
that's
Out.
Snuff Out.
Well, Snuff Out only counters. Oh, attacking. That's
nice because remember that he can untap with the Quirion Ranger in the turn of Dimir Terror.
That's true. Quirion Ranger, very strong, giving your creature vigilance.
Bouncing the Gingerbread Cabin too.
Indeed. I believe Monogreen has it now. It's going to be able to just hold the battlefield, get to the initiative, go to the last chapter, and keep on attacking with that large Hydra.
Oh, there's a Snuff Out and... Oh, Lottery revealed. Okay.
Oh, there's a very interesting point over there. If the Elves deck has access to the last Sagu, they can't deck out. Why?
Oh, because they can easily, with the empty deck, draw the Sagu, using the spell part of the card and shuffling it back in the graveyard, in the library.
Exactly. The the ability of searching a land shuffles the Sagu back in the deck, which means that you just draw step the Sagu every turn. Of course, though, Thought Scour can break that loop because you just mill the Sagu and then you deck your opponent out. And then look at that. He's actually counting his deck right now. Oh, no, never mind.
No, he's using the last ability of the...
That's true. He's doing the initiative last ability. He can get another Avenging Hunter or maybe a Quirion Ranger. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, look at that timer. Look at the clock. 15 minutes left. This is game 1.
35 minutes of game 1.
35 minutes of game 1. I guess this is how you dodge the Arms of Adar in the sideboard. You just dunk that to game 2.
That's a pretty good strategy, I think.
Yeah, maybe Simone has to concede to just get access to his sideboard. But I think Matteo has something like 14 cards in his deck right now. So maybe it's actually the strategy is to mill your opponent. Let's see now. The player resolved the initiative in the upkeep, so they're drawing for turn. And yes, he has to...
No, he has to search the land before.
Yeah.
Before drawing a card.
Okay, it looks like he stopped before looking at the card, so he was able to fix that. All right, looks like there's a draw step here. A gingerbread cabin comes in. Matteo at this point is not going to play any other land for the rest of the game that isn't that cabin. He's only going to play that cabin for the rest of the game. His hand must be like 6 lands or something.
Yeah, definitely.
The event, of course, is closed decklist, but you'll be able to access to them as soon as possible. We have usually Paupergeddon always post top 32 after the event is accomplished. What happens here is that Matteo needs to find another Hydra. There it is. That's the Hydra.
Oh, he decided to concede.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense to concede. Simone saw enough. He tried to win on decking. He also had very few cards in the deck, so maybe he was losing that decking battle as well. The players drew their whole library, and at the end, Elves won.
Yeah, we were talking about this just the round before this with Pivo, that we were saying that the Pauper players are not happy to concede in any way.
Okay.
So, but I think that there's no... so right spot before this to concede. I think Simone had the chances to win this game, but after the last 2 or 3 turns of Elf, it's right to concede right now.
I think Simone played it very well. He
Yeah.
played very fast, which isn't easy to do, and he understood when he has to concede. Matteo knew this matchup. Matteo was ready to fight the long game. He milled his deck to fight the long game. And now he has to fight 2 Arms of Adar and a second copy of Suffocating Fumes in the sideboard.
Yeah.
And that is going to be important. But the card that you mentioned before that the Elves deck have in the sideboard, what does it do? Lignify.
Lignify is an aura costing 2 mana that...
Lignify,
transform the creature in an 0/4 creature with no ability.
Yeah, so it costs 2 mana, right?
Yeah, it costs 2 mana.
And it's a card from Lorwyn, I believe. So you use that to do what here? To turn off the...
the main target of Lignify is the Gattos Knife.
I was thinking about that.
All fingers in mono red versus, but you still use them to get rid of the Murmuring Mystic, for example. As we saw, Murmuring Mystic did a lot of things in the previous game. So I think that it should be a card that Matteo wants in the sideboard.
Yeah, honestly, I love this sideboard by Matteo. He doesn't play Vitugazzi. That's a card to me that's kind of unplayable. A 2-mana 2/4 against 2 life doesn't have place, I think, in Pauper. I don't know why it's so popular.
Exactly the
same list
of the area.
Yeah.
At least the sideboard.
Yeah, I believe that card, because again, people was playing Elves, and he had that card in the sideboard, and I'm like, no way you play this card. It's 2-mana 2/4 game 2. That card doesn't belong to anything. So yeah, I'm glad to see their card is gone, and you see just Lignify to answer the mono red matchup.
I think also Monstrous Emergence here is a card because it's revealing Generous End from the hand to get rid of the Tolarian Terror, for example.
I think that it's more of a stretch because you need to combine 2 cards to get rid of a card. I think it's not that good here. I think Matteo is not going to bring that in, but we'll see now. The players have very quickly sideboarded because they are in time constraint. We see Arms of Adar, we see 2 lands. That's an easy keep. And now we have the Matteo Mulliganin. Oh, no, they're both keeping. It's just those black sleeves on a black playmat. All right, it's a little bit... when I do YouTube videos on my YouTube channel on Mango's Workshop, we make sure to never have black sleeves.
Okay.
Because you don't want to lose the deck there. But yeah, Sneaky Snacker, once again, art casted, not ideal, but still a 2-mana evasive creature. Could have been worse.
He needs to be as fast as possible here. He has 10 minutes to win 2 games here. So
Wow.
hard casting Sneaky Snacker here should be a good plan.
Look at that, though. Land go and land grant go. This is a start that really doesn't seem what else wants to do. But Matteo had the same start in the previous game and he won it. So that is, his plan is just to go very, very slow.
Ooh.
Timberwatch Elf as the first Elves. In the meanwhile, Simona is playing at a blazing speed with a abandoned attachment, discarding a Sneaky Snacker, putting that right away into play.
But I can clearly see a removal spell right now there in the end of Simone. So
yeah, and cast down was a little cameo there, but it hasn't been casted yet. You can just wait until the end of the turn. There's no cards like Veil of Summer that can punish you here.
yeah.
4 mana for a plot. We have the Paladin into play that can be plotted for 1 less mana than its converted mana cost. So it's just gonna next turn come in. There's a 5/4 that gains 3 life.
That one is also a card that I really don't like so much.
Okay. Well, I believe at least it's a threat that you can attack with.
That's for sure, but I think that it doesn't resolve the matchup.
He is Sneaky Snacker here attacking, sending Matteo down to 10. And passing the turn with just 3 mana up. Once again, that cast down was... because you ideally want to kill the Timberwatch Elves, but not when there's no Elves into play, right? So the Paladin is in. Let's see what it does here. 5 mana, 5/4. When it comes into play, gains 3 life. And that is a strong card that can swing the race in favor of Matteo. Wow, look at that hand by Simone. It's quite clunky over there. Lots of 7 drops. And boom, back-to-back Paladin here. And they're going to be both of them killed. Playing once again super fast. This turn is going to be huge. I believe Simone is going to drop down 2 Terror.
Here we go.
2 Terror and the Gurmag Angler here. Holding up 1 island. Crazy play here.
That's how you fast play this deck.
Yes, indeed. Going through a lot of the things here, and let's see. The players now, I think, need to slow down a bit because yes, we are in game 2 and there's another round to be played, but you still need to play and you need to think through your plays because now a Generous Ent is coming down. Oh, there it is. See it. Spinewood Paladin. So Generous Ent comes in. Oh, that's it. Arms of Adar gives -2/-2 to
My God.
to the Timberwatch Elves. Of course, Matteo can save it by tapping it, but that still will leave him with just 1 blocker, and that's not enough to get to blocker phase. And maybe Matteo is telling his opponent, okay, let's relax a bit. I know we're on 7 minutes, but please, let's think this through here. Let's shuffle properly and go to a game 3. 1 apiece. The players have now equalized the score.
Yeah, I really love the way Simone deal with this game. He was able to get at least in an equal position to go with at the additional turns.
Yeah, exactly. The players, of course, need to play some piece of play, but Matteo needs to check his sideboard. Maybe on the play he wants to bring back those Avenging Counter that you removed, which, of course, they are a lot better on the play than they're on the draw. So, a very simple plan by Simone. He went turn 2 Sneaky Snacker, turn 3 Abandoned Attachment, discard Sneaky Snacker, reanimated, and then just removal spell, threats. That's how he got the job done in very, very few turns. And now he's patiently waiting the opponent to present the deck. We are headed to game 3 of this round 3 of Paupergeddon. Or 900 players on the table, 8 rounds day 1, 6 and 2 to access to day 2. I appreciate that it's turning the dice all in the same direction.
I think that a lot of people in chat also appreciate it.
Yes. Okay. black sleeves versus pink sleeves, and Matteo on black sleeves headed. Looks like he's mulligan very quickly. The Elves deck has some like very simple mulligan. You do need one forest sometimes to start. He has very few forests, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's playing, I think,
11 forests.
11 plus the gingerbread cabin.
Yes, indeed. So 11 forests and the land grants, of course.
But I need we don't forget that Elves is also an aggro deck, so he's able to close the game tree in few rounds. So let's look.
Okay. Now we have Forest and Alanura Elves. The players once again. Look at that. We have Abandoned Attachment and Sneaky Snacker. That's a very powerful combo of the Dimir Terror deck. That's the combo that you do in Mono Red Madness with Grab the Prize and Highway Robbery, but you can also do that in blue thanks to Abandoned Attachment in the Avatar set.
Yeah, I know that a lot of players also are trying that card in Familiar, for example.
Ooh.
Using the Modern Age shell, or allowing but removing the bad cards, for example, Modern Age.
Okay, so Simone is tapped out, but there is a card that he can cast, Snuff Out.
Yeah.
That is the force of will of Pauper, as I like to call it. You don't need mana to interact with your opponent. Ooh, look at that. Quirion Ranger, very quickly. Untapping Forest, untapping Elf. 5 mana, Sprint Wood Paladin. Man, you know, there's a play that actually tilts me a bit.
Why?
End of turn Snuff Out tilts me.
Why?
Because you just untap, take your turn, take the extra information, and then you snuff out. You know, that's something that I always say, you know, cracking petal, Lotus Petal end of turn, or treasure tokens end of turn, or playing snuff out is something that mildly tilts me whenever I play Cube with my friends and I see that play.
Okay.
But
Totally makes totally sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, wow, look at that. Counterspell quickly answering the Winding Way. And now we see those 3/1/1s. If a Suffocating Fumes happen to them, that'd be hard. You know how I call Quirion Ranger sometimes? Soaring.
Soaring, yeah.
Because it adds 2 mana. You untap the Forest, made a land drop, and tap the Llanowar Elf. That's 2 mana for a single card.
Well, with this situation, and a Priest of Titania should be called also the Black Lotus, for example.
Okay, Simone doesn't
Mental
have
note.
a basic land. Oh, Mills Arms of Adar. That's a card he would have loved to draw. And attacking, and that's a top land playing so fast right now. There's only 3 minutes left on the clock. Does he play Terror? He doesn't. He holds up Counterspell here.
I think that's the right choice, holding a counterspell here, preventing the casting of big creatures or big threats.
Let's see now. Matteo hasn't made a land drop in a while, but the Quirion Ranger is helping him to keep that land drop going. By hasn't made a land drop, I mean hasn't played a third land. Counterspell answers Winding Way, but there are a few creatures in his hand. Again, he has access right now to 4 mana. More Elves. It's funny that they are all the same. Elvish Mystic, Llanowar Elf, Finder and Elves, they're all the same, but different named. Wow, just attacking. The end must be clunky over there. Whoa!
Wow.
A pair of Tolarian Terror, and now once again holding up mana. Man, Simone knows his deck very well.
Yeah.
I mean, also Matteo, but he's maybe a little bit more peaceful person. He plays a little bit. Okay, we finally see a land drop. 2 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand. We are expecting to see maybe another Paladin, maybe a Nyxborn Hydra, maybe a Generous Ant.
I think that Simone has at least one
No.
Suffocating Fumes.
The land drop has already been made. So, okay. Oh, it's fine. That's fine. It's just respawned. No. Okay, all good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Nice. They know.
They know. Okay, so we're tapping 5 mana, +1 floating, +1 floating. So this should be X = 5, I believe. Making the Quirion Ranger a 6/6, which is a very important number because that blocks the Tolarian Terror. But look at that. Cast down. Takes care of it.
He still blocked the Tolarian Terror.
He can still trade, but it's a lot better because that means that you don't have to, just jump attack. And now the Hydra. Whoa!
Ooh, here we go.
I didn't expect unexpected things to be kept post sideboard in this matchup. I would have sided out because life gain isn't that important, and I feel like this was just a 2-mana 1/1. Sorry, a 2-mana +1/+1. A little bit of an issue, but hopefully we get to fix it before the end of this match. The players have very few time on the clock, but the mono blue, the blue-black terror is very, very ahead right now with 2 Tolerant Terror, a 5/5 and a 6/6, and 2 Sneaky Snackers.
I also appreciate the surgical use of the resources of Simone. I really appreciate how he played this deck.
Yes. Now the initiative comes in, but it's really not that good because the Sneaky Snacker are going to be able to steal the initiative. Let's see now. Looks like the turn passed, and Simone is attacking with only 3 creatures.
Yeah, keep a Accelerator back to block.
Keep their about to block is certainly a decision right now. He doesn't want to trade. He wants to give the opponent the ability only to double block. Let's see why. Maybe he has
another copy.
Maybe Suffocating Fumes.
Or maybe just a simple removal.
We'll see. Stealing the initiative. Now the players have slowed their pace because they reached to the turns. The judges is over there. And we are making sure that we're going to start counting the turns here. Has the initiative been missed? Not sure. Anyway. We had a little bit of an issue here, so we're back. The hand gets extended. Too many 5/5 Sneaky Snackers. I believe the Sneaky Snackers were so important in this match because they were able to just apply early pressure. And Matteo wins game 1 in 40 minutes, and Simone managed to win game 2 and 3 in 10 minutes. That is an extremely important skill to have when it comes to Pauper. You have to play fast.
Yeah, you have to play fast, and you have to use time as a big resource, and I really appreciate how Simone deal with it.
This is not enough spoken about this. In Magic, in paper tournaments, you have to play fast. If you play a 14-rounds tournament, playing slowly leads to draws. Leading to draws leads to leaking match wins, leaking match points, and
kill your performance overall.
You have to practice paper. You can be the best Magical Land player in the world, but you need those paper games. And a lot of people here at Paupergeddon play their Pauper League. Right?
Yeah, of course.
You, Sapo, are one of the pioneer of Lega Pauper Italia.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, so how does it work, Lega Pauper Italia? Like, people, can they just let's say I live in Senigallia, in in the Marche region. How can I play Pauper?
There is a website, legapauperitalia.it, where you can see all local leagues. So you just check where are you on the map and see where's the nearest blue point. So you can click on them, contact them, and go play Pauper in real life. So
exactly.
Amazing. I know that playing Pauper online is nice, but I think that if you miss the community part, you're missing the best part of Pauper.
That's for sure. My league is Lega Pauper Adriatica. What about yours?
I was the CEO of Lega Pauper Milano, and I still play over there, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So, again, Pauper is, a Magic format, a Magic format you can play Magical Line, Magical Line challenges, but the reason why Paupergeddon is such a strong brand is the local leagues, is the players that travel all around Italy from, seen some players from Sardinia even, that come here and they just play paper. They just, travel the country, and we have, of course, Lega Pauper Italia abroad Italy as well.
Yeah, of course. We have more than 30 foreign leagues all over Europe. We're still working on leagues across the ocean in the United States, so stay tuned. A lot of news incoming.
Yes, indeed. So, we've watched match 3. It was a fantastic match between Elves and Dimir Terror. In the end, Dimir Terror was the winner, but you stay tuned because we have a lot more Magic to play this weekend. 8 rounds day 1, 6 round day 2, plus top 8, of course.
Yeah. So, see you.
My name is Alexis Siri. I am from Venezuela, but I live in the United States. My first car was in 2019. By the end of 2019, I got like an email to like work with Magic. Sincerely, I never thought I was gonna work for like Magic. My first car was 2019 Lightning Ball. I will say Madre Tierra because actually, like in the making of Madre Tierra, they asked me to use like my Venezuelan, you know, like heritage or stuff I like from my country. So I use a lot of that to make that car. So for me, that's the more like personal car. Yeah. Probably the preordained car because it was like it wasn't like something specific about that car. They wanted to like make it like some more like a feeling with like music. It's supposed to look like a music poster for like new age music. That wasn't like the idea. So that was a little hard. Like, but actually, I think like came out great. Like people actually like that car a lot. Man, like anything with a skull or like anything that looks like heavy metal, that's my thing. So yeah, like anything with like demons or whatever. My favorite one was Dustmore. You know, like that set that came out with like the haunted house, or because it was like 80s and it was like horror movies. It was like everything I like. And they asked me to like, you know, like look your. They always like tell me to like everything has to look my style, and my style is like 80s like comic book style. I don't know. I had like a really fun doing that one. So usually, not only with the car, but like with anything. Like I do like comic books too. I usually like to like watch movies and read like comics. Something like relay a little bit to like what I'm gonna do. So to like take like some ideas with me. So like people always like ask me about my coloring. You know, like they like bright color. Actually, like my color is not only like based on like 80s comics. It's also based on Mario Bava movies, you know, like the Giallo movies, Italian. I love like Magic the Gathering fan base. It's like the best fan base ever. I don't know, I'm just like glad like I had the chance to do this. Molto bene.
Molto bene.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Deck Tech Time. With me now, our one of the best player I could have here in the Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026 as a colleague. You're a caster like me, being the 7th, but we'd like to bring you one of the best mid-range in the format. So let's talk about Dimir Fairies. What is the deck?
Yeah, so normally when you say Dimir Fairies, people think of Ogre of Bolas.
Yeah.
That's like a classic Dimir Fairy card. And I decided that I don't want to have any of it. I'm not playing Ogre of Bolas in my deck. No chance, right? And I've been playing Mono Blue for most of the time.
Yeah.
And then I decided, well,
to pollute.
Yeah, I had to pollute the deck a little bit because of the uptick of cards like Skyfisher, decks like Elves, Wall Spy, like
and Utro Monitor too.
Utro Monitor now,
entry,
precisely.
Yeah.
So nowadays, I think it's a bit more worth it to have hard removal, not just this, Snap, Harrier, Strix, Tempo removal. And so I decided to splash, but I didn't want to play Ogre of Bolas.
Okay.
So basically, I took the Mono Blue core, right? Because some people play just like this. I said, no. And this, and Intruder. full squad is with me now.
Yeah, this is not so usual to see in a Dimir Fairy
Yes.
deck. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Fairy Miscreant and Brain Barrow Intruder.
And also, people play like, for example, 2, 3, 4 ninjas. Full 8. Full 8 here. So it's basically like mono blue. 12 1-drops, 8 ninjas, and we go to town. And the whole idea is to play your removal spell on turn 3, 4, 5. You know, when Chrysalis comes down later in the game, then you kill it. But you want to spend the early game pressuring the opponent, punishing them for stumbling.
Okay.
So keeping the mono blue kind of spirit.
So you basically changed the interaction part of the deck. So you switch from tempo to mid-range.
Exactly.
Okay. Or basically more you switch the conception of tempo. Okay. Amazing. I like it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the interaction part of the deck. The best removal in the format right now.
Yes.
Snuff out 4 copies.
Yes.
Cast down 3 copies. Yeah. But of course the Lorien reveal.
To enable the splash, exactly.
Not even say. And 2 copies of
Thorn
of the Black Rose. Why?
Yeah, so at the beginning, I thought this is not a good card for the deck. It costs 4 mana, requires black, doesn't help with opposing stuff. But I was like, let's try. People play it, let's try. Oh my god. This card is absolutely insane. I was considering 3, like playing 1 in the side. This card is insane. And it's specifically good here for a very good reason. When you play fairies and you play to the board with intruder, ninjas and stuff, people will very happily block and trade off because they want the board clear. But then, if they do so, you play this on an empty board because they blocked everything all the time. So you go boom, Thorn of the Black Rose, and they're like, uh-oh.
As you teach me, it's okay to creature
To die. Exactly.
So I can cast my own Thorn of the Black Rose.
Thorn has got a couple of other upsides. First one, it has Death Touch. So it blocks Chrysalis or Tolarian Terror, or attacks in, and you can then ninja it. So that's fine. Also, it doesn't get Pyroblasted. So against decks like Jungle Affinity, they might be holding a Pyroblast for something, and they're like, Thorn?
Illegal target for Snuff Out.
Illegal, exactly. And also, it doesn't die to mass removal.
Yeah.
Breath Weapon, Drowning Sorrow. And maybe it doesn't sound that big, but if, let's say, 2 creatures die, but this stays, you still can pump the ninja and go boom, boom, boom. So Thorn is absolutely incredible. And of course, it also works great with this package.
Yeah, amazing. Let's talk about the sideboard here.
Yeah.
I can see 6 copies of
Blast.
Blue Blast, of course, mandatory in this specific meta game where Mono Red Madness is one of the apex predators of the format. Yeah. What's going on over there?
Yes, so what's going on? So 6 blasts, as you said, important for the Madness matchup mainly. Then you've got 4 Steel Sabotages, and then why not Annul? Well, Annul is much better against kind of the random category, like the Mono-White Heroic, Boggles, but Steel Sabotage is much better specifically against Affinity and Jund.
Okay.
And I couldn't tell you how many games I have won because they bounced their land.
I remember one of the plays, Oscura Be Greedy.
Yeah, boom, bounce the land. And actually, it works even better here than in Mono Blue. Why? Because against Jund or Affinity, you bounce the land once or twice, and then you can slam Thorn. And they're like, whoa, I've got
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and thank you for waiting. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Alessandro Moretti, and we are here to bring you round 4 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026 edition.
Yeah, quite exciting, if you say.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like the players are ready because we've been pretty quick to get things set up. So we have Junk Gardens versus Mono Red. We're not quite sure which version of Mono Red this is.
Yeah, let's check.
We'll get that in a moment for you.
Yeah, to be honest, the matchup is usually quite favorable for Mono Red, for whatever version of Mono Red. John Wildfire is a very strong. It's not Wildfire, it's Garden. My bad.
Yes.
So it's even better for the Mono Red deck this matchup because it's just a very clunky deck. It is good to interact with slower strategies, but still, if they have a lot of interaction, they may struggle, especially against spell-based deck. So burn spells are pretty good because you can really kill the burn spells. But when you have the good answers at the right time, even cards like Sneaky Snacker can be resolved quite easily. As you can see, there is a Heal Spellbomb in play, which is probably the best start as a Garden deck you can have against a Sneaky Snacker deck.
Not to mention this discard with Sneaky Snacker into Fiery Temper. That's where you want to be as the Mono Red Madness player.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Cracking off that spell bomb right now.
As you can see, being able to exile bot, Faithless Looting, and the Sneaky Snacker is a very, very strong play from the control side.
It's a very resilient card as well. You want to you want to answer that as best as you can. So we're going to cycle away this Troll of Khazad-dûm to get a Swamp.
Yeah, so John Gardens in this matchup is clearly trying to survive. We talk about a matchup where it's clear which deck is the control and which other is the aggro. So Moretti tries to kill as fast as possible the Gardens deck, while Gardens tries to survive to the late game, relying on eventually cards like Lambas to get back life. Yeah. Let me check if the deck list, if they have some copies of Campfire. Yeah, they have 2 indeed, as usual. So Campfire is probably, alongside Nihil Spellbomb, the best artifact you can play. Yeah. So Campfire is the artifact that costs 1 mana, and it's kind of weird as a card, but it's because it refers to the commander in one of its 2 abilities of the card. But the important part of Campfire is netting you life by tapping the artifact and 1 mana, while the other part, being able to shuffle back your graveyard for your deck, is not really relevant against aggressive strategies. But if the game goes longer, it can be very helpful to not die from decking out. It's kind of surprising, if I may say. I mean, are you expecting, when you're playing Pauper, to, deck out?
Yeah, Campfire is a really interesting card for Pauper because it was clearly printed in a commander set like Commander Masters. There is a line of text that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But the life gain is just so important, just given how important these red-based aggressive strategies are. And at the end of the day, you just want to buffer your life total against Madness or Rally, or in this instance, it's Mono Red Madness.
Yeah. So from we can see Mono Red is just trying to stick out some cheap damage in form of bot creatures and spells, but until they found any copy of Gutter Snipe or Castle Fulminbrator, probably the game is quite still favorable for Gardens, and we will talk about the matchup being very, very favorable for Mono Red. The thing is, Gutter Snipe, it was at first printed as an uncommon for
yes, it was.
I
believe it was downshifted in Commander Masters, I want to say. Might be wrong there. Either way, it's like a really good downshift.
Yeah, that's for sure.
As we saw at the last Paupergeddon, the Eternal Edition, late last year, Mono Red Madness won. Took down Azorius Familiars with like 4 Godfarer's Faithfuls out. And just like, nice Faithfuls you have there. What if I have these Gutter Snipes and Burn Spells?
Yeah. So even if a deck like Gardens or Familiars, we say, is able to get a bunch of life thanks to cards like Good Spirits Faithful or Weather the Storm. And of course, Gardens is not playing any Faithful, but it is indeed playing Weather the Storm, at least in the sidebar. Yeah, they have 4 copies of Weather the Storm in the sideboard, so you know it is very well prepared to face decks like Mono Red Madness. And you know, when you're playing Mono Red Madness against a deck like Gardens, at least in post sidebar game, you're trying to play around Weather the Storm. In pre-sidebar game, you don't really care about Weather the Storm because it is very unlikely for your opponent to have the card in the main deck. But still, you need to keep in mind that your opponent is heavily relying on removal spells. So it is quite surprising to see Gutter Snipe so early in the game, because as I said, you need to play around the removal spells. But if you have another copy of Gutter Snipe, just playing the first one could be good as a way to force your opponent to tap out during their turn, so later you can play another Gutter Snipe and cast a couple sorcery speed spells, and eventually kill your opponent with your, you know, Fire Blast and Lava Dart, which are 0 mana cost spells, basically.
So we see a lot of Golgari Gardens in Pauper these days. What's the difference? Why are we adding the red this time around?
Okay, so
what cards are we looking to add here?
Yeah, regarding Jungle Island, so you can compare the deck to 2 other archetypes in the format. The first one is, of course, Golgari Gardens, and the second one is John Wildfire. You know, John Gardens is more similar to Golgari Gardens, and when they add the red color, is that because they want to play Breathing Chrysalis, which is a powerhouse card.
Yes.
And yeah, beside the Breathing Chrysalis, there is Barret Weapon, which I already talked about in, I think, 2 previous rounds. Yeah, the matchup against Mono Red Rally against Monsterstrom.
Yes.
And Barret Weapon is the best mass or instant speed mass removal in the format. And yeah, the difference between John Gardens and John Wildfire is the Wildfire package. So you are playing any artifact lands, so you can even play your Furbished Familiar, because you know, casting your Furbished Familiar without having any artifact lands in play is not really so easy.
Yeah.
So
sure.
even if all those decks play the Fanatical Offering package, so Echo Wellspring, it's you know, Fanatical Offering, Visual Return Insight, etc. So the game went over when we were talking about the Magic history, if you can say.
Yes.
And the first Gutter Snipe went to the graveyard.
Yes, got cast down, firing off there. See what our Bandos Burn player can do. We just got a little blood token on the battlefield. Not much else going on. We're hitting the point with Mono Red where we're probably hitting enough lands. We don't want to draw anymore. We don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, after you're playing cards like Fatalist Looting, so maybe you want to keep those lines in hand, so you can discard them with Fatalist Looting or Grab the Prize or the... What is the name of the plot ones? I always
it is called
don't remember.
Highway Robbery is the one we're
one.
talking about from Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Yeah. From my point of view, Highway Robbery is the strongest draw spell in Mono Red because you are able to plot it. So being able to plot it means that you can play around the counter spell, but it's not a matchup where you're expecting counter spell, but it's still a card that you are able to cast from the exile by paying no mana. So that means with your Gutter Snipe or casting Fulminator and then able to deal extra damage.
Yeah, it allows you just to set up those turns. It's like, cool, I can't quite go off. I'm just gonna bank these Highway Robberies until the time is right, and then you're like, cool, take it out of plot, bam, deal 3 damage, do 2 damage, and it adds up so quickly. And it's one of the reasons why it won the last Paupergeddon back in the winter. It can just deal so much damage just out of nowhere. You just like look away for 1 second. It's like, oh, that's it. Okay, just so much damage in such a short space of time.
Another cool part about Highway Robbery is also being able to sacrifice a land, so that means that you are able in early game to, develop your mana base, and then later not discarding any card to cast the Highway Robbery.
Speaking of Riving Chrysalis, we've got one slamming down right now for Matteo.
All right, finally, probably the strongest card from Modern Horizon, number 3.
Yes.
Okay, I can't really see how many cards they have. I mean, the Mono Red Madness player, because you can say that Mono Red Madness as deck is a deck relying on a critical amount of cards. It is more similar to Storm than any Red Queen's deck. I mean, Mono Red Madness is heavily relying on Cassic and Gutter Snipe and burn spells compared to a deck like Red Queen's. So Red Queen's, if they have a bunch of creatures, that's sometimes, rather than sometimes, most times good enough. But when it comes to do Mono Red Madness, your whole game plan, your whole gameplay is based on non-creature spells. So I have a Sneaky Snacker, of course, and you have the interaction between cards like Highway Robbery or Grab the Prize with Sneaky Snacker. But still, you use those cards, to deal cheap damage. But besides that, you also use those cards to generate a sort of card advantage from them by discarding stuff like Ladart or, Fear Temper, and of course Sneaky Snacker. So it is kind of peculiar as a deck compared to the classic style of Mono Red decks.
Yes. It's very interesting in Pauper now that you have these different flavors of aggro in Pauper since the banning of Godolphin Rebirth, where you have the rally deck, which is your very sort of creature-focused, permanent, I'm going to slam as many permanents on the battlefield and turn them sideways. And then you have Mono Red Madness, which is just a spell version that wants to deal damage through using non-creature spells. And I just think it's interesting that you can take it either way. And there is also the overlapper card, so you can pivot on the metagame as you see fit. But Mono Red Madness it's been around for a while now, especially since the release of Modern Horizons 3, because that's where Sneaky Snacker came from too.
So I think the Mono Red Madness started to be a thing since the print of Grab the Prize, maybe.
Yes.
Because before that, the Madness deck, the way to go with interaction like Fatal Looting, Snack, and Fear Temper, it was Rakdos Madness.
Yeah, she had like Vampire's Kiss and things like that as well. Arms from the Vein was also a good one.
And Kitchen Imp.
Yes.
Not a lot of cards from the Mono Red side, but they have a Fire Blast, and I think a Fear Temper maybe.
I believe that's a Fairy Temper, yes.
Okay, so they just need a draw spell, I think. Yeah, to be honest, the opponent have a lot of life.
Yes.
But I think they are still able to overcome the life total of their opponent.
Matteo also has a Nihil Spellbomb as well here, can probably throw that away. Because we have Lava Darts in the graveyard here, we've got Sneaky Snackers as well, so that's something to keep in mind, because those Lava Darts can just deal the last few points of damage just to push it out of the way.
Yeah, that's for sure. So basically you are playing without having any Sneaky Snacker in your graveyard. Not having another Gutter Snipe anyway is probably what is most relevant at this point of the game.
For sure, and we're just going to beat down with a very big Riving Chrysalis.
All right, Colony Garden, very good play here with an Eviscerator Insight in the graveyard. I suppose they just need to draw a Campfire at this point of the game to, just being able to say, yeah, I have all I need to not lose this game. Probably in Pauper, the most similar deck to Mono Red Madness is not Rakdos Madness, no Mono Red Rally, but instead is Gruul Storm, Ruby Storm, I mean.
Yeah, for sure.
And there it is, a second Wildling closing the game.
Yes.
All right, so we go to game 2.
So let's look at sideboards here. Let's start with the John Gardens player. So their sideboard involves a copy of Avenging Hunter, 3 Drowning Sorrow, 4 Duress, 1 Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Troublemaker Oof, and 4 Weather the Storms. I suspect these Weather the Storms are going to come in.
Oh, well, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely big against the red decks.
Yeah, more or less, Wither Storm is a counter spell, and when your opponent is dealing damage for free with their creatures or with Fire Blast, Wither Storm is probably the best answer you can play.
Yep.
But alongside Wither Storm, I'd like to bring in Duress. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a Madness deck, so why bring in cards that discard those Madness spells? Well, because you don't really want to discard Free Chamber. You want to discard their draw spells because Madness is very weak to not having their engine in, and so you stop them from playing their game. You know, it is very, as we say, Mono Red Madness is more akin to a combo deck rather than an aggro deck. So stopping them from playing their game is the key for any control deck, being the deck, blue or other colors like John Gardens.
Yeah.
You can say John Gardens is a non-blue control deck. So.
Yeah. So moving to the Mono Red Madness sideboard, we have 3 Cast into the Fire, 4 Pyroblast, 2 Red Elemental Blast, 3 Relic of Progenitus, and 3 Suplex. So what would you like here as the Madness player who is on the play here?
So you know what is the coolest part about Mono Red Madness? You don't really need to sideboard anything when you don't need anything from your sideboard.
For sure.
The cool part about this deck, from my point of view, is that you have a very strong game 1 gameplay that often against decks like John Gardens, you prefer to not bring in anything. Yeah, you can bring in relics. You can bring Cast into the Fire or Suplex, because my opponent's playing Campfire, so exciting. Their Campfire might be very good, but to be honest, you're already playing really well against Campfire thanks to cards like Gutter Snipe. I mean, from my experience, when you're playing Mono Red Madness against this very specific deck, you just try to play around with a Storm, and of course you try to build your strategy by dealing cheap damage in the early game, and then when they are low in life, you play your Pingers, and after that you burn them. I mean, if you play the Gutter Sniper when they are low in life, you can force them from casting Weather Storm, and then after forcing their play, you play again another burn spells to kill them.
Yeah.
So it is very effective as a deck.
Yes, absolutely.
So the players we are now seeing Matteo Duchj and Andrea Belotti. I think they are kind of famous in their local areas. The first one from Turin Pauper League, the second one from Bergamo.
Yep.
It is kind of surprising to see Belotti playing Mono Red Madness here because
really?
his recent results were with John the Wildfire.
Okay.
While Duchj haven't told he's playing the format since I think 2014 I mean, or 2016. But really, just 10 years more or less.
Yeah.
He played a lot of different decks, so it is kind of hard to know for certain what decks he might play. Okay, so now we have a start with Modern Epicure, probably the best turn 1 play for Mono Red Madness. 1 mana to deal cheap damage is quite good.
Also, this blood token is just really good discard for the Fiery Tempers and those sneaky snackers.
Yep.
It is like Red Fraben Inspector essentially, and just what it does. It just generates artifact advantage. There's a lot of value you can just generate. You can get from those tokens.
Yeah, I like especially when you play 2 copies of Modern Epicure, so you can reanimate a double Sneaky Snacker by discarding 2 Snackers with 2 blood tokens, but they both trigger with the second blood token. So very powerful interaction that doesn't happen so often, but when you are able to do that, you are quite happy.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fire killing the Epicure was fully up by a Cassie from right.
Yeah.
I can see for Tempered list, I think another one maybe.
I see a 1-mana spell, but I'm not quite sure what it is, because it could be so many things in Mono Red Madness.
Yeah.
We've got the second Defile here, going for the Kessig Flame Breather. Andrea's going to cash in this blood token to discard Fiery Temper for its Madness cost.
Netting 4 damage thanks to the Kessig ability. And I think we are seeing another 1-mana burn spells, maybe Lord Art or Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
Dealing cheap damage here in the early game, I think is very, very well. It's a very good play, but it's very crucial as well because you are playing around your opponent playing with a Storm Imposter sideboard game.
Yep.
They don't have yet a green source in play. Deadly Dispute is no more legal in the format, so they can't generate green mana from black mana sources. So what they're doing here is just saying, yeah, my opponent played this turn, their line drop for this turn, but it was a swamp because they needed the extra Snowcore land to cast the file.
Yeah.
And so I am just dealing as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
As we can see, there is a Weather Storm in their hand, after all.
Yep. Only black mana in hand, unfortunately.
Ooh. Can you see that hand? I mean, double Weather Storm, double Fanatical Offering, and a Colony Garden.
Colony Garden's going to get us there on the Weather of the Storm.
Yeah.
But it depends if Andrea can get there now. We've got a Lightning Bolt and a Gutter Snipe. We have this Lava Dart in the graveyard as well. And I see a Suplex in hand, I believe, from Andrea. It's not going to do a whole lot here, but...
Well, it's 2 mana, 2 damage. I mean,
yes,
you can
it might be
target
enough, yeah.
You can target either the token or the Gutter Snipe.
Yep.
Just to deal 2 extra damage. That's cool.
Play for suit in here. We're drawing into a Lightning Bolt and a Mountain, which was discarded.
Discarding a Suplex.
Yep. So we're going to Lightning Bolt, and that is back to 1-1 with Jund Gardens back on the play here. A little bit slow from the Jund player there. A little bit swamp heavy. Drawing that Clarny Garden was a bit late. You really want to chain off this Weather the Storms as early as possible. But also Mono Red Madness had a really quick start and made the most of casting the spells when the Kessig Flame Breather was going to hit the graveyard.
Yeah. So it was a combination of being forced to cast the file as a removal spell to kill the Kessig Flame Breather, and having the file as a removal spell. So the file is good whenever you don't need an high amount of swamps in play. It was kind of forced play now. So. Yeah, Madness had too many creatures for Gardens, more or less, and also being on the play was probably what killed the Gardens deck. So it is cool that we are going to see the third game, but anyway, I think both the games went really quick. I mean,
we're at the 28-minute mark, and we're already on game 3, so these games are getting quite speedy.
Yeah, surprising from a deck like Giant Garden.
It can take a while to win. That is definitely one thing Jund Gardens is very good at, is slowing the game down.
There is this big issue with the Gardens, regardless of if you are playing Golgari or Jund, which is the time you need to win an actual game. But when you are playing Jund, you have everything Grixis, so technically speaking, you have a very good creature, both as a way to block your opponent creatures and as a way to kill them by attacking them. 4 mana or rather 2 mana to cast a 4/5 is like, I'm playing Tarmogoyf in Pauper, but it doesn't reach. And even though I need red mana to cast it, you can't really Hydro Blast it.
Yep. As considering Devoid for the longest time has just been flavor text on Magic cards, it is extremely relevant in Pauper just because it gets around Hydro Blast. And it just makes it kind of frustrating in a way. It's like, cool, here's this big red-green beater. Oh, by the way, you can't use like one of the premier sideboard cards in Pauper to answer it.
Yeah.
Also, it also just gets better in multiples. If you have 2 out and a bunch of spawns, that's pretty much game.
And another interesting thing about Chrysalis is the creature having 5 points in toughness in a format where Galvanic Blast is probably the premier removal spell, at least in red artifacts decks. So at this point, let's see if the John the Garden deck will be able to, overcome the burn damage from Mono Red Madness.
Well, Jump player's back on the play, which is very big here. With these Weather the Storms in hand as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the John the deck list we are seeing is playing any other removal spell beside the Defile, because we're able to see Snow Beast, Snow Covered Lands. So the recent John the Gardens deck list are playing Scred alongside Defile, and Scred is very strong as a card. I mean, very similar to Defile. Defile might be good against interaction like when this creature dies, generate tokens or do damage equal to its creature toughness or power. But so that's so specific that more or less Defile and Scred are the same thing. Yeah, you can prevent the damage from Scred with Prismatic Strands. Well, to be honest, I think sometimes being able to deal damage with both swamps and non-black basic lands might be just better.
Yep, so going into game 3 here, big turn 1 from John Gardens, deploying this Campfire, which is going to be huge against the red aggro deck. And we also followed that up with a Nighthill Spellbomb to keep that graveyard in check when those Faithless Lootings and Lava Darts will inevitably be there.
Ooh, wow. There is a Weather Storm.
Yep.
Icor Wellspring and Fanatical Offering. So, they don't have any removal spell, which could be, could be troublesome for the John side. But they have all their card advantage and, ways to play their game. Kessig.
Here's the power of plot.
Yeah.
Oof. This is a lot of damage.
The Hyper Robbery from Exile coming in, discarding a Fury Champer. That's something like 5 damage. Yeah, okay. And you draw 2 extra cards. Wow. But still, you have a Campfire and a Heal Spell in play.
Yes.
So you have a good cards. Let's check if they're able to find the land drop or an all spell. Not a Weather Storm. Wow. They missed the land drop.
That's not what we want to see. This Campfire is going to be able to stem some of the bleeding.
Yeah.
But these highway robberies on plot is just going to boast so much damage, especially with a follow-up Kessig Flamebreather as well.
Okay, that's an interesting play, because you can play around the Weather Storm by playing the Highway Robbery this turn, but you choose to not do that because they have a Free Champion end, and they have as well a very rich, and I mean they have a lot of card draw. If they don't deal too much damage, even if they have double Kessig Flamebreather, double Weather Storm could be a good time walk.
For sure. So Andrea's going to kick things off here with a Faithless Looting.
Yeah.
I see a Sneaky Snacker drawn.
Not really doing anything at this point of the game.
No.
So Snacker just to let the chat know how it works. You can't really reanimate the Snacker if already with a second copy of Highway Robbery, because it triggers just on the 3rd card you draw. Wow, that's a lot of 2-mana draw spells.
Here comes the Weather the Storm. This is a pretty big storm count.
Yeah, I think...
4? 3, 4?
Yeah, Mono Red played 3 cards, while John just 1. So
There'll be 4, it'll be 12. Be 12 life, yeah.
I thought Time Walker, even thought it costed 2 mana, was a rare card and not legal in Pauper. But seems like in Pauper we have a Time Walking green.
Seems reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Seems like there's another Fanatical Offering on top deck.
Yeah.
And finally the land drop.
We got a land drop. This Nihil Spellbomb's been cracked to just clear out that graveyard. There's a couple of Faithless Looters lingering as well, so no more flashback shenanigans, at least for now.
Yeah, that Nihil Spellbomb being cracked here was, I mean, really huge. Being able to exile 2 copies of Faithless Looting and 1 Snacker means that you don't really need to play around your opponent Snacker, at least the copy there is in the graveyard. And have enough lives to tap to do something else. You can eventually block the Castle Generator with the Candy Garden and sacrifice it with Fanatical Offering. I don't know. And it mostly depends on how many cards they have in hand. I mean, the Mono Red Madness player. Okay, so they tap it out to cast Ichor Wellspring. So they do not fear the burn damage.
This plant token is on blocking duty, and we're going to follow that up with a Vadaran Epicure, creating a blood token and dealing 1 damage to the opponent. So we're cracking that blood token already. It's a lot of lands from our Mono Red Madness player as well. Discarded 1 and just played 1 as well.
Yeah, and you know what is good? Why Faithless Looting is so good in this deck? Because in the late game you can flashback it to discard the extra land drops. And we're talking about his Spellbomb being good at that point, exiling those Faithless Looting. Alright, Sagu for our basic land. I think Sagu being cast to fetch a basic land is probably the most played spell in this tournament today. With so many elves and even John Gardens playing Sagu Wildling.
Yes, which also gains life.
Yeah. Oh, we talk about the Campfire being able to, shuffle back the cards from your graveyard, right, in your deck, so you're not deck out, right? And there is a kind of, secret game playing with Sagu Wildling, because if you lose your cards in your deck, you are still able to cast the Roost, the Omen side of the card from the Sagu Wildling, not to fetch a land, but just to shuffle back the creature in your deck. So you can not deck, you can prevent you from decking out thanks to the Sagu Wildling, which is really wild. Not expecting anyone to do that, but it's just a cool trivia you can tell to your opponent when you are waiting for the judge deck check or whatever it is.
So more duresses from Matteo here. Andrea has revealed 2 Fire Blast, a Lightning Bolt, and a Mountain.
As you can see, Mono Red Madness did not play anything in response to the duress.
Correct.
Because they wanted to play around Weather Storm, which is a good play.
Good hunch.
But now, due to the duress, they're losing something like 6 damage.
Yeah.
And I can see a cast down from John, and so I'm expecting something like, I'll play cast down, I'll kill your casting. Okay, in response I'll burn you, and then there is a Wither Storm. So
yeah, there's also a Riving Chrysalis in hand to lock this game up as well. So seems Matteo has everything needed to win this match here.
Yeah.
Even when stumbling on lands in the early turns as well. It's like we're hitting the recovery point.
I think that's the cool part about decks like John the Gardens, because you, sometimes you struggle with your land drops, but all your cards cost so cheap that you are then able anyway to play your game. So, lot of powerful answers, lot of, way to interact with your creature, way to, you have just powerful cards, so nothing much to say.
Yeah.
So there is another Corpificus Flumbrecha, but still the mono-red deck is not doing anything. So they're still relying on the combat, saying, yeah, I know there is Wither the Storm in my opponent's deck, so I want to play around that until I'm forced to not do that.
Yep.
At least we can suppose it. They can play. I mean, we are not in the mind of our players, so we're just assuming what is their best outcome or their best gameplay.
Yes. Riving Chrysalis hits the battlefield here, creating 2 spawn tokens that can definitely grow this Riving Chrysalis and can easily take over the game as well. Riving Chrysalis scales up really well against Andrea's battlefield. Apologies. And we're going to start using this campfire as well.
Yeah.
Finally, we're going to start using this campfire. We've not needed it because we've had this Weather the Storm for 12, that gained 12 life a little while ago, but sometimes you just need to close that door, you know?
Yeah, I like how they sacrificed Eldrazi's pawn after the blocking, after blockers to activate the campfire.
And here is the 3rd duress from Matteo here, trying to find what that last card is.
Okay, this card Fire Blast, but what is the last card?
Yep. We're casting Fire Blast in response.
Okay.
Yeah. In response to duress, we're casting Fire Blast, sacrificing those 2 mountains. We are building up a storm count here as well.
All right, they're tapping 1 red mana. Activate the campfire response.
Yes.
So any spell you play now deals 2 extra damage thanks to the double copy of Kessig. So even if they have another Fire Blast in hand, it's not really... it's not enough to kill right now.
Couple of basic lands in hands, not where we want to be as the mono red player.
Yeah.
It's a lot of lands just in general, like this is what, land number 8 and 9?
So now Jan is no more a control deck, it's a storm deck.
Always was.
Yeah. Fanatical Offering. Yeah.
Cash away this map token. Draw some cards. Discarding a Weather the Storm, which is a big flex.
I think they're casting their Storm with the Eldrazi's pawn and the land. Yeah, it's just making more sense.
Yeah, just going through the motions here.
I did not check the storm count, but I think that's a big number.
It's a big number. It's enough that I don't think Andrea can come back from this.
Duress, Fanatical Offering, Cast Down, Weather Storm. That's 4 spells, right?
Yes.
And another 2 from mono red side.
We had a Fire Blast as well.
Yeah.
And Cast Down, yeah.
If I'm mono red and I don't have any cards in hand, and my opponent have 25 life, I don't really want to play that game anymore.
Beating 1 Weather the Storm is one thing, but can you beat 2 Weather the Storms?
Yeah, if I have enough cards to do that.
Yeah. Voldaren Epicure is on blocking duty here for this inevitable Riving Chrysalis.
Who's the beatdown?
Yeah. I think this is Riving Chrysalis. Kessig Flamebreather gets in for some damage. Voldaren Epicure entering play, going to do some chip damage here and try to do something about this 23 life points.
Okay, Counter Snipe is a good way to deal more than 20 damage.
Yes. We need some spells, but it's a good start.
An Aguirre Robbery from the top will be very, very awesome. Tap 2 mana, sacrifice a land, draw 2 extra cards. Seems fine.
Yep. What about a 3rd Weather the Storm?
Yeah, I think it's good.
I think it's all right.
Well, usually when I play a deck like that, so a deck relying on answers, and I mean that kind of situation where I know I'm not able to lose the game, and I draw the 3rd copy of Weather Storm. This is the time where I show my opponent the cards. And I say, what will you do now?
In response, I show my hand. Do you concede?
Yeah, I once asked a judge if I were in a situation where I was clearly winning the game. There was no way to lose. Yeah, like I can draw all my deck, but my deck is infinite because I can shuffle back the cards from my graveyard in my deck. We're talking about Turbo Fog, Pauper Turbo Fog with Stream of Thought.
Sure.
I'm allowed to show my opponent my hand and tell him how it works. So I'm my opponent can scoop. Technically speaking, it's not an infinite loop, but it is very similar.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
It's close enough that the opponent just can't win. And we've got a second campfire as well, adding insult to injury here. Matteo's on 35 against Andrea on 20. Hasn't lost any life this game, but it just doesn't matter at this point.
Tap 3 mana.
We're gonna hard cast Fiery Temper.
They're going for the aggro. They want to kill the Chrysalis with Lava Jars, Flashback Lava Jars, then Fury Temper.
Yep.
Oh.
This is a lot of damage, but we also have a Weather and Storm in hand.
Yeah. Kind of. Oh no, you killed my Chrysalis. I guess sometimes happens.
And we've got 2 campfires, gaining 4 life a turn. We've already gained like 27 life of 2 separate Weather the Storms. Just go back up to, so we're on 35 and now we're on 41, so.
Now we are playing mono red control against life gain combo.
Yep. I too like John Storm.
Ooh.
Grab the prize as a good draw here.
Yeah, some game action. So, wow.
Now who's the beatdown?
I do wonder if we're going to see something like Mono Red Madness blasting all the burn spells on giant creatures just to deal damage with their creatures and play, hoping their opponent don't draw any removal spells, so they are then able to kill them with the combat and the additional damage dealt by Kessig and Gutter Snipe abilities. That would be crazy. And you know, your opponent has 30 lives, so you're hoping Giant Wildfire not drawing any relevant thing, but there is a Defile on the top deck. It is kind of exciting because, you know, it is probably not the game you're expecting to enjoy much, but from our point of view, which are just the casting team, it is cool because you are not so often seeing something like it. I suppose the Giant player or the Minerva's player are not really enjoying that much this game situation. But to be honest, it's so hilarious that sometimes I don't really care much about being so serious, trying to describe what is going on. I just prefer to this kind of game,
Yep, so Matteo comes down with another Roving Chrysalis in an attempt to just try and close out this game on 33 life. There are 2 campfires in play as well, which is just going to keep buffering that life total, which has gone up multiple times in this game already.
Anyway, now there's no Gutter Snipe left on the battlefield, so I think it's less scary for the Giant Guard. And there is as well the Breeding Chrysalis. Anyway, if how many copies of Eviscerator inside they have in that deck? 4 copies. So unless they have boarded out any copy of Eviscerator inside, wow, another Chrysalis. The third one, if I'm not wrong.
Correct. It's correct. Yeah.
They did not wrong enough card vintage to draw their answers at the right time. I mean, the removal spells, but now they have 2 big eggplants.
I have never seen Roving Chrysalis as an eggplant before, but I definitely see it, and that wraps that up. Matteo on John Garden beating Andrea on Mono Red Madness. That was a pretty fun game. It went a bit longer, but those double campfire into 3 Weather the Storms was just enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, a lot of cyber cards in this game.
Yes.
But do we have the backup matchup? No.
Nope.
Oh.
So no backup feature. So what we will do, we'll come back to the commentary booth. I think it's a good time to bring you the day one metagame
Yeah,
for Paupergeddon
that's for
and
sure.
just talk about the numbers. With America waking up, let's go through the meta distribution for Paupergeddon for today. So right now you see Mono Red Bandits at the top, Grixis Affinity with Tron Mono in second, and then we've got Elves into Mono Blue Terror, into Jund Wildfire, and then Spy Combo, which I'll be honest with you is a bit surprising to see 5% of players playing at Paupergeddon this weekend.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't see Spy Combo as a good deck in this metagame. You know, I'm really fearing Crackline Shaman decks when I'm playing Spy Combo, and it's must play, well, I suppose one of the most played deck will be eventually Jund Wildfire, if not Jund Wildfire, Grixis Affinity, because they just printed a very strong card.
Yes.
Like, what if I printed for you Delver of Secrets, but it was an artifact and it's already flipped when you cast it? Seems good.
Yep.
So, yeah, Spy is still a good deck because it's relying on a one-card combo, which is not something you see so often. But still is not really good in the metagame.
Yep.
But still people enjoy the deck, and yeah, besides enjoying it, is, as we said, a good deck when you are facing the right matchups.
Yep.
I do remember, there's we were able to see Spy Combo winning against Grixis Affinity by casting 2 flying creatures and 1 mana dock with a Lotus Petal playing around Crackline Shaman.
Yes.
That was a very clever and cool play to see on camera. So even if faced a bad matchup, it was able to win 2 games. So the deck is still good. You know, cards like Masked Vandal eventually to being able to exile Nihil Spellbomb, Artifact Lens, Mirror Enforcer, or whatever artifacts you may fear, even Makeshift Donation, because Masked Vandal, Exile Bot, Enchantments, and Artifacts is a good point for that deck.
Yeah.
And if you are facing green-based deck, Spy Combo has the upper hand because it is faster and reliant on a lesser amount of cards. As we say, 1 card to win the game.
Yeah. Rounding out the top-ish spread of today's meta game, we've got mono white aggro or white weenie at 3.5, like just under 3.5%. Then you got Azorius Familiars, mono red rally, and Flavors of Garden into Dimir Terror. No, I'm surprised that mono white aggro is so low, to be honest with you, just because Leonardo Big Brother was such a big get for that deck, and it's been doing very well on Magic Online. And a lot of those trends can seep into Paupergeddon. So it'd be interesting to see if like mono white aggro has a good day 2 metagame as we go into tomorrow. One more announcement we would like to make, which is the announcement about Boozer and the vintage MTGO Content Creator Clash. So this is at 9 p.m. Local Italian time. Makes it about 4 p.m. on Eastern time in the US. So it's the big Boozer Battle Royale. It's a Magic Online Content Creator Clash. Do we know what channel it's been streamed on? It's been streamed on this one tonight. Okay, cool. So after the Paupergeddon coverage today, this will be on here. So you get to watch some more Magic action as we have it. And that brings you to round 4. Do stick around. Andrea Mingucci and Sapo will bring you round 5 of Paupergeddon. So get a little stretch, get some water, and we'll be back very soon.
Welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and I'm joined by Cornetto. Hello.
Hello.
And you brought to Paupergeddon, well, devoted druid combo, right? Or as some people say, pizza combo, right?
Yeah.
Fitting for Italy. So please tell us, why did you bring the deck and what type of kind of version of the deck? Because we've seen a lot of different brews around it. So like, tell me about the whole process.
Yeah, okay, so basically I just wanted to bring something fun and not worry too much about the result, but also something that could potentially win a bit. So we found this spicy deck that reminded me a bit of Glee, because you need to basically have a creature.
A 2-drop even, specifically?
Yeah, exactly. A 2-drop, and then you need to cast something that targets it. So it felt very much like Glee, and I loved Glee back in the days. So I decided it was a fun deck. It's a 3-card combo, so it's fairly compact. The win condition is already part of the combo, because the pizza ends up giving +1/+1 to the devoted druid for each loop. So basically the loop is a devoted druid plus pizza plus retraction helix or banishing knack. And every time you cast the pizza and then untap the druid to get it back in hand, you are netting +1/+1 on the druid. Eventually it can also be infinite green mana, and it can also bounce every non-land permanent of the opponent, so you can just attack and win by combat.
Okay, also, so you're taking advantage of the -1/-1 untap, but because it gives +2,
yes, and
you always
untaps.
You have exactly, so you've got always something extra. That's awesome. And as you said, it can also be basically kind of interaction sometimes.
Yeah, the pizza can act as interaction because it gives +2/+2. So maybe
burn spells.
Yeah, against something like a bolt, maybe you can help it survive. And again, the banishing knack, sometimes you can use it to bounce something from the opponent. So it can also have some use cases.
Awesome. And also you mentioned Glee, and Glee was famous for being a creature combo deck that has a lot of draw. Insight, Dispute, draw 2 for 2 mana. Well, draw 2 for 2 mana, instant speed. Okay, talk to us about Perilous Research.
Yeah, Perilous Research is the, let's say, blue dispute.
Yeah.
Except sacrificing a permanent is not part of the cost. It's part of the resolution. So it can lead to some different outcomes. Let's say maybe I have a lot of lands. I draw 2 and it's 2 more lands. Maybe I can sacrifice a land instead of a creature.
Oh, and you've got extra information before you make the decision.
Yes.
That's clever. That's very clever, yeah.
And so, of course, it's important to have a lot of extra draws because Refurbished Familiar is in the meta. So since you need to have a lot of cards in hand to play the combo, you cannot be left with only 2 or 3 cards.
True. And what do you typically sacrifice? Have you got like plants maybe?
Yeah, there are some plants from Kalni Gardens, there are a few Fallaji archaeologists.
That's I love that. Okay.
There's a few permanents.
And I can see you also play cantrips.
Yes.
Right, so you do want to sculpt your hand kind of like Terror style sometimes?
Yeah.
Or maybe High Tide style maybe?
Yeah, maybe a bit more like High Tide because blue cannot really draw a lot of cards for cheap mana. So instead you rely on card quality.
Right.
And so the idea is to use the cantrips to basically sculpt a good hand so that you can drop the druid, help it survive 1 turn, and at the same time assemble the combo.
Awesome. So one last question is, how do you even approach your sideboard? Do you go like, oh, I'm blue-green, I guess I'll play Weather the Storm, Blue Blasts, and that's it? Or like, how do you even prepare your sideboard for such a deck?
Well, the idea is, yes, I am green and my creature is a creature that dies to Lightning Bolt. So, of course, I'm going to put a few Weather the Storms in the deck, a few Blue Elemental Blasts, and then you start to look at a few spots that maybe you've missed, a few decks that maybe you are not sure about, and you try to put some cards. Like, for example, Standard Bearer is an issue.
Right.
So there's an example to play. Maybe you play Gutshot, maybe you can Splash Red for Breath Weapon, maybe you can play Snap. There's a few options.
All right, yeah, okay, interesting. But you're playing clean blue-green, right?
Yes.
But as you said, there is potential for splashing. I even saw some versions with Chrysalis.
Yeah.
So why not, right? Of course, Chrysalis.
Because the deck is still very new. Basically,
it is very new.
We only had around 1 week to prepare, so we could not test every single configuration. So I opted with one that I was very familiar with because I played mostly this one. But again, a lot of people suggested many cards. There's even a cool idea of playing First Day of Class with the lessons in the side.
Wow,
so
okay.
you can fetch something, it's like a draw a card. It's
very nice.
Very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much for this deck tech. I wish you all the best. I want to see you tomorrow, day 2ing the event, hopefully. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Deck Tech Time. With me now, our one of the best player I could have here in the Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026 as a colleague. You're a caster like me,
True.
being D7, but we'd like to bring you one of the best mid-range in the format. So let's talk about Dimir Fairies. What is the deck?
Yeah, so normally when you say Dimir Fairies, people think of Ogre of Bolas.
Yeah.
That's like a classic Dimir Fairy card. And I decided that I don't want to have any of it. I'm not playing Ogre of Bolas in my deck. No chance, right? And I've been playing Mono Blue for most of the time.
Yeah.
And then I decided, well...
To pollute.
Yeah, I had to pollute the deck a little bit because of the uptick of cards like Skyfisher, decks like Elves, Wall Spy, like
and Utro Monitor too.
Utro Monitor now,
entry,
precisely. Yeah. So nowadays, I think it's a bit more worth it to have hard removal, not just this, Snap, Harrier, Strix, Tempo removal. And so I decided to splash, but I didn't want to play Ogre of Bolas.
Okay.
So basically, I took the Mono Blue core, right? Because some people play just like this. I say no, and this. And Intruder. Full squad is with me now.
Yeah, this is not so usual to see in a Dimir Fairy deck. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Miscreant and Brain Barrow Intruder.
And also, people play like, for example, 2, 3, 4 ninjas. Full 8. Full 8 here. So it's basically like Mono Blue. 12 1-drops, 8 ninjas, and we go to town. And the whole idea is to play your removal spell on turn 3, 4, 5. When Chrysalis comes down later in the game, then you kill it. But you want to spend the early game pressuring the opponent, punishing them for stumbling.
Okay.
So keeping the Mono Blue kind of spirit.
So you basically change the interaction part of the deck. So you switch from tempo to mid-range.
Exactly.
Okay. Or basically more you switch the conception of tempo. Okay, amazing. I like it.
Yes.
Let's talk about the interaction part of the deck. The best removal in the format right now.
Yes.
Snuff out 4 copies.
Yes.
Cast down 3 copies. Yeah. But of course the Lorien Reveal
To enable the splash, exactly.
Not even say. And 2 copies of
Thorn
of the Black Rose. Why?
Yeah, so at the beginning, I thought this is not a good card for the deck. It costs 4 mana, requires black, doesn't help with opposing stuff. But I was like, let's try. People play it, let's try. Oh my god. This card is absolutely insane. I was considering 3, like playing 1 in the side. This card is insane. And it's specifically good here for a very good reason. When you play fairies and you play to the board with intruder, ninjas and stuff, people will very happily block and trade off because they want the board clear. But then, if they do so, you play this on an empty board because they blocked everything all the time. So you go boom, Thorn of the Black Rose, and they're like, uh-oh.
As you teach me, it's okay to creature
to die. Exactly.
So I can cast my own Thorn of the Black Rose.
Thorn has got a couple of other upsides. First one, it has Death Touch. So it blocks Chrysalis or Tolarian Terror, or attacks in, and you can then ninja it. So that's fine. Also, it doesn't get Pyroblasted. So against decks like Jungle Affinity, they might be holding a Pyroblast for something, and they're like, Thorn?
Illegal target for Snuff Out.
Illegal, exactly. And also, it doesn't die to mass removal.
Yeah.
Breath Weapon, Drowning Sorrow. And maybe it doesn't sound that big, but if, let's say, 2 creatures die, but this stays, you still can pump the Ninja and go boom, boom, boom. So Thorn is absolutely incredible. And of course, it also works great with this package.
Yeah, amazing. Let's talk about the sideboard here.
Yeah.
I can see 6 copies of
Blast.
Blue Blast, of course, mandatory in this specific meta game where Mono Red Madness is one of the apex predators of the format. Yeah, what's going on over there?
Yes, so what's going on? So 6 blasts, as you said, important for the Madness matchup mainly. Then you've got 4 Steel Sabotages, and then why not Annul? Well, Annul is much better against kind of the random category, like the Mono-White Heroic, Boggles, but Steel Sabotage is much better specifically against Affinity and Jund.
Okay.
And I couldn't tell you how many games I have won because they bounced their land.
I remember one of the plays, Oscura Be Greedy.
Yeah, boom, bounce the land. And actually, it works even better here than in mono blue. Why? Because against Giant or Affinity, you bounce the land once or twice, and then you can slam Thorn. And they're like, whoa, 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 I've got 2 lands in play, and you're slamming Monarch. I can never take it back, and you never shall. And I keep my Monarchy. On top of that, we've got Relic, which is kind of like a slot you could very easily change for something better, but I think that 2 is just, it's fine. And Arms of Hadar, specifically for Elves, because we have to have a better way to win against them. This is not enough. And the one-off envelope. The one-off envelope is the glue, because...
The captain of the sideboard.
Because they could play 7 blasts, because this is good against Madness.
Yeah.
But 7 is just so much. But this also comes in, for example, into Elves
yeah.
and Spy and Junk Dredge. So this is like a wild card that is fine.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Deck Tech Time. With me now, our one of the best player I could have here in the Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026 as a colleague. You're a caster like me, being B7, but we'd like to bring you one of the best mid-range in the format. So let's talk about Dimir.
Actually, I'm working with Wizard of the Coast from 2020, so it's almost 6 years now, yes. Oh, this is quite difficult, but I remember it's Consuming Aberration, and I remember it because it was also, of course, my first card, but I've done a rework of an old art, and I was so scared of doing that. So I can believe that my first card was that. I cannot say it because all my art are my children, you know, and all my art are different stories and different moments of my life that I put in my art, because my objective in my life is to put a little piece of my soul in my art. So I can say that I love just one of my pieces. Okay, my most difficult one was the Mob Verdict from Carlo Manor, probably, and was because there was my first card with a lot of people in there, and my objective in that card was to create a composition that can actually seems like be like an eye. So you will see the people indicating you, but also the composition of the image will resemble an eye, will be like an eye. So that was the most difficult card I've ever made. Not any regrets at all, because as I told you, all my cards are like children for me. So all my cards are a piece of my soul. So I can't even be regretful for anything. Probably spells are my favorite card because I love abstraction. I love to play with colors. I know that many of my cards, or probably all of my cards, are not this kind of stuff, but I really love playing with composition and image. So probably spell will be the favorite card I will do. But also lands and creature. I will say that probably all cards are my favorite, but my first idea is spells. Enjoying the most, I don't know, because all the set of Magic are amazing, but the favorites probably are Zendikar for the elements, the elementals, the environment that become energetic and destroy everything is the best probably. But also Eldraine, because I love all the fairy tales and something like that, and also the dark part, is fantastic. And for the same reason, of course, Lorwyn are my favorites at all. I'm a very visual person. So when I receive a card, I love to put the right music, extraneate from the reality in a way, and see the card. So in a way, I can see the scene that I'm painting, and then I do a research on this card. So first, I want to see what's happening in my mind, and then with the research and study, I can fix the problems or adjust, the design for the card. And the art directors are amazing in that. So there is a lot of conversation between art directors. So yes, something to the community. I will say something that I really feel every time I came in an event is that I'm very grateful for all of this is happening to me, because life is hard for the artists, especially in this moment. So community, I've never felt so grateful for the community, because the gathering is still a thing. So without them, without the community, we will never exist. So thank you to everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round number 5 of Paupergeddon
Spring edition 2026. Yeah.
I was gonna say Pisa, but it's Lucca. Lucca. We're very close to Pisa, but Lucca.
Yeah. We moved from Pisa, from Milano, and from Roma directly here to Lucca, to now our new home, new Paupergeddon home.
Yeah, because I top-aided a Paupergeddon Pisa a while ago with Boros Synthesizer, a deck of my heart. Unfortunately, the deck is dead.
Yeah. But I think he can return with Leonardo. But let's see.
Yes, not many white decks this round, because we're going to have Marco del Pivo back with Grixis Affinity. He's 4-0, and he's playing against Elves. We have seen in the previous rounds the best, the strongest player in Pauper in Italy right now, whose name is
Lorenzo Aldegheri,
playing Elves. So that means that Elves is a great deck choice if you love the Elves, if you love aggressive strategies. Pauper is the format for you right now, but Marco del Pivo is trying to kill all his elves with Clarkland Shaman.
Is a natural predator of elves due to the Clarkland Shaman in the main deck, so this is the best strategy he can afford. Aldegheri is a Season of Mist on MTGO. Yeah.
Yes, and the other match that we have, our backup feature match is going to be a very long one. Black-Green Pestilence versus
Giant Wildfire.
Giant Wildfire. So, we have a backup feature match, making sure we can deliver you 50 minutes of gameplay. That is what we try to do here.
He can be the backup for the whole tournament remaining.
Yeah, of course, in Pauper, you have 50 minutes to finish your round.
Yeah, I know.
And sometimes those decks aren't designed to do that. But for example, we saw before the blue-black versus Elves, which lasted until the rounds. But yeah, so we saw the metagame breakdown. Mono Red Madness, the most popular deck. Grixis Affinity, second most popular deck. And then we have Elves, and then Mono Blue Terror. Those are the top 4 decks of the weekend. Of the weekend, very, very good decks, and we have 2 of them here. So on one side, we're gonna have, there it is. On the below side, we have Marco del Pivo playing Grixis Affinity. I believe he's mulliganing because he's selecting what to put on the bottom. That is, of course, the Affinity deck has a lot of card advantage between Thoughtcast and Reckoner's Bargain. They're very good at delivering that card advantage, so the mulligan is not too punishing. On the upside, we have Andrea Feltrin on Monogreen Elves. Do you know Andrea Feltrin?
I know Andrea Feltrin. He's a player from Lega Pauper Bergamo. I really know him personally. He's one of the co-organizers of the Pauper Fest, a super EPT that takes place in February and comprehends 3 local leagues, Milano, Cornaredo, and Bergamo. So it's a friend of mine, and he's playing one of my favorite decks.
Yes, very good. As always, Pauper is a format of the leagues, of the local leagues, and the Feltrin part of the Bergamo local league. The players are ready. Looks like Pivo multi 5, Andrea kept 7, and as soon as the judges give us the go, we can start. And we have here, of course, the sponsor, as you can read on the playmat, LPI, Bose, eBay, and Dungeon Street. Bose and Dungeon Street are delivering the store the store credit prizes. First place is 7,000 euro in store credit, but we also have prizes for top 64 with those 100 euro. So, you know, definitely an event where you just need to day 2 to get some prizes there. But yeah, underway, let's go.
Yeah, remember that the cut on day 2 are 18 points. Yeah, so you need 6 wins.
6 wins. These players need 2 more wins. Pivo doesn't have a second land drop. That is big. That is very, very big. And in the meanwhile, also Andrea doesn't have a second land drop, but he's gonna use a generous hand to find it. Ooh, does he like full foil?
Yeah, I already have a full foil Elves. Yeah.
But what about Andrea? Do you know him? Is he gonna? Ooh, Masked Vandal! What a blowout here!
So basically, here there's a friend of mine versus a friend of yours. So let's see who will win.
Well, it seems like a friend of yours is definitely ahead, as Pivo doesn't make any permanent in the first 3 turns of the game, and the Elves deck is just running away now. Quirion Ranger is delivering all the mana, up to 4 mana. As I said, Quirion Ranger is soaring sometimes.
like for example, in this exact moment, yeah.
Yeah, of course, Pivo multi 5, kept a 1-lander, probably had a, Ichor Wellspring followed by Reckoner's Bargain, but yeah, we see the Ichor Wellspring there. Unfortunately, no second lander off the top. We have a player playing all the cards and the other one just waiting for it to end. It is how it goes, you know, this is paper magic, and oh wow, a second must be ended. Well, at least we're not gonna burn that much time, right? Just 1 minute, and the first game is over.
I would say, the Pauper player never know when concede, but Marco Del Pivo is a super perfectionist player, so he knows exactly when the right moments to concede, like this, for example.
Yes, there's not that much sideboard for Grixis Affinity because mostly he just has it all in the main deck. You have Clarkline Shaman there. I want to see 1 breath weapon. What do you think about the envelope?
I think the envelope could be a good choice against Elves, and I think that looking the sideboard of Affinity, you have not so much card to side in. You have, of course, a breath weapon, as you said, but you don't use any of your elemental blasts.
Yeah.
So I think that 2 envelope could be a good choice against its card advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to replace those Nihil Spellbomb. But yeah, so as you said, Affinity is a favorite against Elves, but at the same time, you have to make your land drops. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to kill all those creatures. So we see Pivo quickly checking his Cyber Guide, and he has some Surveillance Cam and some Nihil Spellbomb to bring in for the Breath Weapon and Envelope. What about the Elves deck? Do you see anything?
I unfortunately I'm watching the sideboard and I see the Vitugazzi Inspector that I really don't like.
Ooh, we have a new card in the sideboard. I believe it's from the most recent set, Primordial Pachyderm. That is a card that I'm interested to see what it does, as It's from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. It's a 4-mana 4/4 rich trample. It comes into play, you gain 2 life. So it's one more card for the red deck. I would say it's not good in this matchup, but interesting card. I never seen this before.
Yeah, as a Vitugazzi do, it's pretty the same mechanic. So put a creature on the battlefield and gain life at the same moment.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the best way you can fight the mono red deck.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I think the Elves deck is really not sideboarding much here. It's just mostly just submitting the same back, and yeah, you see it there. The deck it's represented as a very interesting sleeves. It's like I don't know, a Egyptian door, something like that. Whereas Pivo goes for the straight black type of sleeves and he's on the play. Let's see if he'll be able to play a second land this game.
it was an interesting choice, the one from Marco, to keep a one-lander without any other play.
Well, multi-5, sometimes you have to do this.
Oh, it was a multi-5, right,
Yes.
right. Yeah, I forgot
All right, we see 2 lands here, and let's go. 2 lands is what you need. And now, ooh, what's that card? Is that Llanowar Elf?
Yeah, the pretty stock start of Elves.
No, I'm just asking the picture. You know, it's not a normal Llanowar Elf.
I don't know it what, but I think it's a mana dog. I'm looking for Llanowar and all its reprints.
Yeah. Oh, Clark and Shaman hits the battlefield, and that's a scary card because, of course, it can destroy all the elves in one single go. And yes, it is a Llanowar Elf from the Secret Lair Countdown. It seems like that. In Japanese on top of that, so. Yeah. All right. What's next here? The Elves player, of course, will have to think about that. Ooh, let's see if he has once again Mass Vandal, because this was the same exact curve he did in game 1.
Yep, exactly. Using the cycling ability of the Ant is a pretty good move when you want to exile a card from the grave using the Masked Vandal.
Once again. Very, very. This is the perfect curve, honestly. People's thinking if he wants to use his land to kill the Llanowar Elf, but I don't think you want to.
You can crack the Nihil Spellbomb to prevent the creature to be exiled and preserve your lands here.
That's a very good play. Yeah. I didn't thought about that. Yes. So, yeah, definitely you want to trade Nihil Spellbomb for a Dross for Bridge right there. So.
Nihil Spellbomb is pretty useless in this matchup. So, if you want to trade your 1/3 vanilla with my Nihil Spellbomb, is up to me.
Yeah, so let's see now. Pivo has Ultra Monitor and he has 4 artifacts in play, so he can develop that. He's thinking about, though, maybe he has some other plays. Maybe he has... Wow, he's choosing not to play the Ultra Monitor.
Maybe an envelope incoming?
Well, I see his hand. He doesn't have envelope. Surprised.
Let's see.
Oh, maybe he wants to crack the blood? Just drawing a card? Winding Way here. Whoa, is that complete brick? Crazy.
Wow.
We never see that happening.
Unfortunate. This is the Winning Way karma. This is balancing of the previous Winning Way by 4 on the Lead the Stampede by 5 of.
Wow, Winding Way breaking, and now Vitugazzi. Wow, that's I wouldn't expect that sideboarding. I guess that's a 2/4 that blocks Ultra Monitor. Not that bad. Interesting. Okay, what's next? Pivo chooses not to crack the blood. The blood, of course, is an artifact, so he does have 4 artifacts in play. I wonder why he didn't go for the Ultra Monitor. Anyway, now we tap the island. Seat of Silence signed. And there it is. That's the Ultra Monitor. And then passes back. Ultra Monitor has flying, meaning that Clarkline Shaman does not kill it. Pivo has Toxic Analysis in hand, so he could have just done the combo. What's the combo? What is the combo between Toxic Analysis and the Clarkline Shaman?
Basically, Clarkline Shaman deal 1 damage to every non-flying creatures, but if you give that touch to Clarkline Shaman before activating the ability or before the ability resolves, the damage is enough to kill every non-flying creatures.
Yeah, so you only need 1 artifact at that point.
Yeah. That you can use the clue of a toxic analysis if you're in a bad spot.
So the player taps 6 mana here. Oh no, sorry, 5 mana here and drops an Avenging Hunter. Oh my God! Now people can clean. He can clean the battlefield with his combo and then steal the monarchy, steal the initiative with Ultra Monitor.
I really didn't like that move of Andre Feltrin, but I really don't know what he has in hand. So
yeah. So now people. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't have a basic land to go get, stealing the initiative, and that's kind of crazy. Okay, end of turn. He goes Toxic Analysis.
Here we go.
On Clarkline Shaman, giving Death Touch, sacrifice the blood, and then killing... Oh, sorry, sacrifice the blood fountain, not the blood, and then killing every ground creature. So Ultra Monitor survives, Clarkline Shaman dies, and the clue is back.
And also gains 6 life, because he also have lifelink.
What are those 2 tokens?
There are a blood and a clue token made by Mezzo Chilean Friend, our main token sponsor. And there's a good news because at the next Paupergeddon in November, there will be the 10th anniversary of the collaboration with Mezzo Cielo and Lega per Italia and Paupergeddon, so both. And there will be a lot of news, so stay tuned.
Yeah, so every Paupergeddon, every competitor gets a free token. Do you know what's the token of this Paupergeddon?
I really don't know because I didn't see yet.
I was seeing it when I was before in the future match. I was seeing that there was people passing them around because again, around 2, I believe they always give them to 1 to each player.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, now the initiative is on Pivo's side. It puts 2 counters on Ultra Monitor, draws for turn, and now in round 1, Pivo only played 2 lands. In round 2, he almost only played 2 lands, but he was able to just Clarkline Shaman plus Toxic Analysis. Such a powerful combo.
Here we go. 4 turn clock here.
Yeah. And now, let's see now, Blood and the Clue. Toxic Analysis also gives lifelink. Really, really powerful.
Yeah.
So do you gain 1 life for each creature that dies?
For each creature that is dealt damage, yeah.
Wow. So Clarkline Shaman not only killed 5 creatures, it also gained 5 life.
Yeah. And it's pretty amazing also versus decks like, for example, the Mono Red Madness, but it's more difficult to let this combo resolve with all the Lava Dart, for example.
Of course, yes. Maybe you decided out in that matchup, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the Elves player packs it up. This is going to be a quick one. Only 10 games of gameplay, and we already go to game 3. So, Marco del Pivo, one of the most accomplished player in this tournament, of course, Pro Tour Lord of the Rings top 8 competitor, versus Andrea Feltrin, the player from Lega Pauper Bergamo, who's going to be on the play for game 3. He's going to bring back the Avenging Hunter that he cut, despite it was a kind of a double-edged sword in this game. On the other hand, Pivo is looking at his sideboard. It seems like he decided to cut a couple of Sewer Valence Cam, which is the newest addition to the Pauper format. For 1 blue, you tap a creature, and then for 4 blue, you draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards, yeah.
So, not too bad, not too bad. You can even untap your creature. You can do like some combination where you just attack with your monitor. Your opponent says, oh, you have no blocker, so I'm going to attack. And then you play the cam, untap the monitor, and block. And this is something that can just really take the opponent out of surprise.
It's a nice combo trick. You can also remove a blocker for example, your Ultra Monitor to go through the blockers and gain, for example, an initiative trigger.
Yes.
So it's really, really nice. And in late game, you can sack it to gain to
draw 2 cards.
And
yes.
never that.
Yeah, you can even sacrifice it for other reasons, like a Reckoner's Bargain, and then you still tap a thing because it says when enters or leaves the battlefield. Yep. And
exactly.
That is the newest kind of alongside Ultra Monitor, the newest card in the format. All right, let's see. Hopefully we have a nice, both player keep 7. I see Pivo has some lands, and yeah, we're underway. Both player kept 7. Quirion Ranger, that's a good sign for Pivo. There's no Llanowar Elf. That's, wow, using the Quirion Ranger to get an extra land drop. This is kind of desperate because it means he doesn't have a second land.
Yeah.
He's really hoping that Priest of
And he
Titania...
activated also the ability of Quirion Ranger pre-combat, so
yeah,
it's useless right now, but...
Ooh, let's see.
Why not?
Nice. Pivo has the Galvanic Blast. The Titania would have been very strong if Pivo didn't have the removal spell there. Okay, I see the land drop was drawn was a Gingerbread Cabin, which comes into play tapped. Oh.
Nice.
Once again, using the Ranger to untap, bounce the forest and be able to just play that Mass Vandal, destroying a land here.
Using the Soul Ring.
Yeah, well, now it's a lot worse than Soaring because you don't have a Llanowar Elf to untap. Let's see what's happening here. Does Pivo have another blast?
Oh, nice.
Clarkline Shaman was drawn once again, but the hand is quite clunky for Marco del Pivo. He has a lot of expensive cards, and he doesn't have any black mana to play his Reckoner's Bargain. A play that I love to do with Clarkline Shaman is to sacrifice your land, and with the ability on the stack, you can Reckoner's Bargain the Clarkline Shaman itself.
And drawing 2 cards instead of simply dying by its own ability. Yeah.
Let's see now. Wow, once again, using the forest to play. Ooh, Priest of Titania again. Yeah, I remember. Okay, we can play. That was not that bad of a draw. We can play either a Thoughtcast or a Ultron Monitor.
Yep.
What do you think is the best here?
I think that I prefer to use a Ultron Monitor here, allowing stopping the race. But the best way is to develop its game plan is to drawing cards here. So
yeah, I think Ultron Monitor is not the best here because you're not really losing to board state. You don't need the board state right now. You just want to hit your land drops. And you're going to kill that Titania, and by doing so, you lose another land here. But I think Pivo just needs some lands. The Elves deck is also struggling on the other side. Because Clarkline Shaman, wow, a fourth.
The fourth.
A fourth bridge.
And here we go.
And then Ultron Monitor comes in. So I think it was a very, very well played there. And let's see now. What do we have? Oh, Priest of Titania number 3. Does Pivo have a removal spell?
So they're playing poker.
Yeah. Ooh, black mana. And what's happening here? Titania only has 2 mana right now. It's not the end of the world. But wow, the Elves player is so happy to untap here.
Yeah, when you arrive to the point where you have the ability of Titania can be activated, you are really happy. Aquarian here is really OP, but developing 3 mana is huge.
Mass Vandal kills 1 more black mana source, and now Winding Way hits only 1 Llanowar Elves. Quite unlucky, Andrea, with his Winding Ways. But at least he can play that.
Yeah, I think he needs some training to use that spell.
Yes, indeed. 2 blue, 2 mana floating, and another Winding Way. Come on, this one has to hit 4.
Let's try again.
3.
3 creatures, yeah.
Not too bad, not too bad. We can't, the player are now keeping it face up. I see a Sago Wilding, an Ixper Hydra, and an Avenging Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay. Pivo is racing here. He needs black mana. He doesn't have any black mana. 3 colors are a lot in Pauper. Let's see what's up here. The game is very close. Marco del Pivo has a combo in his deck. Clarkline Shaman plus Toxinizes to refill the to clean the board, but there's no black mana right now. Thoughtcast would be nice here to try and hit some draws, but I believe Pivo just struggling to see his following plays here. The Elves player has a lot of threats. Ooh, there it is, Clarkline Shaman. Let's see. Okay, looks like he's losing a mirror Enforcer rather than a land. Huh. Just to kill a Titania. It's a very expensive Titania there. Let's see what's happening. What would you do here? Would you sacrifice a land or an Enforcer or anything?
I wait here. I don't know. It depends a lot of the hand of Marco, but I don't know. I prefer to sack the tapped land instead of the creatures. I prefer to maintain a clock on the board and losing the mana here. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like Pivo's hand is 4 black cards, so he needs. He's still thinking about it. Okay. Silver Bluff Bridge goes away. 1 damage to every creature. He's thinking, should I sacrifice 2 lands to kill your boss Vandal? He chooses not to.
No, it's pretty extreme move.
Yeah,
I would think that.
I wouldn't do that. So that was not the best removal spell, Clarkland Shaman, but one that at least gets rid of Burst of Titania. Now Sagu Wilding is the follow-up there. For 1 green mana, you go search for a basic forest. Takes a land drop. What next? Pivo has had mana problems every game so far. Ooh, looks like this is a V2 Gadzi. This is a 2/4 reach, which is going to be able to block the Ultra Monitor.
He still remains the Mirror Force, and it's a 4/4, they're pretty huge right now. So I think now he will achieve the role of the main attacker of the Affinity board.
Yeah, V2 Gadzi, again, that card with a 1 counter on it. It's a 2/4 reach, so he'll be able to block the Ultra Monitor. Now, Marco Del Pivo needs to draw black mana as soon as possible. He does not. Let's see. The mana problem is definitely a thing in Grixis Affinity. People underrate how big of a deal it is when half of the format just tries to destroy your lands with cards like Dust to Dust or Maniac Vandal. It is annoying for you to just be able to play your cards. But yeah, so Mirror Forcer gets chumped and Ultra Monitor comes in. Yeah. Galvanic Blast was a nice draw.
Yeah, remember that the mana base is the weak spot of Affinity. This exciting the land is really a huge plan.
That's the newest card. 4 mana, 4/4 that is going to just kind of stabilize the board here. It has Reach and Trample. The card is called Primordial
Pachyderm.
Primordial Pachyderm from the Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle. And people only attacks with Mirror Force, still doesn't draw a land here. There it is. That's the newest card that we see on the board.
Here we go.
And now we have Avenging Hunter, which grants the initiative, grants the first chapter. Hey, now Marco needs a Swamp, needs a Vault of Whispers, needs something to get going. Maybe even, oh wow, a Hydra just as a 0/1 to protect the initiative. Okay, there it is.
Here we go.
Bridge is the tap land, and now an attack with the Mirror Enforcer that trades with the Avenging Hunter. The second chapter of the initiative we go. The game is not over. Marco Del Pivo has maybe a 3rd Crackline Shaman in hand. Maybe he does have Toxinizes, we know that. He has Refurbished Familiar. He has 2 Reckoner's Bargain. His hand is mono black. Desperately needing a Clarkland Shaman now. A food is delivered. Oh wow, look at that food. It's the machine that, a candy machine.
The candy machine, yeah.
Yeah, never seen that before. Winding Way, let's see what we find. We find another Pachyderm and 2 Elves. I think that's actually Elvish Mystic, because Llanowar Elf is with that art. And now we attack. 6/6 Trample. Yeah, Pachyderm is a great call against the Ultra Monitor. All right, passes the turn. Pivo, do you draw Clarkland Shaman here? You have the Toxinizes in hand already. Well, Marco's at 7. It's going to go down to 2 life here with the initiative. Draws an envelope. Terrible draw here.
Yeah, too late.
I mean, it can gain 5 up to 12, but I think that's still going to be lethal here. Because the Pachyderms have trample, so that's 10 trample damage plus 5. So 15 damage. Trampling is coming over next turn, and he's only at 7, potentially 12, gaining 5 with a Reckoner's Bargain. So I think that's what's happening here. Pivo is just hoping to top deck exactly Vault of Whispers and Clarkland Shaman.
Shaman, yeah, exactly.
He sucks the land.
Gaining no life, but...
And then packs it up.
No way, no way.
Does not find the mana. Masked Vandal won this game, denying totally the ability of Marco del Pivo to deploy a mana base to function. He just ponzad his way to the win. Andrea Feltrin with Elves wins the round, completely annihilating the black sources of Marco del Pivo.
Yeah, as we say, the mana base is the weak spot of Affinity, as is the right point to attack. But
yeah,
let's swap to the other to the side to the backup table.
They are playing game number 1.
We knew it. I know it.
James Truffaz, I believe you said is from France.
Yeah, he is one of the referent of a French league. Yeah.
Playing against Matteo Maccariello on Giant Wildfire.
Of course they are, indeed.
There's a Titan Blade that's draining 1 life every turn, and there's 2 Campfire that are gaining 2 life every turn.
I think that this matchup is more a psychological matchup than a magic game, a magic match.
Yeah, I have to go talk to Eisen, who chose this match. Maybe he really hated us here. Looks like James is even playing triple sleeved because that sleeve is unsleeved. I think he may be playing triple sleeves. Anyway, Neil Spell Bomb, very important in the matchup with, Lambas and Blood Fountain and so on and so forth. Both players with multiple Neil Spellbomb in play. Okay. Well, we just got in this game. We see a Cauldron of a cat, familiar. Ooh, and a Pestilence now. Pestilence is one of the first card of the game from the alpha set. 4 mana, you pay a black, you deal damage to every player and every creatures. There it is. At the end of the turn, if there are no creatures in play, you sacrifice it.
The trigger will check at the end of each turn if there are no creatures in play. So,
yeah. So Pestilence says any color, if they fly or don't fly. It doesn't just. It's not like Clarkland Shaman. It only kills the flyers. We have, of course, Refurbished Familiar sending James down to 6. Matteo has access to Burn Spell. He has Galvanic Blast and Makeshift Munition, which are usually the cards that the Wildfire deck has to reach the life total of the opponent.
I'm watching the list and it doesn't play the Galvanic Blast.
Ooh, no Galvanic Blast.
No, just the Makeshift Munition as a burn spell.
Interesting. Usually, those that play maybe 2 to 3 Galvanic Blast as well as Cast Down, but this deck instead is playing Terminate, which is a red and black removal spell that can kill the Guardian of the Guild Pact.
Yeah.
Eviscerator Insight, very powerful way to just gain card advantage here. And now Clarkland Shaman tries to... Okay. So, Lambas wants to be shuffled because of the ability of Clarkland Shaman, but James answers that by exiling the graveyard with Lambas on the stack. This way, Lambas remains exiled and doesn't shuffle back in the deck.
Yeah, there's a spot where he can be exiled before being shuffled in the deck. Yeah.
Yeah. Terminate also kills legendary creatures, unlike Cast Down does. Campfire. So Campfire, it's a card that refers to Commander in its text.
Yeah.
But despite all of that, we're playing here in this constructed format. Is that the only deck that plays Campfire in the format?
No, I think that there are a lot other mid-range / control deck that want to play that card. The most part of them play Campfire in the sideboard. But this is the only deck that plays 3 to 4 copies of that card in the main deck.
Okay, we see Echo Wellspring, we see Refurbished Familiar, which discards a... What card is that? Obijuka Bog, I think. And then the Titan Blade keeps on draining here. That's going to be the win con of the Golgari Gardens deck. As well as, of course, a Fireball by the Pestilence. But I see 3 Pestilence in the graveyard right now.
No, he's conceding, okay.
He's scooping up. Maybe he can't beat the 3 Campfire. And he's just deciding, I only have 22 minutes left in this game. Your deck will not lose because you have 3 Campfire and you have Stabilized. I don't have Burn Power. I don't have Galblasta. I only have 1 Makeshift Munition, but it's too late now. And Matteo scoops it up.
Yep.
Interesting stuff here. And now we go to the sideboard. These players have to play fast, though, because they are just finishing game 1 here.
Yeah, they were faster than our previous match.
Yeah,
but still.
Yeah,
we 40 minutes.
We can now go to the sideboard, and what do we see in the sideboard? So the Jund player will have some decent chance, something like Troublemaker Oof to destroy the Campfire.
I don't know if maybe Weather the Storm could be a choice, but I don't think that is the right spot here to use it. Golgari Garden doesn't have that kind of burn spell, so that kind of reach, so I don't think that the Weather the Storm is the right choice. But the Troublemaker Roof, yes, it can exile the campfires, the pestilence itself, so I think that's a spot.
Both players are going to be bringing in both Troublemaker Oof, I believe, especially James, who wants to destroy the lands of Matteo Maccariello here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see once again on screen, eBay Live, Dragon Street, LPI Booze. Those are the sponsors of the stream. This is a 2-day event. Day number 1, it is 8 rounds of Swiss. You access to day 2 with a 6-2 or better. And then day 2 is going to be 6 rounds of Swiss plus top 8. The players are playing for a very big prize. You see top 64 even wins €100. And then up to the champion getting €7,000. All prizes are in store credit, of course, at the BooseMtG and Dungeon Street. This is a very, very good Paupergeddon. How much was the entry fee for this tournament?
The entry fee of every Paupergeddon is €50, and we are working hard to keep that fee below €50.
Yeah, €50 definitely a lot below the amount of entry fee of these events. These very large events take a massive organization to go. 1,000 people, lots of judges, and this one we even have this coverage team. They might meet you, and lots of members, of course, behind the scene working very much. So very excited to be here. But yeah, so we already watched 1 match. Marco del Pivo losing to the Elves player from Bergamo, and now we have another player, another match. James Truffaz from France, I believe, versus Matteo Maccariello. Do you know Matteo?
No, I don't know him.
Okay, he's trying to prove his name then, 4-0 at this day 1. Of course, they have 4 more rounds to play, and let's see now.
Yeah, I confirm that his true name is BooseMtG, yes.
Okay. Here, okay, it's Laxton Bridge. Let's go. That's the green and a red. Colony Garden puts the token. It's a foil Colony Garden. I believe James has a deck. Ooh, that's the nuts. That's the combination. Cleansing Wildfire plus...
an indestructible land, yeah.
An indestructible land. This is the combo that ever since MH2 came in, ever since 2021, this was a thing.
This is the card that gives the name to the deck, and it's pretty amazing. It allows you to have 1 more land in the battlefield and draw also a card.
Yeah, my first ever Paupergeddon top 8 was in 2021 with Jeskai Wildfire, a deck of the past now. Jeskai Ephemerate, not really a thing anymore.
One of my love, but still unplayable at the moment, unfortunately.
Well, I wouldn't say playable, but it's definitely not that good. We don't see it being as playable. Oh!
Here we go.
James completely counters the combo by going Troublemaker Oof, sacrificing the plant, and then exiling the token here. Okay, we see Vault of Whispers and a Refurbished Formula. That Vault of Whisper added 2 mana right there.
Yeah.
Very strong. You see a Pestilence eating the graveyard. That card is Bush... What? What card is that?
I really don't know, but I think that is...
maybe Defile? No.
Maybe a Defile?
No, that can't be Defile. Oh, yeah, maybe Defile. Man, this weird art now are just all over the places. Let's see now. Golgari Rot Farm Tragic Slip was a Tragic Slip. Crazy.
No, Tragic Slip, yeah.
Okay, so
that comes directly from the sideboard.
Two Tragic Slip from the sideboard. Interesting. Thank you, chat, for coming up with these arts. That
honestly never saw that art.
Me and Sapo were not updated with the newest version of these cards. But yes, wow, the players are playing so quick right now. Just the perfect answer by James, really, on every single card that was deployed by Matteo. What is that artifact that's in play next to the Troublemaker Oof?
I really don't know what it is.
Maybe it's a nutrient block. That is
okay. The food.
The Edge of Eternity's artifacts that is going to gain some life, draw some cards, and make so that the plan of the Black-Green Gardens deck just keeps on going. You want to gain life and draw cards. This is exactly what you want, huh?
Yeah, basically this is the plan of the deck. Staying alive and using the food you control to reanimate also your Cauldron Familiar from the graveyard. Yeah.
Okay, why are you playing this over the... What's that called from Wilds of a Drain? I have it in Italian. Scia di Dolciumi. The Candy Trail.
The Candy Trail.
Why would you play that over Candy Trail? What's the difference? I'm just, indestructible. Does that matter?
Not really. I don't think that's the point.
I mean, there must be a reason. This is a player that's very expert on his archetype. So I'm just wondering maybe... Candy Trail also a food, right?
But Nutrient Block allows you to draw a card when it is put on the graveyard.
Oh, so if you sacrifice... Oh, I see. So even if you sacrifice it with, Eviscerator Insight, you draw a card, whereas the Candy Trail doesn't draw a card. I see. That's the difference.
Card, but only if you sacrifice with its own ability.
I see. Okay. Well, that's an interesting thing. Again, Pauper is a format where you have access to cards from every single set. So, yeah, I mean, it's an eternal format, and having the small differences really makes a lot of edge there. But yeah. Okay, we saw Cleansing Wildfire not going on the artifact land, but going on the Golgari on the bounce land of James. And I'm wondering, so here Matteo decided that one of your land matters more than one of my land. Interesting. Interesting decision here. Fanatical offering, of course, the replacement of Deadly Dispute, which was banned last year, leaving these decks a little bit weaker than they used to be.
Yeah. That it was really nice for this kind of strategy where you have the three different colors. Having the treasure token was really OP.
Yeah, a treasure fixing the mana.
Yeah.
Definitely a powerful thing of Affinity, which, as we saw now, really struggles because, lack of color, lack of fixing. Affinity definitely took a huge step back with Deadly Dispute ban here. We have Troublemaker Oof. That's just send Matteo down to 10. And now Eviscerator Insight plus Secret Wellspring. Build your own, draw 3 there. The deck lists are closed. Players are going to be playing a closed deck list event until the top 8. And now we see... Well, we have to get rid of that Troublemaker Oof eventually because we don't want to die to it. Let's see.
Oh, he dealt 10 damage up to now. So... Pretty nice.
Nihil Spellbomb is the play. Ooh, and an own Troublemaker Oof exiling Deco Wellspring. Huh.
Remember, then exile that card doesn't allow the player to draw.
Yeah. It's not that good, though, because they still got value from Deco Wellspring. And you lost a map, which could have given you some value. So I'm not sure how good of that of a play that was, but what most importantly was that Troublemaker Oof is now a 2-2, able to block the other 2-2.
Yeah.
And Cleansing Wildfire, the third one, this time played on the own artifact lands. Once again, gets a land out and draws a card. Such a powerful effect. Players are playing fast. Only 13 minutes left on the clock, and they're only on game 2.
But that's the downside when you choose to keep to play this kind of deck in a 14-round tournament like a Paupergeddon. So
well, it looks like both players were able to finish the match beforehand, so that will be so far so good, I think. Charmaker Oath number 2 comes in, and that's it. There's no more copies of that card in the deck. Ooh, a Snuff out, takes rid of the Oof, and another 2/2 comes in. Oh, and a Cauldron Familiar. That's a downshift. That used to be an uncommon in Throwable Drake, and now it's a common from some commander set. I don't know.
I think that it was downgraded in a commander set, but it's really nice in this deck where you play a lot of foods in any form. So it drain 1 life when enter the battlefield, and you're allowed to come back from the graveyard a lot of times using your own food.
Yeah, you can use the nutrient block to suck the cat, draw a card, drain them, and so on and so forth. So here, Fanatical Offering shuffles the deck, draws a card because of Lambas, draws 2 cards, sorry, and brings the map back.
Oh, in Jumpstart was downshifted in Jumpstart. Thank you.
Yes.
The chat is always...
They always know. They always know.
Always the high ground on us.
And finally, the first Wrathing Chrysalis of the game comes in, bringing 2 Eldrazi spawn once again by Mezzocello tokens. You can see those tokens everywhere because that is the main Pauper token sponsor of the Italian events.
And remember that as the next Paupergeddon, there will be a lot of news and a new trading card game developed by them based on the Paupergeddon and on Magic the Gathering. So stay tuned, it's really, really nice.
All right, so Lambas again, maybe it was the same one that was shuffled beforehand. That little artifact, that's a food as well, is just able to make so that your deck is just thick with action. That's underrated effect of the Lambas here.
So shuffle back the Lambas in the deck and draw 2 cards with Eviscerators inside.
I'd say that Matteo has the card advantage going. He has stalled the board. He just needs to win this game to at least equalize, because I doubt we're going to go to game 3, but we have to win this game to at least go to 1-1. And Chrysalis attacks because of that. And James is thinking, should I chump with the cat or with the plant? He takes it. No chumping. Only 2 damages, okay?
I can deal with them. On me.
5 mana up strategically to flash back that Eviscerator Insight, as well as those 2 Eldrazi spawn. So a lot of things can be done here in this combat phase. Let's see what happens. You get to day 2 by winning 6 matches, and that is going to be a hard task for 8 rounds tournament.
Yeah, tomorrow we will have 6 rounds of Swiss plus the top 8, of course.
Yeah, and we will be here up to the final. It's going to be a long day. Yep. I'll need a lot of Red Bull Zero for tomorrow.
Yeah. Red Bull Zero.
The Red Bull Zero, yes. That's what I have in front of me right now.
That's your compromise.
Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday I went to the store and I got 3.
Okay.
Maybe I need more than 3.
Not enough.
Yeah, 3 for 2 days I think was a little bit underselling it. But here we see Eviscerator Insight, block and sack, draw 2, all the value. The card advantage is flowing. The timer is going down. Bajuka Bog is taking rid of the graveyard. There are currently 4 exiled zone in Matteo Maccariello side of the table. This tilts me mildly, I'd say.
What do you think about the amount of card advantage that there is in Pauper and the card advantage of the other format or other Eternal format, for example, the Modern? I don't know if the Modern has a lot of card advantage like this. Maybe in one archetype, but in all the format.
Yeah, I mean, Pauper, especially this type of matchups, it's all about drawing extra cards. And thank you, James, for piling up the exile pile. Thank you, Mystery Hand, for piling up the exile pile. I wasn't taking it anymore. I couldn't focus. All right, and now I can. So yes, Pauper is definitely a format of card advantage, especially those type of matchups. And that's a good thing that the most popular deck is Mono Red Madness. You know, it's a good deck that actually can finish the game in time, because if these are the most popular deck, like it used to be when Deadly Dispute was a thing, the format was maybe too much.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the ban. I would have even went even further and banned Wellspring as well to just clean the slow deck, but that's okay. You know, we don't have to talk about bans. I think the format Pauper is doing a great job right now. Super diverse, with the most popular deck being a 12%, and again being a fast deck. So that's really something I appreciate.
But we will have also the win rates tomorrow with using the conversion from day 1 to day 2. So I think we have a lot of important data to talk about tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. The data is something that we love to look at when it comes to like this very big event.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
mostly what happens with this type of formats that don't get too much played is that everyone just relies on the magical end data, which of course it's a real thing, but it doesn't tell the whole picture. So I love that an event like this with over 1,000 people, about 1,000 people, can definitely tell you the full story of Pauper.
And I know that if you're interested in data, MTG site is the website for you that is developed by Mattia, our data analyst that will also elaborate the metagame of today. And so all the data will be published there and also on Pauper Web.
Yep. And okay, so we see this turn, we have a Twisted Landscape cycle, the Juras cleaning the hand, making sure there's nothing. I believe the reason why Jamie's losing this game is because he didn't draw any card advantage engine. He hasn't drawn any Eviscerator inside or some more cards that he has in his deck that let him draw cards. And that is very important. There's 3 Eviscerator inside and 4 Fanatical Offering. That is 7 of those effects, and he hasn't drawn any of that. So I don't think this matchup is that bad for him. He just got, I'd say, quite unlucky this game. But again, this is just game number 2. He has a 3rd game. I don't think, yes, he decides to pack it up. I was going to say, I don't think he should keep on going with this one because he definitely can't win anymore. The card advantage flowing for Matteo Maccariello was a lot bigger than the one from James. So we're going to go to game 3 again. Which is very important. You need your enabler and you need your draw too, whereas James only had the enablers.
Yeah, amazing.
We have, for the player shuffling, they need to be fast because they only have 6 minutes on the clock. Before we saw Blue-Black Terror killing the opponent in 5 minutes, but I think it's going to be a lot harder in this one.
I think that was the best match we saw until now. It really excited me see how the resources like time and cards were mastered. So I really appreciate watching and commenting match like that.
Yeah, and looks like James already drew his hand and already kept.
I don't think that this is a match where side in or side out will change being on the player on the drop. They are both really slow decks, so I don't think that's the spot.
Okay, let's go. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. We have James on the play, and Matteo instead is going to go on a mulligan. That is, unfortunately, it's not like soccer. It's not like football where the game, whenever it's not played, you have the extra time at the end of the match. All this is gonna just eat time of the match. In other game like basket, like football, you get the extra time or you stop the timer.
Stop the time, yeah.
In Magic, you don't. In Magic, shuffling, sideboarding takes part of the 50 minutes.
Yeah, also manage your time is one of the most important skills to achieve a good result to a huge tournament like the Paupergeddon.
Exactly. If the match ends in a draw, both players are awarded 1 point, which is really bad in a tournament where you need 6 wins to make day 2 because that effectively counts as a loss.
And achieve the day 2 is only the first of the goal you need to have to win or to have a good result in the whole tournament.
All right, so we see the hand is a Carden Garden and a Swamp, a Cauldron Familiar, Lambast, Eco Wellspring, Campfire, and that's a Tragic Slip.
Yep.
So I think Eco Wellspring or Lambast are going to be taken. Campfire, that card just screams, I want to draw. I want to take the game as long as possible without dying.
Without
dying, yes, without also threatening life total to the opponent. That's a card disadvantage engine, but one that, okay, both players are on Eco Wellspring here. Let's see if James has a way to sacrifice the Wellspring and draw 3 cards. He does.
Here we go.
He drew Fanatical
you
Offering.
called it.
He drew Fanatical Offering, and that is the very good combination that you want to achieve with a deck like Golgari Gardens or Golgari Pestilence. Those two decks are very similar to each other. And then he discards of Hand Size. It doesn't find the third land. Crazy stuff. 8 cards in the end, no third land here. On the other side, we have a third land. He also went for a Eviscerator inside. I think this match will last, if you leave them play without calling the timer, this match will last at least half an hour.
Maybe for dinner, they're ready to go to the next round, yeah.
Let's hope these players don't match in the top 8. Because the top 8 is untimed. I remember once I was playing the Invitational Pauper tournament, and I was playing Boros Synthesizer against Tron, and my match lasted 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it against Farangid Marauder, gained a lot of life. They went up to 100 life, but I slowly took them down to 0, and it took 90 minutes of gameplay. So
you won it?
I ended up winning, yes.
That's the important.
Yeah,
you enjoyed it. You won it. It's all good for me.
Yes, and that's not a match I could have won if I was playing a normal round tournament because it lasted 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And that is, important in Pauper, and your deck choice needs to think about that. Something like Ultra Monitor is, of course, a card that just going to speed up the Affinity game, for example. Wildfire doesn't have that.
Yeah, Ultra Monitor gave a huge boost to Affinity, and it was the reason for Affinity to return in the competitive part of the metagame.
I love how we're watching this game, but we know there's not a single chance that this match can end in time.
They will finish in time, yeah.
Yeah, the life total going down one at a time here. They take 2.
Such a waste of time. We can't. No, but still.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's never say never. Never say never. Cadre Familiar can come in. It's going to be reanimated end of turn with the Nutrient Block or the Lambas. Sacrificing Nutrient Block, drawing a card, bringing back the cat that was discarded the end side. That's a very nice play. So let's see now. Matteo doesn't have any artifacts to sacrifice to the Fanatical Offering that there are in his hand right now. Is there a Chrysalis? There it is.
There we go.
You can go 2 tokens, and then you can sacrifice 1 for mana and 1 for the Fanatical Offering, tapping that swamp. Oh, it's doing that immediately. Oh, no, Lambas. Okay. Makes sense going for Lambas. You still have a blocker. That little yellow one is an Eldrazi spawn, which is on his right side of the table, but he decided to instead put a 1 dice, which is, that's okay. Tragic Slip. That's a card that kills the Chrysalis because...
-13, I think that's pretty huge and enough to take down every kind of creatures that your opponent will provide. Yeah.
Yep. And we have here the Cadre Familiar gets reanimated, and the life total is drained. Let's see now. Looks like the timer has been called. Oh, that yellow one is maybe the turns. Oh no, is signaling that with a hand. This is turn 0. The turn were called in James Truffaz's turn, so this is turn number 1.
Yeah,
so
okay.
James will have access to 2 more turns here. Or maybe that's turn 0 and he has access to 3 attacks. We'll see. Anyway, this is another Chrysalis, it seems. Going up to 3 spawn. And then Makeshift
nice,
Muni.
but he has no artifacts over there.
There he does, no, but he has Eldrazi spawns.
He has creatures, yeah, for sure.
Makeshift Munition is a way for Matteo to just stopping the board. This was turn 1 by James. So James has access to 1 combat, 2 combat on turn 3, and then the last one on the
turn 5,
5th turn of extra turns here. Troll of Khazad-dûm is the play with the Super Menace. That means they can't be blocked except by 3 creatures.
I like Super Menace.
Yes. And now attack with all. Chrysalis chumps, eats a blocker and takes 3. You know what? Jane might actually win this on time. Let's see. Lambas gains 3 life though. It's very important. Does Matteo have an answer to Troll of Khazad-dûm? That card is banned in Legacy, by the way. Very popular in Pauper. Not very popular, but a nice one in Pauper. And then Refurbished Familiar discards the Campfire and passes the turn here.
Yeah, Campfire useless, completely useless here.
But here it's important because it blocks the Troll. It can use it alongside 2 spawn to block a Troll. Lambas resolves. This is turn 3 of extra time. We have 2 more turns, and then the game will end in a draw. Oh, there was only...
Refurbished goes 2 mana, yeah.
There was only 2 artifacts and not 3.
Ooh, nice.
Pestilence means that 1 damage is going to be dealt to every creature and every player. This game may actually end in a victory by Jaime here.
They actually don't have any black mana here right now, but he can use as the finisher of the next combat of the next round. Next turn.
Let's see now. The Drazi spawn are sacrificed for mana, putting a +1/+1 counter on Chrysalis, and then using the Refurbished Familiar to ping down the plant token which survives. So, 2 mana were spent to add mana, and 2 mana was spent to... I think Matteo is right here, but we'll see anyway. So 1 spawn is added for mana, and the other spawn is added for makeshift munition fodder. And then the mountain is for the Refurbished Familiar. And then we have Matteo going down to... Oh no, he decided to gain life with the Familiar. Okay, interesting. And then the Troll with his Super Menace sends Matteo to 6. This is turn 3 of extra turn. The Cadre Familiar, wow, might actually win, honestly.
That's a really, really good spot for Jaime.
Yeah.
He can also win dealing the whole remaining damage with Pestilence.
That's true. Lambas. Okay, so Troublemaker Oof needs a Lambas to be into play. And now it's going to be able to destroy the Pestilence with the Troublemaker Oof. Because Bargain of Troublemaker Oof wants you to sacrifice an artifact, and you have either the Slagstorm Bridge or the Lambas. He chooses to go for the Bridge instead. And then passes with a 3 life total from Lambas. This is the last turn of extra turn. Can Jaime win? Deal 8 damage. That's as much as he needs. He has Lambas, so goes up to 8. The Troll brings him to 6. Brings him to 2. Brings him... Oh, wow. The cat brings... He wins if he has a food. If he has a food...
No, I think that 1 more damage to do.
Okay, 1 more damage to do. True. Okay, let's see.
6 + 1 of the drain is 7 damage.
Let's see. Matteo is at 2 life. Does Jaime find 2 food then? He needs 2 food. That's crazy. Crazy. We thought this game was a draw for sure. Wow!
1 food. 1 food remains. 1 food for the win.
Just 1 life. He's just 1 life away. No! He can't find the food, nor the 1 missing life. And Jaime Truffaz wins the game. Draws the game. He can't win the game. Wow, what a game. We thought the game was over. We thought the game was a draw. But Jaime has probably finds himself in that spot his whole life.
Yeah, I must confess to you, I never thought that a Pestilence match could be some exciting.
So exciting.
So exciting.
So exciting. We saw that they took so long to finish the first 2 games, but the 3rd game was actually a blazing fast thanks to the Troll of Khazad-dûm dealing 12 damage. Those cats dealt so much damage. So yeah, again, Jaime knows when to take it, when to go fast. And he was so close to win this.
1 food short for the win. Amazing, amazing.
Yeah, very good. But the player, unfortunately, both took a draw, which is not great in this very long event. But that's the risk that you take playing a slow strategy like John's Wildfire or Lega in Pestilence.
Pestilence, yeah, for sure.
this has been a long round. Hope you guys enjoyed. We have a ton of more Magic to be played. This was just round 5. We have 3 more rounds.
Yeah. The next one from with Alessandro and Emma, and the last one also again with us. So stay tuned. We'll be back in few minutes. See you.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to round 6 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026 edition. I'm Emma Parlo. I'm here with Alessandro Moretti, and we have a feature match ready to go right now. So let's get down there now. This one's a bit of an interesting one. So we have Jund Wildfire against Mono Black Sacrifice, which is 5-0 right now.
Yeah,
not a deck that you see often in Paupergeddon.
I'm quite surprised to seeing Mono Black Sacrifice doing so well. We already talked about Carcaling Shaman. Mono Black Sacrifice is weak to Carcaling Shaman, alongside Toxin Analysis at least. You know, Mono Black as an aggro deck is surprising. I mean, usually Mono Black is a control color, no? You know, cast down, snap out, etc. But in this case, we have powerful creatures like Carrion Feeder and Mortician Beetle. So with those threats, you are able to enact a sort of, you know, combo. You sacrifice creatures that generate an LTB, left the battlefield ability, and they generate extra tokens. And with those tokens, their creature keeps growing. You know, I'm surprised due to the presence of Carcaling Shaman in the meta game, but in Grixis Affinity and Jund Wildfire, but as well for the presence of Mono Green Elves, which supposedly is not a good matchup for Mono Black Sacrifice, you know, but are aggro deck, yeah, you can say that. But Mono Green Elves have mana ramp, so the mana ramp usually when it comes to this kind of pseudo mirror match is probably what makes the difference, alongside the card advantage, yeah, of course. And Mono Green Elves have better card advantage and mana ramp, of course, compared to Mono Black.
Yes. So we're kicking things off now. We've got Carrion Feeder in play already, a card we've already talked about, one of the big cards for Mono Black Sacrifice. And with Giacomo going up with a refurbished familiar, another nice card here. And we also have a reader.
So there is a discard right of consumption.
Yep.
Yeah, a powerful endgame card from the side of Mono Black Sacrifice, but seems like Sacrifice doesn't have the second land drop, so probably is not so late in the game yet to cast that black sorcery speed fling spell. This is probably a good position right now for Jund Wildfire, even though they don't have so much pressure on the battlefield. They still have a familiar. They have more land drops than your opponent. They're just waiting for a Carcaling Shaman or Breathing Crystal. Breathing Crystal is good as well at this point of the game. No doubt about it. Yeah, we can say that the matchups usually is just Jund Wildfire waiting for their master animals, or they can steal the game with their creatures. Nothing much else to say, to be honest. Swing for 3 damage.
Yep. Can't do too much on one land, unfortunately. Just hope we can draw into it.
And that's the issue about playing just 17 lands. And you know, let's check the sacrifice list a little bit, because you know, let's go for it.
Yep. There's Mortician Beetle. Hoping you draw one of those 4 copies of Village Rites, so just exchange a creature just for some card draw to hit those lands, and you can just keep developing the battlefield. We do have a Mortician Beetle here. Used to be a rare, fun fact, downshifted to a common. It's going to put in a lot of work if Giuseppe is able to get some mana on the battlefield.
There's another familiar, the 4th land drop. Now you can see how much there's the impact of having just 1 land against your opponent.
Yes, and more importantly, we're hitting very close to Riving Chrysalis mana as well.
But anyway, there is a good beatdown. There's a good creatures having a beatdown or
supernatural stamina here.
All right, that's probably the first cool combo about the Mono Black Sacrifice deck. Nested Shimmler is a card from Modern Horizon 2 or 3. I don't remember exactly. But anyway, when Nested Shambler dies, it generates an amount of token equal to its power. So if you target with unstable stamina, you give it +2/+0, and it returns to the battlefield. So we are generating 3 squirrels tokens, meaning that you have at least 3 extra creatures that you can sacrifice. And since you have Bottom Station, Middle, and Chiron Feeder, more or less every creature you sacrifice is an extra +2 damage each turn, which is, I think the reason why you're playing Mono Black Sacrifice, because every time you sacrifice a creature, you provide a boost in attack so good that you are kind of one of the best aggro deck in the format. I think you can say that, but probably you can say that only when you have a decent mana pool, meaning that you need to hit at least 2 to 3 mana line drops. Yeah.
So here comes Arriving Chrysalis, creating 2 Eldrazi spawns.
I think it is important to note how Golgari, Mono Black is to be used to not be a part of the metagame. It used to be probably more played as a Golgari deck, but thanks to the print of a various 1-mana creature that generate a token when they dies, and also thanks to the print of Purge Beaconer, a card from Age of Eternities, now then the deck became a thing in the metagame.
Yes.
The most surprising thing, at least from my point of view, is that most Mono Black Sacrifice deck lists right now don't play anymore Purge Beaconer.
Yep.
And Purge Beaconer, it is a creature very, synergistic with the deck, because it is on the same line as Supernatural Stamina.
Yes.
It is a 5-mana creature, if I remember correctly, with warp, but you can warp it by paying 2 mana, and it is a Supernatural Stamina sources speed. But if you have 2 copies of Purge Beaconer, you have an infinite combo.
Yes.
You can sacrifice the first Purge Beaconer, after targeting it with the second Beaconer, and then you return the Beaconer, target the other Beaconer. So you have a sacrifice an Beaconer, it returns, and sacrifice the other Beaconer. So an infinite combo provides infinite in power to any Mortician Beetle and Chiron Feeder. But right now, this deck list we are watching doesn't play any Beaconer, and most deck lists, they don't play it, surprising from my point of view.
Yep, for sure.
So the game went on, but still seems like the same board state, the same
we
previous state.
have an extra land here for sacrifice, but looks like a couple of triggers were missed on Mortician Beetle, which is unfortunate.
Ooh.
But a Nyxborn a refurbished familiar, being bestowed by a Nyxborn Hydra does boast a lot of damage here.
So 6 in power, 5 in toughness, a good blocker and a good attacker. I do wonder if we want to attack now, because you have something like 10 damage, so you are lethal in 2 turns, but Chrysalis doesn't have trample, so you can really threat the lethal damage. So I do wonder if it is the wise choice to attack right now. You need to fear another unstable stamina alongside Nested Shambler. Sometimes Mono Black Sacrifice plays Unearth, like in this deck list, but it is kind of always, you can say, discovery when you're playing against Mono Black Sacrifice, because there's not a stock list.
Yes.
So most times, you see Chiron Feeder, Mortician Beetle, Bloodthorn Vampire, and the 1-mana creatures. But cards like Village Riots, which you can play up to 8 copies, because we have a functional print in what? Oh goodness, I don't remember the exact name. Too many Pauper playable.
Yes.
So you have up to 8 copies of Village Riots. You can play cards that interact better with your opponent, like Snap Out or Accused Marauders or Removal Spells, and of course Unearth, which is an recursion from your graveyard. And sometimes you see as well 2 copies of Sadistically. So
Yes.
lot of surprise cards from this deck, which is probably the cool point about this kind of, you can say, brew. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not a relevant part of the metagame. You are not preparing for a mono black sacrifice when you're playing a competitive tournament. You don't really expect to fail mono black sacrifice when you go to a big tournament, but still sometimes you may face it. And it has very good stats. It can kill you by turn 3,
Yes.
thanks to their combo, their synergies. But sometimes they just have 2 lands in the first half of the deck and they don't do much.
Yeah.
I guess variance.
So we're putting on some, we're talking about like recent printings and how it's helped mono black infestation stage from Foundations a couple of years ago now is a really big get. Turning into a token when it dies just adds that permanent matters synergy that the sacrifice deck is looking for.
Indeed. Previous to the print of cards like Infestation Stage, you were kind of forced to play the second color, like green usually. And
missing some triggers, for example, for the Mortician, but all the triggers are May, so they can miss.
okay.
So it's
So-
not a misplay, they are just forgetting. It's legal.
Yeah, they just told us about Mortician Little. If they miss a trigger, is not something you are forced to do. I mean, it is a May, so your opponent is not. They can just don't say that you miss the trigger.
Yeah, the trigger's on the player that owns the card. It's
Yeah,
their
exactly.
responsibility. So they can miss it. It's not great when you do miss it, but it is. We are 6 rounds into a fairly high stakes Pauper event. Being on coverage adds a little bit of tension as well. You may forget a few triggers. It just happens at times. Magic's a very complicated game.
Indeed. Okay, so let's talk about the current game, the bird state in which Jan is. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure from Mono Black Sacrifice.
Yeah, not to mention, whoever wins this match is in for day 2 because they would have 18 points as well because we're at 5-0. You need 6 wins to get into day 2, equaling to 18 points. So whoever wins this gets punches their ticket for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. That toxin analysis on the top deck might be very good. I mean, Jan Wildfire clearly is trying to survive. Thanks to the Fnatic offering map token, they toxin analysis on the top deck, so they're likely going to it because life gain plus that touch is probably very strong against cards like Karen Feeder or Mortician Beetle, especially if they have cards like Oracle and Shaman. After all, Oracle and Shaman provides you the wipe that is able to kill whatever creature with just 1 artifact sacrificed. So now we are, I think, in the waiting room for Jan Wildfire to find the Oracle and Shaman.
I mean, we are, but we are also we're experiencing tech issues right now, which our production team is working on. We are now back to our backup feature match for now. So we have Grixis Affinity versus Elves.
All right.
Looks like we're in game 1 here.
Yep. And is it probably a better situation from the downside of the streaming compared to the previous matchup?
We do have a makeshift munitions in play, which is pretty good for the Grixis Affinity player here.
Wow, the sacrifice against Wildfire game ended with
sacrifice winning.
Yeah, that's I'd say surprise, but not so much surprising. They had a lot of pressure on the battlefield. That's cool.
So apologies for the tech issues there. We're trying to bounce around and show you as much Pauper coverage as we can. We're doing our best with the technical difficulties here. So let's talk about sideboarding with Mono Black Sacrifice into Jan Wildfire. Let's start with the sacrifice player. So.
Okay.
So Giuseppe's sideboard is a Thorn of the Black Rose, 2 Rotten Reunion, 2 Silverback Life Staff, 2 Tragic Slip, 3 Besmeric Fiend, 2 Drowning Sorrow, 1 Accursed Marauder, 1 Spinning Darkness, and a Nihil Spellbound.
So I want to be honest, I don't really know what sacrifice is supposed to do here.
Sure.
We can suppose what cards are good against Giant Wildfire. Just to say, Accursed Marauder is very strong to deal with Breaching Chrysalis, and Breaching Chrysalis is a very good card against aggressive strategy. So Accursed Marauder is an edict card that forces the opponent to sacrifice a non-token creature. So being able to bypass the Eldrazi spawn is pretty big play. I can see Sacrifice bringing in Accursed Marauder, maybe get rid of Right of Consumption, because the Right of Consumption, it needs to sacrifice a creature. You don't really want to sacrifice your threats unless you are really in late game. But besides that, maybe Besmeric Fiend, because it interaction with the hand. I mean, you can discard and have a sacrifice for Village Rites or Carrion Feeder, and you can discard Toxin Analysis or Cartline Shaman. That might be good, but you need to understand which cards are weak against Giant Wildfire. I mean, Giant Wildfire relies on 2 cards to deal with you: Cast Down and Cartline Shaman. So besides Right of Consumption, maybe statistically is an hour, and you aren't playing any Sleeper Bogle. So yeah, I guess getting a 2-for-1 is not really what you want to do against a grinding mid-range deck, right?
Yep.
Okay, so from the side of John, what do we have?
We've got some Breath Weapons, Troublemaker Oof, Weather the Storm, a couple of Duresses, Nihil Spellbomb, and an Avenging Hunter. So what would you like to bring in here against the Sacrifice deck?
I think you can easily bring in the Bright Weapon. After all, your opponent, they have big insects and zombies, but there's as well a lot of small creatures. So yeah, Bright Weapon and other Master are usually the strongest card you can play against a deck like Mono Black Sacrifice. I do wonder if you want to bring in Duress.
Yep.
Duress is a good card to deal with, I think, Supernatural Stamina, I don't know. To be honest, the threats from Mono Black Sacrifice are mostly the creatures. Maybe you want to play around very specific cards, so maybe it can be good, but we know the deck list of the players, so we can understand that Duress against Cioffi, Mono Black Sacrifice is not really good. I mean, they have so many creatures and so few good hits with Duress that probably don't want to bring it. But it is up to the Giant Wildfire player to understand what to bring in against that deck that probably they are not really well prepared, because it's not a deck that you face so often.
For sure. So our players are shuffling up here for game 2. Going to draw our hands and hopefully resolve all our mulligans if needed. John will be on the play here as well. Going down to 6, unfortunately, so clearly saw a hand of stuff that just wasn't, just not coming together.
Your game playing against a deck like Mono Black Sacrifice when you're playing Giant Wildfire is eating your key cards like Bright Weapon and ways to stop your opponent from killing you. Sounds very stupid, but just means that you are forced to do hard mulligan trying to find a very interactive card.
Yep, lots of removal spells. Make sure you hit your land drops.
Indeed. On the other side, Mono Black Sacrifice, you can try to find a better starting end, but it's not a deck so flexible as Giant Wildfire. After all, you're playing a straightforward strategy, linear. You can say that it is a linear deck, even though it has a lot of interactive cards and synergies, but still they need a decent starting end, so a couple lands, some threats, eventually Village Rites. A difficult thing when you're building Mono Black Sacrifice is understanding how many copies of specific cards you want. You can want to play more than 4 copies of Village Rites. You can maybe want to play less than 4 copies of the Vampire, Blood Tron Vampire, which is a sort of Carrion Feeder, but weaker against mid-range or interactive decks, while on the opposite, against very fast strategies, it's better, especially since you can sort of combo off with Right of Consumption. You know, sacrifice five creatures, you provide +10/+10 to the Bloodstone Vampire, then fling with Right of Consumption for the last 10 damage. That's good, I think. I mean, the opponent usually starts with 20 life, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we're starting off a bit better here as a Mono Black Sacrifice. We've got 3 lands in play, so we're not stuck on stuff. However, Jund Wildfire has just deployed a pretty nice Riving Chrysalis with a Nihil Spellbomb backup here.
I can't really see Nihil Spellbomb being good against this deck usually, but thanks to the presence of what is the name? I'm a bit tired at this point.
That's fine.
Supernatural Stamina, right? His Spellbomb is good because you prevent your opponent next to the Shambler to come back from their Garion. So you are kind of countering your opponent stamina card vintage. You know, I like how effects like Supernatural Stamina are played in the this typology of decks, because those are very weak effects. I mean, usually don't really want to play them in limited because are sort of bad combat trick. You are kind of giving giant growth, but the creature comes back, so the creature dies, but the creatures of your opponent dies as well.
For sure.
And for that reason, it's good if your opponent don't have any Cast Down or Doomblade or Sword to Plowshares. It's not a real proper Lega Sword to Plowshares, but you can. I think you have understood what I was mean.
Yes.
So for that reason, in limited is fine, but in constructed, when you are expecting your opponent to interact with your creatures with a removal spell, forcing your opponent to kill your creature with the spell on the stack is not very great. So after all those creatures, there is a Carrion Feeder finally.
Nice draw here. Very nice play. Means we can do some sacrificing shenanigans, get some squirrels as well.
So more or less, you have a sort of free combat. Since the damage that don't go through the Chrysalis is still kept on the battlefield with the Carrion Feeder. Still, the Chrysalis is topping a lot of damage here. I mean, not so much since you are blocking a 1/1 creature, but still is a good way to block Carrion Feeder. You have up to 3 creatures blocking the Carrion Feeder if needed. But seems like they want to block a couple creatures, cast down with the mana from the
Chrysalis, from the Eldrazi spawn tokens into Carrion Feeder. We have a Supernatural Stamina here and another cast down, just to make sure the Carrion Feeder is actually dead.
Because there is an unstable Stamina played as a counter spell. You can play Stamina, but as a as an extra damage. If you target the Nested Shambler, you want to kill your opponent as fast as possible, or you can try to save your threat.
A Tragic Slip took care of the Chrysalis with the Morbid Trigger. And now we have a Blood Fountain, which is a really nice way to buy back that Riving Chrysalis if the game goes a little bit longer.
You can see 2 cards left in the hand of Jund Wildfire, but now they passed the turn. They haven't sacrificed yet the Spellbomb, so I guess they still think they have a way to overcome that 4 damage per turn. I mean, they have 12 life, so 4 damage on the battlefield means that you are dead in 3 turns.
So we're going to cash in that Nihil Spellbomb to draw a fresh card, hoping we get some action here. And we're going to play another Riving Chrysalis.
That's indeed a sort of action.
Try and stabilize this board state because Jund Wildfire is currently on 8. It's getting a bit close. A bit low on life totals. Here comes a Village Right Saccharine Infestation Sage. Replacing itself, you get a creature token for your troubles. And this is what makes the sacrifice deck so good, because each creature basically replaces itself with a token, so you're just generating so much value on the battlefield.
Yeah, the versatility of Mono Black Sacrifice, being able
Yep.
to sacrifice the creatures both to Charon Feeder and Ledgerite.
Yep.
And there is tragically, but
It's tragic. So we do have 2 Riving Chrysalis in the graveyard now, so that Blood Fountain is probably going to get cashed in soon, but it might be a bit too late.
yeah. Still, I think the game is very, very, very much open. Maybe we'll see some very strong play from one of those 2 players in a couple of turns. Maybe John trying to overcome the not so much relevant race from Mono Black Sacrifice, but
Here we have another Infestation Sage. Nice pickup here.
Mono Black Sacrifice right now is more Mono Black weakness.
It is very much I'm going to play lots of little guys that also die and become little guys and turn sideways.
Ooh. I can see a Corkland Shaman, Nihil Spellbomb, and
2 other cards that I can't quite figure out. Probably not a land, as that probably would have been played.
there is the Shaman.
Here comes a Shaman.
Okay, so now he has left 5 mana. Well, if you start sacrificing artifacts, you can, I suppose you have an extra mana if you want to cast something else. I mean, you can sacrifice with the Shaman.
Yep.
You have the 2 mana from the Eldrazi Spawns, and then you can crack the Blood Fountain.
Yep, we do have, so the Mono Black Sacrifice player does have a flyer due to this Infestation Sage. And when the Infestation Sage dies, that also becomes a flyer. So there is some flying lethal damage coming soon. But you might just have to pop this Crackline Shaman to stem the bleeding a little.
Yeah, seems Mass Rhyme Law.
Yep.
Oh no, wait. The Blood Fountain being cracked, maybe. Oh, yeah, they're doing it later, maybe. All right, so there is at least another Wasp token.
Yep. Insect token.
I do wonder if the token is an insect or a wasp.
Believe it's an insect because it's foundations. I don't think they use wasp as a creature type.
Yeah, sometimes they are very Wizard of the Coast is really silly with creature types.
Yes. Here comes the Mortician Beetle.
And they pass the turn without doing anything else.
We're going to play another Chrysalis.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 Chrysalis get back with the Blood Fountain. So
it does have reach, so it can block one of these insect tokens. For some reason, Riving Chrysalis has reach.
Why not?
Why not?
They have the big, long tentacles. So
I'm pretty sure it's like the questing beast of Pauper. Every time you read it, there's just more text on the card that you didn't realize beforehand.
Yeah, when it got printed at first, a lot of people, especially when those players that were drafting or playing the Pro Leagues, can you imagine someone saying, "Oh, okay, attack, just have a common creature. What is going on with? It's 3 damage. Wait, it has reach. What is going on here?"
Devoid makes cards have secret abilities, I swear, because you just see the Devoid and that's it.
Yeah.
Let's swing in here, do some blocking. One of these insect tokens is going to get through, and we're going to grow the Riving Chrysalis. As a result, it is worth mentioning that Giuseppe is still on 20. Hasn't taken any damage this game so far.
So Giant Wildfire on 2 life, not match. Maybe they have the right of conception. If they have it, and there isn't the deck, I mean, they have a way to kill the opponent. If they don't, if Giant Wildfire doesn't have any life gain, maybe Pulse of Muraza or Lambeth. Yeah. For sure, Lembas is being kept up in post-cyber games, and they have a Pulse of Muraza as well in their deck. So I can see John Wildfire keeping the Pulse of Muraza or even Toxin Analysis. All those cards provide live game. So technically speaking, all those cards that can prevent you from dying from rites of consumption.
So yeah, the Giuseppe did miss the Mortician Beetle trigger, but it is a May ability. Carrion Feeder is a must. There is no May ability, so that's the one you can't miss.
Yeah, the best Mesmeric Fiend ever, revealing 2 copies of the same exact card.
Yeah.
No need to choose here. A lot of cards in Sacrifice End anyway. So unless all of those cards are, you know, lands, let's see what is going to happen here in a while. We are not for sure that there are no Village Rise because Mesmeric Fiend did not get sacrificed in response to its trigger. Since the triggers from the enter and the left are not the same, so you can sacrifice the Mesmeric Fiend in response to the first trigger. So the second trigger first, but you haven't exiled anything yet with the Fiend, so you don't bring back to your opponent hand anything, and then the card just got exiled forever. So double Chrysalis against double 1/1 creature. But not the player have found no Accursed Marauder yet. Accursed Marauder here will be very irrelevant.
Well, there's 2 in the main board and 1 in the sideboard, and I would like to think the other one came in. So
yeah,
you've got a chance of drawing it soon.
I believe you want to bring it.
Yeah.
Supposedly you can cut 2 Sadistic Glee and 2 Rites of Consumption, or maybe even 2 copies of Snuff Out. Even though you can kill the Chrysalis with Snuff Out. If you do that, you can bring in maybe the Tron of the Black Rose, because the Monarch is very good against the John the Wildfire. You can bring in Tragic Sleep. We know there is Tragic Sleep in this post-sideboard game.
We've seen two of them already.
So we know there is something like 4, 5 cards that they bring in. So if you are bringing in Tragic Sleep, why not bring in Accursed Marauder? Unless you think of the card as good as only against Terror, because it is an addict.
Yeah.
Casting Accursed Marauder, killing a Provision Familiar is not really great, right?
Yep. Fortunately, Mono Black Sacrifice could not get there. Pulse of Morale gaining a bunch of life and buying back the Darkline Shaman to tidy up the board. Riving Chrysalis would finish off the game there. And that's how John Wildfire does it. It just accrues Valium and just plays a couple of Riving Chrysalis and just calls it a day.
Sacrifice basically lost it to turn 4 Breathing Chrysalis. So that just makes sense. I mean, the Chrysalis is good, but that as well let you understand how much good is the Chrysalis, because there were you can play by turn 2 in decks like Ramp, or turn 3 in John Wildfire.
Yep.
This is the best possible starting for those decks. But even without casting in on turn 3, the Chrysalis is so good at slowing down your opponent that it's sort of time walk with. It's so good that it is difficult to sell it more than it is in reality.
Yeah.
So now we have Sacrifice on the play.
Correct. Anything you would like on the play here?
Yeah, to be honest, the only thing...
I don't think there's a lot you can do here on the play.
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, we can see a couple cards in one-offs that maybe Cioffi chose to bring in, but we were not able to see any of them because you don't really draw your whole deck while playing Mono Black Sacrifice. I'd love to see a Turn of a Black Rose, Like, that's for sure. Not because I like the Monarch, I hate the Monarch, but the card is good.
It's very good in this matchup, yeah, I agree.
So, just to say, I can see the Tron of Black Rose being I can see I can see a sacrifice bringing the Tron of Black Rose. All right. Okay, so turn to cleansing Wildfire. It is time. I can see a cast down. Ooh, I think I saw a cleansing Wildfire. Let's see. But
yep, we see a Wildfire targeting the Slagwoods Bridge here.
And Mono Black Sacrifice is on a one lander again.
Yes. This always happens on the play for some reason.
Seems like Sacrifice of the deck can't really probably you can't really go down too much with your mulligan, especially against the Giant Wildfire deck. All right, they sacrificed the Nizumi in the opponent end step to generate a token, so they have an extra point of damage during the combat, and there is the Mercenary token in play. Probably the coolest token from the Sacrifice deck. It has a very, very good ability, especially with the Nested Shambler. On Sorcerer's Speed, you can tap the token to provide a +1/+0 to a target creature. I don't remember if only a creature you control or a creature or your opponent as well, but usually you don't really need to target your opponent creature, right?
Yeah, like...
Ooh, second land drop into Tragic Sleep on the Chrysalis. That's a good start indeed.
It is creature you control, so you can only target your own stuff. But that's what you want to do in Mono Black Sacrifice, so it's not a problem here.
Yeah. Nested Shambler, tap the token to provide the Nested Shambler another point in power, means that you're generating another squirrel token. And you know, usually people love squirrels, so I can understand why you're doing that.
Very true.
Shambling Ghast. Time to find some power cards from Giant Wildfire.
Surviving Chrysalis mana. Here we go.
That's a good card indeed.
That's a good one to draw on turn 5. Or turn 4.
No, I think that's turn 4. They had the Cleansing Wildfire by turn 2. Yeah.
It got tragically slipped.
Yeah. Tragically slipped.
I don't know how Arriving Chrysalis tragically slips. But
Technically speaking, I think you can cast Tragic Slip on the Miracle as well, right?
Yes, very true.
But how?
Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine how a big Eldrazi monstrosity gets to slip, and you know, on the Tragic Slip art, there is a dude dying from falling into a tomb. So can you imagine a big Eldrazi monster doing that? They don't even have any leg or foot, probably.
No. And also, how do you build a tomb or grave for Eldrazi? Like, it needs to be so big. I don't even know how you even begin that.
You need to dig a big hole, I guess.
Yeah.
Mortician Blade. Tap the token.
Having a little think here.
Doing some math.
Always a bit hard at this time of the day. It's round 6.
Yeah.
You're in game 3. If you win this game, you win the match, and you're in for day 2. So there's a lot on the line here. Although both players have several shots to get there today, you would like to get that in the first go and just like that mental sort of relief. It's like, cool, I'm 6-0, I'm in day 2. I can focus on winning the next 2 to have a really good position for top 8 tomorrow.
Yep. I do wonder what the Mono Black Sacrifice now needs to overcome that Chrysalis. I mean, beside any removal spells.
Yes.
We were able to see how removal spells are good against Giant Wildfire, because Giant Wildfire is relying on Vertic Chrysalis and Refurbishing Familiar to stop the aggro from the Mono Black Sacrifice deck. So Supposedly, if they don't have any armor spell, they probably need a way to cheat the damage through the blockers. So, yeah, having multiple copies of Mortician Beetle is a good way. Maybe having a right of consumption is another good way, but it is just a matter on how Giuseppe Cioffi with Black Sacrifice choose to sideboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the internet there are some sideboard guides about Mono Black Sacrifice, I think, from Strata Games.
Who's in the chat right now, I believe.
Yeah, so hi,
so hello,
Strata Games.
So we got cast down
if
here.
you wanna give us your opinion on how to sideboard with Mono Black Sacrifice, it is very welcome.
Yep. Unfortunately, this carrion feeder is taken out by a cast down. Not ideal from the Mono Black side. I kind of hope that one was sticking around.
Carrion feeder got killed with the cast down, right? Yeah.
Yes. But we have an unearth to bring back the carrion feeder. Have to rebuild those counters again.
I do really love an art as a card with this USA Saga artwork.
Yes.
I think the first deck I built in Pauper was Orzo's Sacrifice with Carrion Feeder and Art.
Nice.
Yeah. More or less the same as the current one, but of course not as good as the current one.
Yeah.
And of course, Mortician Whittle wasn't a common yet.
No, it was a rare at this point. One of the very few rares that sees playing Pauper that's got downshifted from a rare to a common. It's wild to think about.
Hey, that's the third copy of Virgin Chrysalis.
I mean, it's worked in the last game, just beating down with Chrysalis and bringing him back with Blood Fountain. Can see it being relevant again.
I guess Giacomo Furlan do really loves their colorless creatures. And they still have a lot of resources in it, and that's really good for them. I mean, they have stopped the Mono Black Sacrifice from the aggro game plan. I mean, until they find something like... I'd love to see something like a Curse the Marauder. With the trigger on the stack, I cast Supernatural Stamina targeting my Marauder. I'll sacrifice the Marauder with the Marauder trigger. Then it returns on the battlefield, and then I sacrifice I force my opponent to sacrifice 2 Chrysalis with just 2 cards. Well, you know, that's not so... that's not so powerful as a combo, but it is cool because you are doing the stuff you are supposed to do with Mono Black Sacrifice.
Yeah. Would love a few more lands here as well. Being stuck on 2 lands is not where we want to be, but we're going to kick off things with Village Rites. Draw a couple of cards.
Do you remember if Mortician Beetle triggers only with your creatures, or...?
Mortician Beetles all creatures.
Oh, okay, so those Eldrazi spawns supposedly triggers the Mortician Beetle. That's cool. But still is a May ability, so if you forget about that, you are going to miss a lot.
You're missing a lot of power, which also can scale up against these Raving Chrysalis as well. It's one of the problems with playing these decks is like, they have very similar effects, but it's like the Soul Sister thing. It's like some trigger off opposing creatures, some triggers on your own. Sure, it is a responsibility to know your triggers, but sometimes you just miss them. Magic's a very hard game. We're in round 5 here, round 6 here as well. Stakes are high. People want a day 2.
Cast down on the Carrion Feeder. Yeah, the reason to cast down the Carrion Feeder over the Mortician Beetle is because you want to get rid of a card that allows you to have a free sacrifice effect. After all, you're not spending any mana to activate the ability of the Carrion Feeder. Okay, so they sacrifice the Carrion Feeder with its own ability to trigger the Mortician Beetle. An Evan Bird. big Mortician Beetle and another Carrion Feeder with the second copy of Nerd.
This carrying feed is just refusing to leave.
Yeah. No, I need my zombie. My zombie is doesn't want to go anywhere. But still, the aggro deck now is not doing any aggro. It is the meter and jack flipping the creatures to deal damage.
Well, we've got about 6 minutes on the clock here, so we got to get to a point where we need to start closing this out, because the last thing both players want is a draw. That's not ideal when you're trying to get yourself enough points for day 2.
Yeah. So there is a Blood Fountain into the Bishop there, and we're able to see a Pulse of Maraza from Giant Wildfire. So I suppose we're going to see the 4th copy of Chrysalis. I mean, technically speaking, there's another copy of Chrysalis, but of course it is the 4th copy of Chrysalis they've cast this turn if they bring it back with the Pulse of Maraza. Missing so many triggers eventually with the Mortician Beetle might be hurtful, because as you can see there are a lot of +1/+1 counters on the Chrysalis. So can you imagine the Mortician Beetle having another 6 point in power in toughness? That will be really relevant for this point at this point of the game.
Yep. It's Pulse of Marasa coming down. Nice bit of life boost here.
Anyway, I do like how Mortician Beetle is worded, because it is the old kind of wording a card, so you get punished for not remembering what your cards do. And I mean, I like it because we are talking about a competitive tournament. I mean, yeah, it is not a Pro Tour or Grand Prix or whatever it is, but still we are talking about a tournament with a structure of 2 days, 8 Swiss round on day 1, 6 rounds on turn 2, and then after that there is a top 8, and the players playing top 8 are playing with open deck list, which is not something you can see at your local game store every Friday Night Magic.
No, and it's very reminiscent of the old Grand Prix that we had in Magic before the pandemic. So yeah, the event itself is closed deck list, but in the top 8 they are open. They should be open to the public at this point as well. So players are doing their best to figure out what's going on here, not knowing how each player is sideboarded. But it's looking very good for our Giant Wildfire player here. We've got 3 Riving Chrysalis just chilling. We've got this Refurbished Familiar as well, and this Blood Fountain as backup in case there's an answer to any of these Chrysales. I think the biggest opponent right now is the clock.
Yeah. A lot of Virgin Chrysalis today.
Yeah, card's pretty good out here, so. See a Crackland Shaman and a Ichor Wellspring in hand here for the Giant Wildfire player.
But no Fanatic Offering or Eviscerator Insight yet, right?
Correct.
So a bunch of 1-for-1 beside the Blood Fountain, which is still in play.
Ooh, may have just drawn into it. It's a good, very good draw for.
Just name the card, and the card comes.
Commentary luck.
Yeah.
Cast down here, targeting the Carrion Feeder again. So let's see if it comes back with another Unearth at some point.
But I suppose they still have another 3 copies of Carrion Feeder in their deck.
Yep.
And again,
and there we go. There's the match. So Giant Wildfire punches their ticket into day 2 for tomorrow. We got wingstick matches on day 1 to get there, so that equals to 18 points. Giuseppe has a couple more shots at it, so it's a 8-round event, so it's got 2 more goes to try and get that day 2. Do we? I don't suppose we have a feature match up on production. Okay, sounds good. So we have a leaderboard of the players who are top finishers, like who are in a really good spot to day 2. So let's get that up now. Bearing in mind, it's 3 points for a win. So a lot of these are the 5 and O's right now, and it's a good place to be in. Being undefeated, going into round 6 is always a nice feeling.
Yeah, indeed.
And we just want to punch that ticket into day 2 because that means you get to play more Pauper, and who doesn't want to play more Pauper?
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, probably the biggest. Without it, probably it is the biggest Pauper tournament in the world.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it is an experience that you can play in this event. I mean, you can have only here. So if you get the chance, come here, play Pauper, make some friends, I mean, maybe a lot of people watching this streaming are not even from Italy. You know, I'm Italian, so it's not really surprising for me to come here to play at the Paupergeddon. But it is surprising to see people coming from over, so maybe even over the ocean or from other countries to play Pauper. I mean, it is a format where you can play only commons and. It's still a good format.
Yeah, like the cool thing about being in Europe is that you can get people from like folks from neighboring countries coming over. Like I was speaking to someone who came from Denmark. Apparently, I heard somebody from Alaska, the United States, came over to play Pauper this weekend as well. That is it for us for round 6. Do stick around because we'll have another round of Pauper Magic for you. Andrea Mingucci and Sappo will be in the booth, so stick around and we'll be back right soon.
Hello, welcome to our winner interview. Hello and congratulations on your win.
Thank you
You
very
are
much.
now 4-0.
4-0, yeah.
Undefeated. On a very good path to day 2, which is
Yeah.
awesome. And you played Gardens.
I hope so, yeah.
And you played Gardens. And you played against Moderate Madness,
Yeah.
which is a kind of red deck, but more of a kind of combo variety, one could say. And
Yes.
historically, Madness, Gardens didn't do well into combo decks. Would you say this same thing applies here, or not so much?
Yeah, I agree with your sentence. Yes, Gardens have a very bad matchup, at least in the first game, because you don't have Weather the Storm. You have only, I have only Chicken Fire, 3 Lambas, and 2 second Wilding to wreck some life during the game. You don't have the response to Gutter Snipe and all my bolt on your face. So I have to hope that he doesn't see Gutter Snipe very soon, or I see a removal for his combo pieces, because more or less I'm dead every time he put the Gutter Snipe on the battlefield.
Right, so the plan, because I assume they will never tap out for Gutter Snipe turn 3.
No, of
they will
course.
probably amass resources, and let's say on turn 7,
Yeah.
Gutter Snipe with a bunch of spells.
Yeah.
And you know this is going to happen. So how
Yeah.
do you prepare for this? Do you think, for example, if you had 40 life, that's enough to stop it? Or because a cast down, they will just combo you off in response, right?
Of course. Because
What's the plan?
If he is a smart player, he plot all the spell that he can plot. He put all the lava dart on the graveyard.
Yes.
If I don't have any spell bomb, and then on turn 6/7 he put the Gutter Snipe. So I think that my plan is see Lambas and gain life for Lambas every time I can in the first part of the game. Then I put a Chrysalis, and I try to steal the game with this.
So you actually think you have to put them on the clock, right?
Yeah,
you have to close the game.
If I don't put a clock, he's really confident that I give him so much turn to draw Bolt, Fire Blast, all the spells that I can respond. And G1 is always a bad game for me. But I win a lot of lucky for me because my opponent didn't see all the combo very soon, and he drew a lot of land, if I remember good.
Yeah, so this speaks to the kind of traditional approach when playing against combo decks.
Yeah.
Just disruption isn't enough. You have to put them on a clock.
Yeah.
And combine the clock and pressure with disruption,
yeah.
which you can accomplish with, for example, Chrysalis, right?
Yeah, right. This is the main. It is because I don't play before this tournament. I was BG Gardens was my best deck. So no Chrysalis, only Troll and Venging Hunter and Crypt Rats to close the game. But it was not enough to play against Mono Red Madness.
Yeah.
Also Mono Terror, also Gates, UV Gates, all the control decks and Fairies. Bad matchup Fairies too. So I have to put Chrysalis in the deck, and this is a good choice for this meta. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So congratulations again, and
Thank
good
you
luck
very
in
much.
the rest. Cheers. Welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and with me is an undefeated, right? 5-0 player.
Yes.
Hi, and you're playing Altar Tron.
Yes.
That's crazy. Okay, so first of all, beautiful deck here, and second of all, tell me why Tron and why Altar Tron, and maybe not Monster Tron or Flicker Tron.
Flicker Tron, I don't like it. So very slowly. Monster Tron is good against mid-range decks like this,
but I don't like it. I think Monster Tron did not assemble turn 3 Tron as altar, because I have a lot of I have more cards to assemble Tron on turn 3. And I like this deck because it is a very difficult deck. I don't like to play in my life easier deck. I like only difficult deck because they help me to take my brain in a good spot.
Awesome.
But now after 5 turns, and I was first turn with a buy.
Yeah.
Is very strong to replace some play.
Okay. So what do you think of the combo of the deck? Like, how often do you actually win with the combo?
A lot of play. I can combo off turn 3 difficult, 4 okay, 5 more.
Okay. Okay, and so what is the combo? Can you explain the combo for people who don't know?
The combo is if we want to try to win with infinite life, that infinite is not a number, but I always do 30,000 billion life.
That's probably enough. Okay, so you keep looping those, right?
Yes.
And then how do you gain that life?
With Weather the Storm,
at the end,
we can make infinite storm and infinite life, infinite, not a number, but
right.
Okay, or with our Thunder Marauder that make the same things of Weather the Storms, but is a very good body on the battlefield against a lot of matchup. I take 3 Affinity decks and I destroy them all with
these. They just couldn't kill you. They couldn't. And you
Yes.
play 2 of these and 4 Weather the Storm main deck, right?
Yes,
You've got
yes.
6 of these effects.
Yes.
So it's, how about Madness? How easy is it for Madness to kill you with this?
Madness is a matchup where I think if I start, I can win. If I don't start and he make Gutter Snipe on turn 3, I can be dead.
Sure. Okay. And just to make it clear, you also have Golem Foundry, so you also have this version of combo where you
Yes.
can make infinite golems and actually kill the opponent.
Exactly.
Okay.
In a few spots where I play against mid-range decks and they bring them on the battlefield 1, 2, 3 Nihil Spellbomb, I cast a lot of artifacts and create a lot of golem, and I go to combat with them and win off beatdown.
So the way I understand this, if it's your turn, you just gain a lot of life so you don't die, and then you make the golems, and then next turn you can actually kill them, right?
Yes, and we can remake the same things because if I have 1 mirror in my hand and 1 into the graveyard, I can redo.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Good luck in the rest of the rounds, and hopefully see you tomorrow in day 2.
You too.
Welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and I'm joined by Cornetto. Hello.
Hello.
And you brought to Paupergeddon, well, devoted druid combo, right? Or as some people say, pizza combo, right?
Yeah.
Fitting for Italy. So please tell us, why did you bring the deck and what type of kind of version of the deck? Because we've seen a lot of different brews around it. So like, tell me about the whole process.
Yeah, okay, so basically I just wanted to bring something fun and not worry too much about the result, but also something that could potentially win a bit. So we found this spicy deck that reminded me a bit of Glee, because you need to basically have a creature.
A 2-drop even, specifically?
Yeah, exactly, a 2-drop, and then you need to cast something that targets it. So it felt very much like Glee, and I loved Glee back in the days. So I decided it was a fun deck. It's a 3-card combo, so it's fairly compact. The win condition is already part of the combo because the pizza ends up giving +1/+1 to the devoted druid for each loop. So basically the loop is a devoted druid plus a pizza plus a retraction helix or banishing knack. And every time you cast the pizza and then untap the druid to get it back in hand, you are netting +1/+1 on the druid. Eventually it can also be infinite green mana, and it can also bounce every non-land permanent of the opponent, so you can just attack and win by combat.
Okay, also, so you're taking advantage of the -1/-1 untap, but because it gives +2,
yes, and
you
it
always
untaps.
you have exactly, so you've got always something extra. That's
Yes.
awesome. And as you said, it can also be basically kind of interaction sometimes.
Yeah, the pizza can act as interaction because it gives +2/+2. So maybe
Burn spells?
against something like a bolt, maybe you can help it survive. And again, the banishing knack, sometimes you can use it to bounce something from the opponent. So it can also have some use cases.
Awesome. And also you mentioned Glee, and Glee was famous for being a creature combo deck that has a lot of draw. Insight, Dispute, draw 2 for 2 mana. Well, draw 2 for 2 mana, instant speed. Okay, talk to us about Perilous Research.
Yeah, Perilous Research is the, let's say, blue Dispute.
Yeah.
Except
And welcome back to round number 7 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026. We are in Lucca, Italy. It's me, Andrea Mengucci, joined by Sapo.
Yeah, here we go.
And so we've seen a deck tech of the pizza combo deck.
Yeah.
And actually we have the player here. He's 5-1 and he's ready to show us how this deck works in real life.
Yeah, we were watching the deck tech, but we're able to watch the deck in action right now on the round number 7 of Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026. I really love this deck because it's too strange, too fun, and I love strange things in Pauper. And right now the metagame is pretty static.
So wide enough that you can just have a crazy brew like this that just came out with the most recent set, the Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle. And actually, yesterday I played a team event with Mono Red Madness and I lost to the pizza deck.
Wow, okay.
The way I lost to it was crazy. So game 1, my opponent conceded on turn 2.
Okay.
He didn't show anything, he just showed an island. No, not even. I think not even. I think he actually mulled to 4.
Okay.
Missed the land drop and conceded to my Kessig Flame Breather.
Okay.
I didn't know how to sideboard, of course, and he sided 15. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then post sideboard, all he did was Tolerian Terror, drew some cards, weathered the storm. He just killed me that way. He was the pizza deck that sided out every part of the combo against Mono Red and brought in Tolerian Terror and Weathered the Storm and 8 Blue Elemental Blast. So he had 15 slots just for the Mono Red deck. Okay. Now, that's an aggressive plan, but it worked. I lost that round. So we see now a different build because this one by Riccardo Cestari is playing with Writhing Chrysalis, 4 copies, and he doesn't have Tolerian Terror in the sideboard. So slightly different take.
But he top eight at the summer edition of the Paupergeddon here with mono blue terror.
Okay.
He achieved the 5th position of the.
All right, so speaking of terror, in front of him, there is Dimir Terror by Sebastiano Fornasari. We've seen a Dimir Terror player winning against Elves before. Let's see if he can get the job done against the pizza combo deck. And now the player are shuffling their deck. Probably Sebastiano is mulliganing into 6 because, you know, the opponent already drew his hand. And let's go, yeah. Love underdog stories indeed. For those who missed the pizza combo, do you want to tell us how the combo works? Because we're talking about a 3-card combo.
Yeah, basically the interaction is with the Devoted Druid, Retraction Helix that allow you to bounce every non-land permanent, and the guac and marshmallow pizza.
Okay.
So basically you do an infinite bounce of guac and marshmallow pizza that when entered untap the druid. So allow you to have an infinite Devoted Druid. After that, you can bounce all the creature of your opponent and swing for infinite damage.
That is exactly how the combo works. We see here the Sneaky Snacker being hard casted. Ideally, you reanimate that with a abundant attachment, but here we only see the hard cast. And let's go. Looks like the pizza combo player won the Darrow. Oh, we see mystical teachings in his hand. That's a way to search for the...
Guac and marshmallow pizza too. It has flash, so you can fetch it. Yep.
So you fetch both of the combo piece, the Helix and the pizza.
Yep.
I see, I see.
I love the way Ricardo think in this kind of deck building. Is so crazy.
Yeah, so we see Abundant Growth, which only goal is to be sacrificed to the Perilous Research, the 2-mana instant that draws 2 and sacrifice a permanent.
Yeah, remember that also with Abundant Growth, you can also do an infinite draw and draw all the whole deck.
Oh, because Retraction Helix can bounce a permanent?
When you have infinite, you can simply make an infinite amount of green mana.
Okay, and
then you bounce Abundant Growth with green mana, cast again.
Oh, so the Retraction Helix can bounce any permanent.
Any non-land permanent, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we see here a Thought Scour and a Brainstorm. Kind of the opposite order of what you would expect, but I guess Sebastiano was hoping to draw land. Instead, what he did was he milled 2 lands. That's a pretty classic one. You want to draw lands, you Thought Scour yourself, you mill 2 lands, you don't draw land.
Yeah.
And now...
The Thought Scour bug.
Yeah. And now we see a Preordain. I think Ricardo's looking for a lands because he doesn't have a third one yet, but I believe he just drew it since he topped it. And there you have it. The plant token comes in. And we have only 1 mana. There's a Dispel, which can now be played in upkeep, I think. Because what's going to happen is, I'm assuming Sebastiano is going to upkeep mill 2. Nope, never mind. He kind of Brainstorm locked himself, maybe. Ooh, there it is. We're going to Dispel this one.
Here we go.
Blue mana because of the Abundant Growth. And now the Brainstorm lock remains. The top of the deck is not what we want. Ooh, a Spell Pierce on the Dispel. And we mill Thought Scour and Clear and Terror, and draws a basic island, very important. But no 6th instant, only 5, so a Terror can't come down just yet. Decklists aren't posted yet because this is a closed decklist event. You will be able to see them, the top 32 usually, on the after day 2. And now let's see, does Ricardo draw a 4th land to play that Chrysalis? Because that's very, very important.
Writhing Chrysalis is a huge add to the deck, adding a B plan and also big creatures to block the race of your opponent to give you a lot of time to build up your combo.
As well as making some permanents for you to sacrifice with a Perilous Research, which I believe is in Ricardo's hand, if the second to the left. And with Perilous Research, you can maybe draw that land that you're missing. But yeah, we have double negate and dispel. So like a ton of interaction for this combo deck.
Yeah, he needs to preserve and protect all its combo parts, so he play a lot of counter.
Yeah, so yeah, just Cryogenic Relic pass. So I believe what happened here was that Ricardo had the Perilous Research. He decided to play the Cryogenic Relic first and then use the Research to sacrifice the Relic to get that extra draw. So he was thinking, do I want to draw 2 now, sacrificing this Abundant Growth, or gain even more value the next turn? He was maybe hoping to draw an untap land immediately. And now Brainstorm resolves. But yeah, 2 negates and 2 dispel. That's so much counter magic. Crazy. This deck reminds me of the one that was just banned, right? The sadistically...
Okay. The Gleeful Sub. Sorry, the...
Exactly, the...
the Lucertola.
Yeah. Baskin Brewskill statistically. It reminds me of that because it's a 2-card combo that needs something else, and you have all this protection and draw spells. Of course, it's a 3-card combo, so it's a bit worse.
Yeah, I think that this is more combo oriented instead the mid-range plan of the other kind of combo. But I really love the approach that Riccardo has to the build up of this deck.
Unfortunately, though, Riccardo doesn't draw 4th land once again, so he's definitely locked here. You really wish, I think, he would have played that Perilous Research maybe last turn when the opponent was tapped out of the counterspell. But yeah, so we have an upkeep mill because, of course, Brainstorm put 2 bad cards on top of the deck, and now Sebastiano needs to draw some creatures. Needs to draw some pressure, but no, he still doesn't have any Terror or any Gurmagangler. And passes back to Riccardo, who once again fails to draw 4th land, I believe. Pretty clunky here. The hand is loaded with some protection spells, but just no Devoted Druid, no Pizza land. Okay, now the land is there, but it's tapped.
Yeah, for sure we draw.
Yeah, all right. Now, looks like Riccardo just wants to tap down that Sneaky Snacker and draw a card with a Cryogenic Relic. Abundant Harvest can't be countered by a negate. It's funny that both the Perilous Research and Abundant Harvest don't require you to sacrifice or discard a card when you cast them. They only do that once they resolve. So, unlike Highway Robbery, which... unlike Grab the Prize, which has to, as an additional cost, discard a card, you have to let the spell resolve before countering.
It may be better or worse. It depends on the deck in which you play the cards.
Yeah, for example, Riccardo would have loved to be able to sacrifice the relic as an additional cost for that research, but that's not how it works. Do you know these 2 players? Where are they? Which Pauper league they're from?
No, I don't know them.
Okay. They need to prove their worth to the head of the Lega Pauper Italia here and be known. Gurmagangler comes in and a beautiful Time Spiral remastered old border version. Always appreciate old border cards.
Yeah, I know that Cestari from Torino, but I don't know in which of the leagues Torino is.
Trentino. Okay, Wrathing Chrysalis, finally there. It's been in hand for so long. Hits the combat phase, the stack. Let's see if Sebastiano has a counterspell. I see it in hand. Let's see if he wants to play it. All right, we have Piacenza. That's where he's from. Thank you, chat, for telling us where the people are from. I love to hear the stories. I love to hear the... Oh, wow. Counterspell was in hand, but Sebastiano decided not to play it. That's very wild to me. You decide not to play the... Oh, because you have cast down, of course. Okay, holding up the counterspell for maybe some other plans. Speaking of plans, a plant gets in front of a Gurmagangler. And now, no Tolarian Terror. That's very important to draw. When your deck is called Terror, when your deck is called after a magic card, you really want to draw that magic card.
Basically, yes.
Okay, so now we can deploy the Chrysalis, and we even have Tamio Safekeeping to defend it.
But I know we can say the same for the pizza combo.
Very important to exactly, yes. Very important to defend this Chrysalis. Let's see if Sebastiano chooses to counter it this time or not.
Okay, trigger's on the stack.
Trigger is on the stack. Looks like the trigger resolves. There's no consign to memory in Pauper. Wow, and once again, counterspell. Slow rolled, and here we see the snuff out. Let's see if Riccardo chooses to defend this Chrysalis with a Tamio Safekeeping or not. He does. Once again, but this one will be matched by a counterspell this time. So no 2-life gain. Chrysalis hits the graveyard, and then we're attacking with that. Sneaky Snacker that came into play on turn 2 and has attacked since and brought Riccardo left total to 6. So you can see that he'd attacked exactly 7 times. No, sorry, not 7 times. Yeah, 7 times. 7 times 2 is 14. 20 minus 14 is 6.
Okay.
My math is correct. That's good.
So 3 more for the win. There are a lot of champ blockers there.
But they don't fly.
They don't fly, exactly.
You can sacrifice the Cryogenic Relic to keep that
and fog 1 turn, yeah.
Sneaky Snacker tapped, and that's what he does. Oh wow, facing it down. Sneaky Snacker usually would love to be able to reanimate from the graveyard, but the blue-black deck has very easily hard-casted on turn 2 very happily too. So, oh wow. Yeah, Cryogenic Relic doesn't just say, wait, does it put a stun counter or does it just say tap and doesn't untap? Because if it was a stun counter, you can just add up the count. But if it's just it doesn't untap, then they're kind of wasting a trigger, basically. Anyway, Sebastiano untaps every permanent.
It puts a
stun counter.
Yeah.
So the fairy, I think, should have an extra stun counter because it got 2. I think it's important that we keep that up. Anyway,
yeah, they're cumulative in the same turn. Yeah.
Yes, Laura Revealed gets matched by a negate. Yeah, that Sneaky Snacker shouldn't be able to untap, I believe, but we'll see what happens next turn. Anyway, Ricardo has in hand the search effect, the mystical teaching, so he can get both his combo pieces. But he's still missing the devoted druid.
The druid, the main part of the combo.
Yeah, he's actually missing all 3 copies, all three parts of the combo.
And also, the devoted druid need to pass the knight to be able to tap for mana and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so the Cryogenic Relic only puts a stun counter when you sacrifice it, not when you cast it as well. So the board state is correct. I'm sorry about that misunderstanding. Anyway, hand is loaded by Ricardo, who has been able to deploy his negate in the previous turn and finally finds the devoted druid. And let's see if he keeps on... Ooh, that's a pretty good hand. Yeah, so the Cryogenic Relic was sacrificed, so the fairy doesn't untap once again. And now the Grimmergingler will keep on being chumped, but I guess what Ricardo can do is playing the Mystical Teachings now. Let's see. He's been using a bunch of removal spell on Chrysalis, so maybe he doesn't have them anymore for the Devoted Druid.
Yeah, that's the plan of playing cards like Breathing Chrysalis to allow your opponent to use a lot of counter or removal spell, allowing you to safely cast and resolve all your combo pieces.
Yes, exactly. They're kind of like a Spell Sky type of effect where you heal them instead of the main combo. Okay, let's see. The hand is pretty good. We see... Ooh, Suffocating Fumes is such a big deal here. Thankfully, though, it's not lethal. But very, very nice. And now Ricardo is thinking, if I negate this, then I can't cast Mystical Teachings. Or should I sacrifice the spawn to cast Mystical Teachings? That's a good question. We'll see now. There's 1 copy of Suffocating Fumes and has been drawn by Sebastiano. Thinking because this is a very, very important decision. Negate or Teachings in this turn. There's also Perilous Research, so I guess you can cast both by going Second Spawn Negate, block, Second Spawn Perilous Research maybe. Snuff Out here is the card that Ricardo is thinking about, because if he counters this, then he doesn't have Negate for Snuff Out.
Yeah. How many counters does Ricardo has in hand?
There's only 1 Negate.
Okay.
Yeah, the Elves Summoning Sict is just being casted last turn, so we don't have access to those 2 green mana. Because, of course, the Devoted Druid can be tapped for mana and can be untapped.
Yeah.
Devoted Druid, very, very important combo piece here, so we can maybe see it on screen. It is the card that you're able to bounce with the Retraction Helix. Sorry, no, to untap with the Retraction Helix, and that way you can bounce your Pizza land. Pizza permanent. Okay, so after deciding very much, he chooses to go for the block and then sack for mana, Perilous Research, maybe sacrificing that Abundant Growth. Oh, nice. This is like you draw first and then you sacrifice, so you can even decide what to sacrifice afterwards.
And you don't even target anything before casting it. Yeah.
Oh, wow, the Devoted Druid untapped. No snuff out is huge. Can Riccardo close the game here? Maybe he can. He just need, if he draws either the pizza. No, I don't think it did.
The Chrysalis?
I don't think it did. I think he still hasn't drawn any of the combo pieces. He just has the Mystical Teachings.
It's just a weak version of the Temur deck at this point.
Yeah, there's only 2 copies of Retraction Helix, actually. So, you know, maybe that's the reason why you're not drawing that many copies. Oh, and only 1 copy of Banishing Knack.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually...
That's the same card with a different name.
Okay, so, yeah, you basically don't... Yeah.
So basically 3 copies of that part of the combo.
Okay, so you have 3 copies of 1 card and 3 copies of Guac and Marshmallow Pizza. So that's 3 and 3. You don't have 4 and 4.
But both are fetchable with the 2 copies of Mystical Teachings in main deck, yeah.
Yeah. So we see the first Chrysalis and then Perilous Research played. We have to sacrifice a permanent. I guess we're sacrificing that spawn. Maybe sacrifice a land, but wow, it does. Okay, interesting. Sacrifices a land over a spawn. It's end of turn. The Chrysalis just holding everything down here. So strong. Look at that. Very, very important here. And now Christian Credit comes in. I'm surprised Riccardo didn't sacrifice a spawn, but sacrificed a land instead. A land is like a spawn, but every turn. All right, and now what? Preordain, looking to find the combo. Looking to find a pizza or Retraction Helix to then finish it off with the Mystical Teaching for the missing piece.
Yeah, this is the only pizza combo list that I saw that play only three pizza in the main deck and not the whole set.
Yeah, only 3 and 3, because that's basically those are like dead cards unless you already have the combo going.
Yep, but also the only list that play 2 copies of Mystical Teachings.
Yeah.
This is needed to say.
Yeah, 2 copies of Mystical Teachings is going to be very important to find the missing copies.
Maybe it's on a diet.
maybe it's on a diet, indeed. Well, we definitely don't want to eat a guac and marshmallow pizza. That's
Never
just,
in my life.
That's just a card name.
If one day I eat something like that, it will be one of my clone.
Yeah,
Not me, definitely.
It would be the end. I don't even think it exists. I think Watsy just made it up. I don't think they ever did that in the movie. Or in the cartoon. I don't know. All right, we see the 4th Chrysalis. 2 of them were killed previously, and 2 more are into play. That is this just showed the power of mid-range. Yes, you're a combo deck, but the 2 Chrysalis are just stopping the board, making sure that Sebastiano's gameplay can't be achieved. In the meanwhile, Riccardo will just slowly assemble his combo with Dispel, with Negate, with all the protection he needs. And now just keeps on drawing extra cards. This is exactly how it will just be how it was the sadistic Lee Baskin Brewskill combo. What you were doing was just drawing extra cards with, Deadly Dispute and Ichor Wellspring, and then eventually just combo with a lot of protection.
Basically unarmed to to them, yeah.
Yeah, and this is the same. And Sebastiano looks at his exile pile thinking, do I have an out? I don't know. I mean, he doesn't want a combo. Riccardo doesn't want a combo. He's just turning around. You can't even Teachings for Dispel, I guess, to have extra protection later on.
He has the whole combo in hand, but this is his showcase. So he's just showing all the deck, all the tech he built up in this version of the pizza combo.
Yeah. So just the board set is so stalled that he has a combo, so he doesn't even need to attack because he's a combo deck. So he just passes back here with his Chrysalis that are threatening to be a 7-8 and a 6-7.
Yeah, basically he needs to stay alive before going combo. And here we go. That's the first Mystical Teaching.
Finally, a Teachings deployed, holding up blue mana, sacrificing a token, pumping the Chrysalis. Let's see which flash card, Mystical Teachings. Let's see it on the screen here. It's the instant that searches both the Retraction Helix or the guac and marshmallow pizza. Okay, let's see now. Once again, for the people who are just tuning in, you just read the name Pizza Combo. What does it mean? It's a 3-card combo. Devoted Druid is the pillar, but the rest?
The rest is composed by an instant that allows you to bounce non-land permanents and an artifact that untap the druid and pump it in an infinite way, allowing you to have an infinite and going combo. Here we go. There's a retraction helix here on stock.
Retraction helix and then guac and marshmallow pizza. Let's see. Counterspell. That's the third one. Resolves because we're gonna play more guac and marshmallow pizza. There it is. That's the second copy of it. Tapping the druid. No, tapping the forest. And it resolves. So let's go. Let's do the combo. I'm going to make it an infinite by bouncing itself. Of course, whenever this artifact enters, you untap the creature. So 2 mana, 2 mana, infinite power, bounce your board state.
Yeah, infinite everything, yeah.
And then bounce your board state. That's how you win. You don't need to give it trample because you can simply Retraction Helix the opponent creatures one at a time. Actually, just attacking with the infinite Devoted Druid Pizza combo. That's game one.
Yeah.
The power of a mid-range deck with a combo in it.
Yeah, this is basically a glitch in Pauper, I think, right now. Exploiting the Writhing Chrysalis, you're going to creating a board state that protects you and giving you the time to assemble your combo.
Yes, indeed. And now we see a player. Yesterday I had the same thing, by the way, of exactly what the opponent what Riccardo's doing. I only brought 75 cards and I broke a sleeve, so I had just a sideboard card that was unsleeved.
Switch, yeah.
And you have to like unsleeve a sideboard card to sleeve the last one. So
but I always keep the reserve sleeve.
You should keep extra, but I just had a Pauper deck, you know. It wasn't planned.
When the sleeve worth more than the card, you don't take an extra one.
No, it's not just that. I just, it was actually a Pauper deck that I lent to a friend of mine, so I was able to play it finally. Mono Red Madness, a deck that I think is very, very fun actually. Mono Red deck tend to be, tend to have less decisions, maybe, tend to be very much aggressive.
Maybe too linear, but...
Mono Red Madness right now has a ton of card draw, a ton of decisions. It's very fun, actually.
Yeah, completely agree with you.
Let's take a look at the player's sideboard. The Dimir Terror deck will want to load on speed interaction. He has 3 copies of Annul, and that stops the pizza card.
The pizza card, yes, that's the main target of Annul here.
And then that's it. No more sideboard cards because new Spellbomb is not good.
No, this isn't a combo that passed through the graveyard.
No.
So it bypassed completely the graveyard, the infinite amount of graveyard hate that is consistent now in the format.
Yeah. So let's see the other sideboard, which...
But before switching to Pizza Combo, I see two copies of Mystic Remora here in this copy, a card that I love.
I didn't even know it was Pauper.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was common legal.
Yeah.
I see it in Vintage with Lurrus.
It was legal when the Pauper and the online Pauper were unified. The day before the Blue Monday, where Gash and Days were banned.
I see. Okay, the players have already sideboarded very quickly, and let's see now. Riccardo winning game 1 with his Pizza Combo deck versus Sebastiano with the more streamlined deck, the Mirror Terror.
There's an interesting about playing the Abundant Growth that allows you to play cards like Pyroblast in sideboard. I can see 2 copies of Pyroblast and one more copy of Negate, closing the full set.
Wow,
in the 75.
four Negate is, not that many Magic deck play it. Anyway, Riccardo keeps and Sebastiano goes down to 6 once again. But yeah, what happened in game 1 wasn't just a fast combo deck. It was just a card advantage deck that was able to stall the board with Wrathing Chrysalis, and that was able to just draw so many cards and eventually find the combo with multiple protection.
Yeah, pizza combo. Welcome to 2026, guys.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Guac and Marshmallow Pizza is the card that you're looking to read, followed by Retraction Elist and the Devoted Druid. That's a 3-card combo. I lost to it yesterday as well in the Team Trios event. Oh, wow. Sebastiano Mulligan's 2-5 here. At least 2-5.
Yeah, that's a good spot, a bad spot here for Dimir Terror.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to do. But of course, if this match ends, we're gonna have a backup feature match if the players are still playing. This is not something that we call 2 feature match every round, that we hope to cover as much gameplay as possible for you guys. I'd say that recently, in the last 3-4 match, all the A player, the first table, took the full 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So we were able to show always a lot of gameplay. And then, of course, we have our caster, Skura, on the floor, interviewing all the winning players so that you guys don't have any time left, so you can watch us forever. Until tomorrow night. Actually, today at 9 p.m., we're going to have the caster battle. So when this round 8 finishes, you don't go away, because at 9 p.m. we have more coverage with the content creator battling in the future match area.
Basically, a Royal Rumble when one creator will win the title of Booze Battle Royale Champions of Paupergeddon. Yeah, amazing.
9 p.m. That's late. Hopefully, I'll be at my first, if not second, course of dinner at that time. Unfortunately, though, the people that work behind the scenes will have to be here enduring more work for us. But you at home will get to watch us. Anyway, we are here. It's turn 3. Sneaky Snacker came into play, Artcast, and the Devoted Druid was able to untap. Oh my god. Crazy.
Maybe a turbo combo in game 2?
Yeah. And now we have a... Ooh, no, nothing. No turn 3 play. Crazy. Attacking with a fairy. And then playing Abandoned Attachment. Let's see if there's another fairy here. Let's see if there's one more Sneaky Snacker. Because once again, Abandoned Attachment doesn't make you discard as an additional cost. It's really, really good. What do we have here? A negate or not? All right, let's fetch in the meanwhile. Let's pull the stack a little bit. Does Riccardo have basic mountain? He does. So a couple of Pyroblast can now be played here. And, ooh, we're responding with a Peridus Research. Does that one resolve? Or is it matched with a Dispel or a Spell Pierce? Nope. So we draw 2 cards and sacrifice the plant.
Yeah.
We ask if there's any way to have the Professor on coverage. I believe the Professor did an interview, so it will eventually happen. You will see the Professor on coverage at some point in one of those interview in-between matches. But for now, we're focusing on the games. This is round number 7. The 2 players...
And then Mystic Remora, here we go.
The 2 players are playing for day 2 here, and Mystic Remora comes in. This is a card you may be familiar with if you play Commander, but if you play Commander... No, nothing. I love to make jokes about Commander players, but there's too many of you now. It's not. I can't do them anymore. Anyway, Mystic Remora is an upkeep cost of paying 1, and then a mystical hand comes in and takes the card away. Let's see now. If you play a non-creature, I believe you draw a card.
Yeah, non-creature, the opponent needs to pay 4 mana or draw a card.
Yes, and Riccardo has a lot of non-creature, but looks like he's casting a creature here. Wrathing Chrysalis will hit the battlefield.
Non-creature, I don't care.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And now there's an island, and so negate is up. Upkeep cost, we have to pay 1. Ooh, look at that. I love this. In upkeep, before paying 1, I play Snuff Out. If you want to play negate, I draw a card. And I don't even need to pay the upkeep cost of Mystic Remora. Very nice play here. Sebastiano mulled to 5, but let's see if he's able to carry the card disadvantage. Gurmag Angler eating the graveyard. This is a little bit of a nombo that the Dimir deck is doing, where you first fill your graveyard for the Tolerant Terror, but then you draw Gurmag Angler before Terror, and now your graveyard is just 1 instant, so the Tolerant Terror is going to have a hard time to come down.
Yeah, but as we saw, this deck is able to build up real quick again the graveyard from 0. So I think that having a creature that cannot be countered by a Pyroblast is really nice in a field where the most played deck is a mono-red deck with 6 Pyroblasts in the sideboard.
Yeah, the Chrysalis is matched by a counterspell, and Ricardo's thinking about it, but with that just 1 forest floating, I don't think he can do very much. And now the Chrysalis is thinking what to do, because he may just attack, but I don't think so, because his plan is to win with a pizza combo. For those who just joined, pizza combo is a 3-card combo involving Devoted Druid, Guac, and Marshmallow Pizza, and finally Retraction Helix to pump the Devoted Druid to an infinite, bounce the opponent board, and attack for lethal. I have to play this deck on Mango's Workshop, I have to say. This is a deck that I didn't know about before this week, and the deck that seems like it's doing very, very well in Pauper, with Ricardo being 5-1. So I hope it does very well. I hope it gets to the top 8.
And he's up to a game right now, so...
He's up a game.
Yeah.
He's now facing a Mystic Remora, but thankfully he was able to draw lots of his creatures. Because again, Ricardo doesn't play many creatures, only 8, 4 Chrysalis and 4 Devoted Druid, but he drew 4 of them. Once again, just like in game 1, Chrysalis just stops everything here. Only 1 copy of Snuff Out, and Sebastiano decided to go after the Devoted Druid, respecting the combo more so than the Chrysalis itself. Cycling a top land is not great. Basically what's happening is Ricardo's just waiting this Remora to finish. Waiting the Remora to patiently end the amount of land drops Sebastiano has, so he can start casting that Mystical Teachings and maybe going for the combo.
Mystic Remora there bought a lot of time for Dimir. Yeah. Pretty nice card.
Once again, Cycling doesn't want to just let the opponent draw any card here. And now we see a plant tokens with the Carney Garden. And once again, a passing of the turn. We have to pay 4 for the Remora. A very powerful play that you can do in other formats is an upkeep to just bounce it with like something like a Chain of Vapor and then replay it to keep the lock down.
There was a deck back in the day when the Arkhum's Astrolabe was legal that played Korsky Fisher to bounce the Mystic Remora to refresh the counters on it.
Indeed. Let's see now. The thing is that Sebastian stepped out, but not actually, because there's a card, which is the Force of Will of Pauper, that is Snuff Out, that can interact with the Devoted Druid combo, even if the opponent stepped out. So Ricardo needs a Dispel or a Negate if he wants to go off, just to play around that Snuff Out. Let's see here. Wow, an attack of Chrysalis. That's the first time that Chrysalis has been attacking here in this match.
Just remember that creature is really huge.
All right. Lots of cards in Sebastiano's hand, but he just passes the turn. Wow, let's see. the 5 counters on that Remora. And finally he's attacking. I guess what we're doing is we're jumping. Or maybe you can play a pizza to untap the Chrysalis.
Why not?
You would give your opponent a card, though. Not sure I would love that. Oh, wow, he goes for that.
But he had 4 mana to pay.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forgot about that. Mystic Remora says, draw a card unless the opponent pays 1. So, yeah, we can see Mystic Remora on the screen, maybe. And it says...
and he also get +2/+2, so it becomes really huge to block the Gurmag Angler here.
Pizza guacamole, and marshmallow, flash, artifact clue, give +2/+2 on top target creature. Meaning that the Gangler just traded with a pizza and guacamole. So yeah, you see it. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, you may draw a card unless the player pays 4. This card is a rare, but it's actually legal in Pauper.
Yeah. One of that cards that is legal in Pauper, also with a rare print. Yeah.
Also, never been printed as a common, I believe. Only on Magic Online.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but like Battle Screech and Tangle.
In Ice Age was.
In Ice Age was a common. Okay. Like Battle Screech and Tangle are never been printed in paper as uncommons, but legal because of Vintage Masters.
Chainer's Edict is one of them.
Chainer's Edict as well. Very cool. All right, so Mystic Remora is in play, but you know what's also in play? Devoted Druid and pizza and guacamole and marshmallow. And is this a Retraction Helix? No, it's not. Are we paying? Wow, he's paying 4. Crazy.
With no regrets here.
Paying 4 to deny a card. You know the meme, draw a card, or I don't know, I don't know. You know the meme, draw a card or lose 20 lives, something like that, and you just have a lot of cards in it. Anyway.
Okay, I got it.
You got it, yeah. And this is like, give your opponent a card or sacrifice 3 spawn. I don't want to give you any cards. I'll sacrifice 3 spawn you. Yeah, do something or draw 25. That's the meme. Thank you. Twitch chat for always been on point here. The Craziness attacks for 6 here. And pass the turn. Wow, no Retraction Helix, no Mystical Teachings, no way for Riccardo to combo with that pizza and guacamole and marshmallow.
Also, he finally gets rid of that Mystic Remora.
He did. Mystic Remora is gone now. We don't want to see that anymore. The fairies are attacking though, and looks like Sebastiano just casted one and passed the turn. All right, we don't see how many cards are in hand, but that can't be that many, honestly. I think Sebastiano is just kind of doesn't have too much going on.
They literally pass something like 5 or 6 turn to pass,
Yeah.
draw and pass, draw and pass. So
Yeah.
I think they have the plenty hands right now.
But definitely not much interaction because the Chrysalis, oh, there you see it. Retraction Helix combo goes. There's no interaction. We're doing it. This is it. And looks like Sebastiano extends the hand with a Banishing Knock on the Devoted Druid, untapping the Devoted Druid, bouncing the pizza and guacamole combo, recasting it, making the Devoted Druid infinite, and then bouncing the opponent board state to finally attack, going for the win. Riccardo Cestari wins the game with a deck that we have never seen before. And I think this is extremely cool and definitely makes me and my co-commentator here very, very happy to see.
Totally unexpected, but I'm so happy to see brave players like Riccardo try to build a so strange deck, but if he is 6-1, it works.
He locked in day 2 with this win, so he's going to be back tomorrow. We'll definitely have a pizza player tomorrow. Maybe he's having dinner with some pizza, but I'm sure he's not putting guacamole and marshmallow on it.
Definitely not, yeah.
So, yeah, congratulations, Riccardo. The viewers at home are loving you. We are loving you, so definitely rooting for you. Sorry, Sebastiano, that the whole world was against you, but unfortunately, that's how Magic works.
Yeah.
We love to see brews, new decks, and especially if they're cold pizza.
Bringing up a pizza deck is mandatory to Italian casters, so we're locked into it.
Yeah, we have a Universe Beyond that's entirely on pizza, so it's nice that here in Italy we have a tournament right after it. So, do we have a second match? That's the question I'm asking. We do not, but don't leave just yet because we have a ton of pre-recorded content to show you. We interviewed so many cool people.
But say it again, because I want to remember that at 9 o'clock,
9 o'clock, we have the caster, not the caster. The caster are going to go. Because the casters have done enough.
Not Alberto. He's so happy to stay here for the whole night.
Unfortunately, you know, thankfully, sorry, I'm not one of those. But the content creators are battling at 9 p.m. There it is. Paupergeddon's Booze Battle Royale. Tell me more about it.
It's an MTGO content creator clash. So it's basically a vintage cube with 8 the most important 8 content creators that are here today that will clash for the title of the champion of Booze Battle Royale first edition.
Yes, indeed. And maybe we have some more screens to show you before leaving, because we have the meta game. We have maybe to show you the standings.
I don't remember the prize for this event. So
I do actually. The first place is 7,000 euro in store credit at BooseMtG and Dungeon Street. You can get as many dual lands as you want with that prize. Surely you can play them in Pauper, but you can do a lot of stuff with them, such as, for example,
you can purchase some YouTube monitor because it has price of a modern card.
No. Okay, but yes, 8 rounds, day 1. So we have covered the second to last round. The next one will be the last one to decide who makes day 2. That does mean that you don't hear our voice anymore for today. I know it's lovely voice. You will miss us. You can maybe go to bed, you know, rewatching the VOD or watching maybe my YouTube channel if you really can't fall asleep. But next match, we're not going to be here. But you will have one more match. Tomorrow, we're coming back 9 a.m. So there's going to be a lot.
Day 2 of Paupergeddon Spring Edition.
But don't go anywhere. So much content still remains. So keep this twitch.tv/Lega Pauper Italia on for the whole night.
But stay tuned with the 8th round of Paupergeddon Spring Edition 2026.
congratulations on the win. You're
Thanks.
at 6-0 right now?
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. You already made day 2.
Yes.
You're locked for day 2. That's
not relaxing. Job's not done yet.
job's not done. This is the mindset. This is the mindset of the winner.
Job's not done yet.
So you played Giant Wildfire
Yes.
into Mono Black Sacrifice,
Yes.
right? So what do you think of this matchup in general? Do you have it's not a popular matchup, right?
No, it's not. It's the first time in a long time that I see it, and it was kind of scary at the
Right.
beginning. Yes, also because in G1, game 1, an opponent mulliganed to 5, but he kept a wonderful hand. He won, and then John the Chrysalis onto Chrysalis made the job done.
So how do you, because like I assume you're the control deck in the matchup,
yes,
but you need to kill them at some point.
Yes.
How do your Chrysalises actually get through? Because they can block, chomp, get a token, block, and all while doing this, they can get their other creatures bigger, carrion feed and stuff.
Yeah, the secret is just the Karkla Shaman is just the key card of the matchup. So if you have that, you open the hand with the Kark, it's done. But it's still very difficult. He has a lot of recursion, a lot of. They can kill the Chrysalis too. So.
And I can also imagine that at some point, their, for example, Mortician Beetle will be so big that your Shaman can't really do anything, right? If it's like an 8/8, you cannot sacrifice all the lands, right?
Yes, it's just the Toxin. Then you have the Toxin, you have the cast down in the main, and in fact, in game 2, I found 4 of the cast down, all the 4 copies. So they came
Pretty
out
useful.
perfect, and it was everything went right.
Okay.
Everything went right, but it's really clunky.
So what was going through your head at the very end of the game? Because the clock was running very
Yes,
low,
sir.
and you had Chrysalises, which didn't attack. You just go familiar,
Yes, sir.
right? But like you couldn't kill him in time, probably.
Yes,
right?
probably.
What was going through your head?
I found the last draw, the Shaman, and my next thought was another attack. Then I suck to the Shaman the little pieces,
right?
Just to kill the little creatures.
Okay.
So maybe 1 or 2 Chrysalis can go through.
Okay.
So the next turn I will be able to go 2 in the air, and then 7, 8 on the floor.
Okay, sure. So you were not really concerned about the clock. Like you had a
Yes.
plan. You
No,
had a
no.
plan.
I had a plan. I go with the full refurbished until I can go also with the Chrysalis.
Okay.
So I can make everything going right.
Awesome. Okay, so congratulations again, and
Thank
good
you
luck
so
in the
much.
next. Cheers. To Paupergeddon deck techs, and with me I've got an absolute banger, Cycling Storm.
Oh yes.
That's an oldie but a goodie, and this deck has kind of disappeared, but then you say, no, not on my watch, and you're playing at the very top tables of Paupergeddon right now.
I'm a 5-1 at the moment.
Awesome. Okay, so talk to me about this deck. What's the core idea?
Yeah, the core idea is the win condition we say is to storm in premise. Because with Reaping the Graves, for every storm counter you can take a creature back to your hand.
Okay.
Okay. And the win condition is have this on the table, a lot of cyclers.
And you cycle 20 times.
I cycle 20 times, easy.
Sure. So how do you get to this point? How to get there?
Okay, an ideal hand is like 1 land is good, because I play 12 in total. So 1 land to start is perfect. Because if you have like 1 land and 1 cycler, you can cycle, draw for turn, maybe you draw another cycle, you cycle again, So in 2 turns you see like 4 cards. So 1 land is enough. The idea is to have some rights, the raw 1 grip search that makes you see like 6 cards of your deck at the maximum.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the rest go into the graveyard,
and
right?
the rest goes into the grave. So
which is pure synergy.
It's perfect for right of cover rights, for Song of the Damned and for Reaping the Graves, of course. So the idea is this. In the turn you start, you go like this, you put what you need in the grave, you do some rites, and Reaping the Graves. Take back whatever you need, okay. And at some point, put Stinger on the table and try to cycle to win, continuing doing all this stuff. No?
Okay. So let me ask you a specific question.
Yeah.
So first of all, how do you get to the red mana? Because you showed me just black rituals. How do you play red?
Oh, so for this I have to say, the latest list used to play in mainboard Blood Celebrant.
Right.
That is...
Who changes black into, for example, red.
Exactly. So it's pretty synergic, we know. But the change that Epic Storm, the big Holy Respect, made is put this on the side for situation like Weather the Storm when you need to play more of this.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. And to play in the main four of everything.
Okay.
For everything. So four of this. And to make red mana you have to pay attention because you have only Lotus Petal.
Okay.
And your land drops.
Okay, land drops and Lotus Petal, that's it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when you combo off, you have to remember how many you used for acceleration, because you
Exactly.
always need that at least last one for the running stick.
Exactly, it's a very specific thing to do.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't play the land for your turn normally. You are like, I put a dice there for remember me that I have to play land drop, waiting for the red one.
Oh, okay, that's clever.
Yeah,
okay, another question. I've got a lot. This is a very complex deck.
Yeah.
So tell me, how do you not lose to decking yourself? Because you probably draw so
For
many
sure.
cards.
Yeah.
If you start comboing off later, you might want to see almost the whole deck.
Yeah.
But like,
there is a little trick. In reality, this deck is all made of little tricks, we can say. Because when you cycle with Running Stinger, you can put in the stack the drawing of the cycle and let the damage resolve.
Yeah, so the damage resolves here.
Yeah. So also with zero card in the deck,
yes,
you can have the lose the game on stack and continuing cycling.
So basically, you want to draw, deal damage, you resolve the damage, and say, wait, I'll do it again.
Exactly.
And then you resolve the damage.
Exactly like this.
Wait, and you just keep doing and stacking up, and you win the game with probably draw 20 on the stack, right?
And also, speaking about this, I want to say why I put this card in the important
Okay,
ones.
okay.
You say it's only a cycle.
Yeah.
Why we have to... No. The trick is that we know the meta is full of mono white for the moment, for the new Leonardo that came out. What is the trick? You play this, let's say, mono white played strengths during the turn you went to cycle off.
Right.
Maybe response to this.
So
you
prevent
have no
red
way.
damage.
You have no way. If they play strengths after this, you can trick it out, okay. So what you can do, the only thing is leaving some mana open, trying to have this 2 or more Stinger on the field.
Yes.
Going in discard, and in discard phase, since this triggers, there is a new window that opens, and it's after the strengths. So you already have this on the table. You start to cycle, and now up take damage.
Right, so basically the end step effect of Prismatic Strands, wait until the turn ends.
Exactly.
You have 8 cards in hand, you go to clean up, you discard the card to clean up, which triggers something. So you go back from clean up to the end step, but Prismatic Strands has already stopped working. And then you say, okay, then I'll back in the end step, kill you instant speed.
You can say maybe, why not don't waiting for your opponent turn? For 2 reasons. Because first, he untaps, and it's a big problem. And second of all, because the storm count remains.
It remains, exactly,
Yeah.
wow, okay, awesome. So have you hard cast any creatures today? Like, have you actually played creatures and attacked with, like, maybe like ritual, horror, attack you?
One game I won like this because inside I have the plane B.
Okay, plan B of the kind of Black Terror.
Yeah, exactly.
Black Tolarian Terror, yeah.
Keeping Restalker in a matchup like blue, fundamentally. Blue that can...
welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and with me I've got Azorius Fairies.
Yeah.
So not mono blue, not blue black, or blue red, blue white.
Blue white.
So you chose to play blue white. Tell me why.
Because this one is the best card in the format.
Okay, Thraben
In this
Charm. Okay,
moment.
okay, that's a big statement. Why? Tell me why.
Because destroy the enchantment. It's a removal for the spy for the graveyard.
Okay.
I play a sideboard card in the main.
Sure.
For the all decks, we play the graveyard.
Boggles, makeshift munitions,
Yeah.
high
Makeshift
green Hydra.
Munition, you know, it's a terrible card for the fairies.
Exactly.
This one resolves this one. That card resolves the Chrysalis.
Sure, yeah.
Resolves the Ant. Destroy the plan, the Hydra for the Elves.
So basically this is cast down, but also a hate card in the
Yeah,
main deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one is another card very powerful
Right.
because you can rebounce with the hacker,
Right.
bounce with the Leonardo,
right,
and you can bounce the starter,
reuse it.
Yeah, so it's really important to play this one, and
Okay.
With this one you can take a really good advantage for the draw card engine.
Okay, so your one drops are Fairy Seer,
Yeah.
Novice Inspector, Thraben Inspector.
6 Novice Inspectors.
6, 4 of these.
Yeah.
Have you got Fairy Miscreant?
I tried, but at the last minute I cut.
Okay.
Because don't take advantage. It's
You want everything to draw a card.
Yeah.
Draw a card, rebuy, draw a card.
I can use this one in the turn 3 and open for 2 for counter, or
end step draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really good. It's okay in the deck. In Castra, really good.
And also you play off one mind, which makes
Yeah.
sense because this is a human,
Yeah.
but also Skyfisher is not a human.
Yeah.
So you've got a very nice balance, right?
Yeah.
You can still play off one mind.
8 fairies, 6 humans. You can
Ninjas.
Yeah, you can play this one. If you don't have a ninjas, it's okay because you have a Novice Inspector, and ninjas take a lot of removal on the
Yes.
on the Novice Inspectors. No.
Nobody kills it.
Yeah. You results of one mind really more easier.
Yes.
Than
Okay.
mono with fairies.
Okay, very interesting. And also one last question. You play just 5 ninjas.
Yeah.
Why not play the full 8? Why do you play 5 ninjas?
Because you can you make a lot of card advantage with Novice Inspector, so you don't have
you don't need probably two
you
ninjas
don't
so
need-
much.
Right, you don't need, and ninjas 4, ninja of
The big
power,
one, yeah.
It's really slowly.
True.
So I won this one and stop.
Okay, makes sense. And you also play Journey to Nowhere.
Yeah.
So like you play 4 Thraben Charm, I assume.
4 and 4.
And 4 of these,
Yeah.
8. So this is more like a blue-white mid-range fairies, right?
Yeah, because in this way, in this meta, I find a lot of Jund,
Right.
a lot of elves.
Yes.
And with mono fairies, you can't win with elves, and you know that.
Right.
You find a lot of affinity.
Yes.
And if you play Journey against Jund Affinity, suck in response. Okay, this one without creature on bottom Journey, I can rebound because Fisher.
Wow, very nice.
With against elves, I can use on the Titania in the yearly game.
And then change it to something else.
Yeah,
Right?
in the late game with the elves, when elves have a lot of mana, I can use Corkai Fisher for rebounds and.
Awesome. Wow. Okay, this deck looks sick. Thank you very much for the deck tech and good luck. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Bye.
Welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and with me I've got a 5-1 player playing Ruby Storm.
Right.
And okay, that's an insane choice, I would say. Very crazy, very off meta. And please tell me about this. Like, why would you play this deck, and specifically spell-based combo currently in the format?
I was thinking about playing with this deck because Affinity went too far with the new card, the Tron.
Yeah.
So a lot of decks that wins against Affinity are bad against me. Because like Elves, like White Weenie, a lot of decks that can't interact with against me or are not good enough, so I can just go on and win with my combo.
Okay, awesome. So now tell us a bit about the combo, okay? So let's go from the setup to the win condition. What does this deck do?
Actually, I play lands with depression counter because they make more mana in less time, and because I just need to play 2 or 3 turns of mana.
Sure, okay.
So I can go faster than my opponent. It's a glass cannon deck, so if you don't win in 3 or more 4 turns, you're going to lose.
Okay, sure.
But it's actually working because I play discount card to play my cards for less, and then I play right to gain a lot of mana. Then I play a lot of cards to go on and draw cards and make some more mana.
Yes.
One other card I just play is Big Score or Pirate Pillage that make more mana and make me draw a lot. So it's enough to go on and find the combo pieces.
Right, so you add mana, you play cheaper cards because you've got discounters, and also add mana, play more draw, bam, 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 you go through your deck. Okay, where does this end?
When you play the lessons, or when you play lessons, actually you can choose to put outside of the deck a lot of good one-off cards to resolve actually some situation. When you're against the deck with Kraken Shaman, you can play removal to start and combo off. When you're against a card like Knee Spellbomb that destroys your graveyard and can make your win con less powerful, you can destroy the artifact before the combo. And when you are going to fizzle during the combo, you can discard and draw. And you can do that by searching the card outside of the deck, like a wish card.
Awesome.
And also make you able to play cards with haste, and then you can play the win con.
The actual win condition.
Yeah.
So what does this actually, because we can't have Grape Shot, so how do you kill?
We can play Grape Shot. So we win with an elemental that is powerful like all the cards in your graveyard and outside of the graveyard in exile with flashback. You make always something around a 20-20, but it can become like a 30-30, 35-35, and you can make 4 of them with haste.
Okay, how do you...
So it's about 120 damage with haste.
Wow.
Out and aware.
Okay, awesome. So you have early mana acceleration, even more discounting, you go through your entire deck, you've got a lot of modality in this, and then you finish with a bunch of damage with hasty elementals, right?
So also with the creature inside the deck, because you can put,
they also attack, right?
Yeah. You have like 10 pieces that can actually attack for 30 or 40.
Sure. Wow, that's insane. Okay, so thank you very much for the deck tech. This deck looks like a blast.
Welcome.
And I hope to see you in day 2. Cheers.
I hope too.
Welcome to Paupergeddon Deck Techs, and with me is Jędrek from Poland playing Familiars today, and you're doing pretty well.
I'm doing quite well, yes.
And you brought Familiars, a deck you've been playing for quite some time now.
Indeed.
And Familiars and top tables at Geddons is a pretty common occurrence.
I'd say so, yeah.
And so, please tell me about the deck in general. Why did you bring it still again today? Do you think the meta is favorable for it?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think that because it's a deck I have so much experience with, I'll just play it regardless. But if you are like somebody who just wants to pick up a deck that's well positioned for this Geddon, I don't think Familiars is it. It's not horrible by any means, but yeah, I think I just make up for maybe not an ideal positioning with
tight play
and my experience, and it's also just the most fun I've had in Magic for a long time, maybe.
So competitively, what would you say is the biggest selling point of the deck? Like infinite combo, blocking, life gain?
I think, especially at the tournaments like Paupergeddon, compared to Magic Online, the metagame is very, very wide. And Familiars, in my opinion, is by far the best deck in Pauper at winning against
the other category.
Like the other category in the metagame. If you are trying to do like your thing and you are getting a bit too cute, Familiars will just punish it so well.
Okay, awesome. So now I'll ask you about some certain card choices. Okay, so first of all, there are a lot of versions of Familiars, like deep analysis, the modern age, but here you play the other one, more Meeting of Minds,
Yes.
right? So how many copies do you play, and like, is it the mom version, so to speak?
I think I'm playing 3 copies of Meeting of Minds, and I really wanted to play 4, but you can't really justify the 4th copy. And I think that this particular version of Familiars is by far the best one right now. I personally haven't tried the Modern Age version at all. My issue with that version is that while Deep Analysis is a very strong card and a nice selling point, I think Modern Age is just an unplayable card in this deck. It takes way too much time to set it up. If you blink it, then it comes back as an enchantment. You can't get with it in combat. You can't block, because ephemerating a blocker is a very common occurrence in this deck. I just think that Modern Age is not up to par with the deck standard. And Prismatic Strands, which is the other payoff for discarding cards, is an okay card, but it's like very hit or miss. So this is just way more stable. It's so often a free spell, and free spells obviously have a pedigree that's hard to match in Magic in general. And this deck is all about like taking game actions and gaining life and making bird tokens and just getting this insurmountable advantage over your opponent. And just seeing more cards for 0 mana is so broken that...
Sure. Okay, how about a third version? Okay, surprise. Ghostly Flicker, Cryogen Relic.
That one, I think, has some potential that's yet to be unearthed, but I just didn't put enough time into it. I've started my journey with FAMs with that version once, when Cryogen Relic was spoiled. I didn't have the best results at the beginning, but I think there is a way of, like, the biggest problem of Familiars at large, I think, rather than like some particular matchups, is that this deck can be clunky because the cards are expensive, and if there was a way to like go lower on curve, that would be great. And maybe there is a version with Cryogen Relic and Jolted Awake and maybe Abjure and Hard Evidence that's like lower to the ground and doesn't rely that much upon having Familiar in play.
Okay, sure, I like that. So now, speaking of clunky cards, this is typically called a clunky option, even though it's divination on a land, right? But you have opted for 3 copies of Azorius Chancery, which to most ears, whatever, for 3, but for the Familiar's ears, this may sound, sacrilegious. So why 3?
Yeah, I think that while undoubtedly this card has many, many upsides, that's why we play it to begin with, because 3 copies is still like a lot. The downsides of drawing too early on, of having like a one-lander that's like, or maybe like quote-unquote one-lander, like if your hand is Chancery plus Lorien, it's like it's a bit too awkward in opening hands, and I think like you really want to draw one in most cases, but I think the downside of drawing 2 copies is bigger than the downside of drawing 0 copies. So I'd rather stay, especially since I'm playing 18 lands, you can't really cut an island or like any other regular, so to speak, land for it, because then you just have too few lands for opening hand.
So last question is about this card, and okay, you have to tell me what the name is.
Okay, the name of this card is Loyal Sentry.
Loyal Sentry, okay.
Yeah.
Used to be a rare.
It used to be a rare back in Starter Set 1999 and 10th edition as well.
You're right. So what does it do and why do you play it?
Okay, so the text of this card is whenever Loyal Sentry blocks a creature, destroy Loyal Sentry and the blocked creature. And
so it's basically like Death Touch
it is
in white?
Quote unquote Death Touch. And it's a card that is supposed to be, at least in theory, I've tested it very, very little, and I'm playing it mostly on vibes. It's a card that is supposed to be good against terror, because you can play it early, dodge a counter spell, and then just keep it there. You can block a terror trade with it. It's also because it doesn't have actual Death Touch, it just has the trigger. You can use Ephemerate to blink it once the trigger goes on the stack, and your sentry stays in play while terror gets destroyed. Or you can do the same thing with Snap. You can just snap after blockers.
Let's go.
And
love that.
Against terror, you just want cheap things because they are trying to tempo you out. And the big advantage of this card as well is that Delver of Secrets is usually problematic. And this is a 1-drop that makes Trabant Charm kill opposing Delvers, which is actually quite important in the matchup, in my opinion.
Nice.
So yeah, also 1-mana spells that commit to the board are always nice with bounce lands as well, because
and
then
Meeting of Minds.
And Meeting of Minds, because you don't have to discard to hand size that often if you have a 1-drop.
True.
I think it just, well, it's like, it looks weird and it might be it might be bad, and I'm not 100% sure it's good. I think it just goes well with the overall philosophy of the deck.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so thank you very much. Good luck in the rest, and cheers. See ya.
See you.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Emma Partlow, I'm here with Alessandro Moretti, and we are here to bring you round 8 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026. This is the last round of the day. Some players are still punching in their day 2 for tomorrow. They need 6 wins, that's 18 points. Some players have already punched their cards. Some players might even go undefeated today. But we do have one more round for you, so let's get down to the feature match area and bring you that Pauper coverage as people try and get to play more Pauper tomorrow.
Yep. 8th round of the day. Tomorrow we are going to see 6th round of Swiss, but still you need to next 2 results to get on day 2. So we are seeing Azur's Kogate from Cicchini against Cycle Storm.
It's not a deck we see often on coverage.
That's surprising, to say the least. Well, we just got Pizza Combo in the previous round, right?
Yes, we did. So let's talk about this Cycling Storm deck.
Okay, yeah. Cycle Storm as a deck is a combo deck relying on Ripping the Graves and Sunset the Damned. It is quite different maybe to the classic Storm deck. There's no Storm spell beside the Ripping Graves, and the Ripping Graves by itself is not a win condition. It is deck all bit around the comboing off. So there's not much of an alternative gameplay. You can indeed cast your creatures because the deck is composed by, mana ramp in form of rituals, creatures that you cycle. Of course, they cost 1 mana just to cycle them.
Yes.
And you have those, Ripping Graves to get back the creatures from the area. So you get a high storm count, you start cycling a lot, you generate a lot of mana with Songs of the Damned, and Songs of the Damned, of course, is probably, alongside Ripping Graves, the most relevant card in the deck. You generate 1 black mana for very creature in your graveyard, and you know, after doing that, you cast Granite Stinger, which is one of the creatures played in this deck, which is a very very good card here indeed.
Yes.
Because in the early game you just cycle it because it has as well the cycle ability, and then later when you have the finisher, you can just cast the creature and then ping damage, because of course Granite Stinger, when a cycle or discard a card, it deals 1 damage to your opponent. So classic, more or less classic combo deck.
Yep. Question for you. How are you feeling about these white border cards and core gates?
Yeah, because okay, so the whole deck is white border.
Yes.
So I suppose the player just white border deck with a rubber. So
yep.
That's an interesting approach, but for sure. To be honest, I don't like damaging my cards because it can be seen as damaging the cards.
Like marking them, and
yeah.
it might upset the judges for sure, but it's definitely appreciation for white border here.
Yeah.
Especially those white border Squadron Hawks.
Yeah, I think the main issue about using any way to cancel your boards, the board of the card is kind of aesthetically bad if you aren't able to, board correctly the card. So it may be, if done well, it's still pleasant to see the card if you like the white border. I mean, and I like the white border, so a good white border card, from my point of view, is good. But one done badly is like, you can alter the card, and if you go to one of the artists in this location and ask them to art your card with,
yeah, for sure.
Maybe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle art, because are you expecting to see a Ninja Turtle on your card? If the artwork is good, it's still cool to see that card, but if it's done not really well, probably it's not really great. Probably doesn't really have a great outcome. Yeah. Okay, so returning to the game, more or less this matchup it evolves around Trap and Charm, which is a card played by Colgate, I think, in at least 2 main deck copies, and we have 3 copies of Trap and Charm in this deck list. Trap and Charm is a very versatile card. You can both kill a creature or exile the graveyard or destroy an enchantment, but there's no relevant enchantment in this matchup, maybe beside Vector Glider, which is the modern age. So usually Colgate just try to keep 2 mana open to cast Trap and Charm, or maybe double Trap and Charm, or another form interaction. Counterspell and Dispel as well are good. Strength is a Time Walk, because it prevents your opponent from killing you in 1 turn, which is good because you counter the rituals, because they lose the mana after the end of turn. But to be honest, at this point, the game seems kind of bad for Azorius Colgate, since you don't have the 3rd land drop. So they missed a couple land drop with a deck which probably all game playing is about having enough lands to, activate Basilisk Gate.
Yep. Here comes the Squadron Hawk. Shuffling away here. Little light on lands here from the Colgate's opponent, Colgate's player, sorry. These couple of Basilisk Gates and 1 colored mana source is not where we want to be. Definitely handicaps the ability to progress this game.
That is Rowan's Grim Search. So this deck, this specific Cycle Storm deck list is relying on playing 8 artifact lands, if I remember correctly. They have Vault of Whispers
and 4 Great Furnace.
Yeah. So alongside the Lotus Petal, they have a bunch of artifacts that you can sacrifice with bargain additional cost from their own Grim Search. This Grim Search is a divination spell. The alternative cost is good because you get to dig 2 extra cards rather than just 2. You still draw only 2 cards, but you have a sort of scry for the cards that you don't like. You put on your graveyard, so it is more like a surveil rather than a scry. I don't know if the card had been rewarded with surveil, but I think it doesn't really change.
It essentially is that just
surveil,
a longer way of like I think this was before they started adding like like surveil in a way.
Yep.
But anyway, we have some mana counters coming out from the Cycling Storm player, which is not a good sign for our Core Gates player here.
Yeah.
Some shenanigans is afoot.
So from one side of the table, altered cards, and from the other side of the table, custom-made tokens. So
yep.
A lot of personalization on the
Absolutely. Also
match.
some nice foils in there as well.
Now we are just watching what the Storm player is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
Won't they?
I guess that's an annoying part of playing against an uninteractive combo deck. Anyway, the matchup at this point of the game could be still winnable for Cycle Storm if the Kogates deck flashback Prismatic Strands from Frederick Graveyard, because Strands prevent damage from Drained Stinger.
Yes.
But if they generate enough mana, they can eventually pivot to a different game plane. So with a lot of mana, you can just play the creatures you bring it back from your graveyard with Ripping Graves, which means that instead of killing your opponent in just one turn, you start attacking them with cards like Hour of the Broken Lens, Street Raid.
Got one in the graveyard already, so our graveyard's getting pretty nice and full here.
Yep. And another cool part about this deck is Drained Healer, which more or less it is the sister card of Drained Stinger. Instead of draining life from your opponent, you heal yourself when you cycle a card. And this is an important thing in this deck, because you go down to life, because you wait for the last possible turn to start coming off, and you have cards like Street Raid that cost you life to cycle them. So you can start effectively cycling more copies of Street Raid whenever you get back life with the Drained Healer. So by doing that, you more or less have a better chance to win a game where you are kind of low on life point.
Yeah.
And there is a Sons of the Damned on this deck. You know, a deck like Songs of the Damned usually is kind of hard to follow, because they require so many dice, tokens.
There's a lot of housekeeping, a lot of moving of dice. Even the opponent's helping, just to make sure everything's in order here.
Yep. And you also get drained 2 life from the Roll and Grim Search, so just another point in favor of Drained Healer. And anyway, on Magical Line, this deck for sure is easier to play.
Yeah, I bet. So much clicking.
Just to remind you people watching the event, if you are in the proximity of the venue, we have some computers available for you, so you can come here and play freely on Magical Line with an account with all the cards available on Magical Line. So you can match with your friends playing beside you, or just go for a Pauper League or any other format league. So
Been watching people
Yeah.
playing Pauper in between rounds. Been seeing some mono white and some Bogles action.
Uh-huh. That's a cool Ripping Graves pile, bringing back some creatures.
Yep.
Now, I guess we're going to see something like, yeah, Giant Stinger. Maybe our response to the Giant Stinger, Prismatic Strands flashback, because
We have a Squadron Hawk untapped here, so we can pay that cost. There's also a second Strands in the graveyard as well.
yeah, there's no reason to let first resolve the Giant Stinger with so much mana on the stack. You kind of risk getting killed in response to the Prismatic Strands. And there is another creature, so yeah, bit down game plan. I think it is not the first time today we're seeing a combo deck trying to kill the opponent by landing Fatis.
It's a good backup plan, to be
Yeah,
fair.
it reminds me of Modern Living End.
Yes. Sometimes you just cast a Street Wraith for full retail, and that is enough.
Discard and face, maybe?
Yes.
There is a cool thing. Oh, wait. I just remembered about who that deck can play around Prismatic Strands. Because they play the Horror of the Broken Lands. And Horror of the Broken Lands have an ability based on the discard. So whenever you discard a card or cycle a card,
It gets +2/+1 until the end of turn.
But since the turn already ended, they are in the clean-up step. But since there is an ability going on the stack, they keep priority.
Yes.
By keeping priority, they get an additional end step, more or less. So Prismatic Strands effect is no longer available. So the Prismatic Strands effect ended. And now they are able to kill the opponent with their main game plan.
Yes, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's something that is probably you see so rarely that, I remember it just now by seeing it, not because I know that you do a thing like that so often.
It's very cool that we're seeing this on coverage as well.
So more or less they're relying on not fizzling the combo. I mean, unless you draw too many permanents, you are still going with your combo. Ripping Grace, Songs of the Damned, Dark Ritual, and of course the cycle ability. All of them are instant speed.
Yeah.
Probably we should already start talking about the side.
Just going through the motions here. Very clear this Cycle Storm player has been playing Cycle Storm for a very long time.
Yeah.
They're playing very cleanly and knowing their triggers.
All right, skip it.
Yep.
Songs of the Damned, Ripping Graves. Yeah, I guess you got it.
Yeah, can't really do too much there. That was a fairly quick game one, considering what is Cycle Storm. So let's look at the sideboard here. Let's begin with the Cycle Storm deck. They will be on the draw. So we are looking at 1 Swamp, 2 Duress, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Siege Mesh, 2 Fairy Macabre, Thor Kitten, Gravestalkers, and 1 Blood Celebrant. What do you like here?
Yeah, I think this kind of deck is meant to be played by aficionados player. I mean, it is so relying on its combo, on just one game plan, that usually your whole deck, your whole sideboard is all about resolving your combo. So more than trying to interact with faster decks or to interact with your opponent game plan, you just try to stick with your game, with your cards, and you are bringing in other stuff that allow you to do that. So for that reason, we are seeing cards that allows you to go slower if needed. So if your opponent is bringing in some form of interaction, you have cards like Swamp because it allows you to get an additional land drop if necessary. After all, Cycle Storm plays just 12 lands, which is really a really low amount of lands even for a combo deck.
You do have 4 Lotus Petals, which does help things out a little here. But yes, that is quite low.
As we can see that there's no Flaring Pain in the sideboard, so seems like you don't really need Flaring Pain if you have the Horror of the Broken Land trick to play around Prismatic Strands. A very weird way how the MTG rules work from my point of view. So, okay.
As for the Core Gates sideboard, so let me have a look here. If this is correct, we're looking at 2 Cast Down, 4 Blue Elemental Blast, 2 Arms of Thar, 1 Dispel, 1 Guardian of the Guild Pact, 2 Palace Sentinels, 2 Glorious Gale, and a Hydroblast.
Well, for sure we are seeing Dispel and Blue Elemental Blast bring it in, but I think nothing else is very much relevant. Maybe you can sideboard out maybe 4 journeys. Yeah, for sure 4 journeys to nowhere if you don't fear the aggro gameplay. After all, we are able to see, there is a Grave Stalker, Grave Keating Stalker. What is the name? Keating Grave
Stalker. There are 4 in the sideboard.
Which is a card meant it's just an alternative gameplay. So it allows you to play a creature that gets discounted, but all many creatures you have in your graveyard. So Cycle Storm, Tolarian Terror. So if you're expecting a lot of pressures in form of counter spells, Keating Grave Stalker is a good way because you're expecting your opponent maybe to cut their removal spells, and this one is a creature that comes in as fast as turn 2 maybe or earlier, and it is a 5/4. So
it's a 4-turn clock, isn't it? It allows the Cycle Storm player to be like, cool, I'm just going to play a creature and hit you with it, because that is also a really good backup plan for these Starza decks. So it's not a bad one to bring in here.
So it is now time for the Kogate player to understand if they want to keep the Journeys to Nowhere to counter Graven Stalker, or if it is better to just go full on blue interaction. They can, technically speaking, bring in all the Blue Elemental Blast and Hydroblast. Maybe, this for sure. Maybe you can cut Prismatic Strand at this point. I mean, Strand is good as a time walk, but if your opponent know how to play around, Prismatic Strands just with the end step trick, probably Strands is just a dead card. So every time you draw Prismatic Strands when the card literally don't have any text printed on it, it's like
it's not what you want really when you're trying to win in.
Can you imagine you're on the top deck, you need an answer, you draw Prismatic Strands, and you say, I took a mulligan, and I gave my opponent a time walk. Wow, okay, let's try another game, please.
Not to mention these players are 5-2, so whoever wins this match will get to play more Pauper tomorrow in the day 2 of Paupergeddon Spring 2026. A quick recap for the spread tomorrow, so it's going to be 6 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then we'll have a top 8 cup. Single elimination as usual. Once that top 8 is happening, we will have deck lists. There will be an open deck list top 8 as well. So if you're looking for get a deck list from this weekend's Paupergeddon, they will happen during the top 8 of tomorrow. So I know a lot of us are excited to have some to comb through those Pauper lists.
Yeah. All right, so about player developing their gameplay.
Starting with the Modern Age here.
And discard Secret Cut.
It's a pretty good one to discard.
Yeah.
I remember playing that card in Standard.
Wow.
Yeah. It was Esper Godpharaoh's gift
Oh, okay, that's.
with like Champion of Wits,
Uh-huh.
and you use all the eternalized stuff. It was very fun to play.
Yeah, I can understand. It's just a cat. So
Yes.
I like cat.
It's just a 1/1 cat with lifelink. It's fine.
All right. Now about colors in play. Funny thing about this Cycle Storm deck is that since they have so many artifact lands, Death to Dust is actually a good card against the deck. But
Considering they run 12 lands, 8 of them are
Uh-huh.
artifacts, so it's just a straight up double Stone Rain in a lot of cases.
But in this Azuri's Kogate sideboard, there's no copy of Death to Dust. So,
It's interesting considering how well represented Affinity is today. About 10% of the metagame.
Maybe maybe they thought of Affinity as an already favorable matchup, so they say, yeah, I know Affinity is a well played deck played by a lot of people, but I don't need that. I'm already winning against Affinity.
Yeah, we already have the Kitten Gravestalker, coming down.
As predicted.
Really good start here from Cycle Storm. A little bit slow on the Colgate side here, but we're going to kick off with some Squadron Hawks that are probably on chump blocking duty, let's be honest.
Yeah. Now the Kitten will keep pressure on the battlefield, forcing the Kugit to find an answer for the Kicho, while forcing them to tap out maybe during their turn, and eventually, pushing further the win, maybe throw a Granite Stinger or just buy another kitty, big insect or any other big threat.
Yes.
I mean, as we said, you don't really need to go for the Ripping the Graves combo. I generate a lot of mana. You can just cast your Dark Ritual and cast another big threat. Your opponent is playing with smaller creatures than yours.
Yeah.
All right, the Modern Age flipping.
Nice little flying threat here.
I'd wonder if you have the 4th land drop.
It would be very useful here.
Yeah, to be honest, seeing Zurich missing the another land drop game after game, I guess the game will eventually go real fast with Kogate not finding the land drops again.
Yeah.
Which is good for us, part of the casting team, but not really good for the players.
No, especially as we'd love to send one of these players into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't really want to end it on, I couldn't day 2 because I just had bad mana issues. You never want to see that on coverage.
Brainstorm Squadron Oak. Yeah.
Hope we can get that 4th land. And we did. We got the Basilisk Gate as well. That's going to be pretty big here.
They combat with the Squadron Oak, but they leave them open. Yeah. So maybe Counterspell or Chab and Chab to excite the caveat. Combat, pass the turn.
10 meets 17 here.
I can see at least 1 land from Azuri's Cookie to tap the Citadel Gate, which will mean okay, so starting the next turn they will have double white mana open. I do wonder if they have the Charm and Charm, because if they have Charm and Charm instead of Counterspell, they are forced to leave the white mana open, so they can cast Squadron Oak to shuffle the other Squadron Oak on top deck, meaning that Brainstorm did not. Brainstorm was just a 1 mana draw a card.
Yes.
Rather than the most powerful cantrip ever printed in Magic history.
Yeah, best draw spell ever.
Yeah, or less.
Yeah. So here comes another Modern Age. Draw some more cards. We're going to discard a Squadron Hawk.
Okay,
I
another
see,
tap land.
do see a Fraben Charm in the hand there.
Yeah, there's a lot of interaction. Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay.
Seems like anyway. Seems that the Keating Gravestalker is doing his work really well here. So they're doing nothing. Just they do nothing now. Just attack, hit the line drop, pass the turn. While Kogate is forced to tap their mana during this turn. They need to find anything relevant.
It's another gate. We have an Azorius Guild gate here.
Uh-huh. You can see Blood Metal Blast, Trap and Charm, a counter spell, and maybe a Scratch and Hook.
It's honestly hard to tell because they're all whiteboarded.
Yeah, there is a little spot. So down to 5. Draw another card with the Modern Age.
5 meets 15 here.
Yeah. If they're able to channel black for enough turns, the Keating, I think after a while they will be able to escape the secret cat, unbound the secret cat from their graveyard, and start attacking with Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, would make it.
So
would make it a 5/5.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 gates in place, so if they found a Nip gate or a Basilisk gate or even a Tapetal gate, that could be enough to prevent the damage or to fog the damage from the insect. Cycle playing the wait game.
Yes.
Still going for the combat.
Thinking about attacking with this Gravestalker.
Wow.
We're going to Pyroblast here, but we're going to respond with a Blue Elemental Blast.
Yeah, an aggressive Pyroblast here is good.
Yep.
You're forcing your opponent to waste 1 answer for maybe your proper win con.
And we're just going to follow up with the second Gravestalker. And it's going to be met with a counter spell.
Yeah, good stack.
Yes. Do love some stack interactions here. It's a very back and forth game so far.
Yeah, classic Magic style. Another blocker with a second Demoder Age.
They're going to activate. Oh, we're not going to activate. We're going to play Palace Sentinels, and we're going to introduce the Monarchy here.
So they bring it in the Monarch. So probably they brought out a lot of removals. Yeah. I mean, if you bring it in the Monarch, it is clear that you cut something. Okay, so they can attack here with just a second cut because they can double block the Keating Gravestalker with both creatures. Losing just 1 creature means that you then will able to trade the creature from your opponent, and then you have just more creatures on the battlefield, and you can start attacking back and try to kill your opponent before they kill you. Combat double block as predicted.
Yep.
But okay, so what if they have a Pyroblast? They can kill the glider, and if they kill the glider, are you forcing a counter war on that? Probably not. But there's no second copy of Pyroblast. Okay. So at this point, the game seems very in favor of Kogate.
Yes.
Because we know the cards they have in hand. I mean,
the cards they have in hand, they also have a Basilisk Gate. And the hard cast is Lorien Revealed here to draw more cards because why not? Drawing cards is always a good time.
Yeah, after all, you don't really need to kill your opponent with a combat when you can kill them with the cards.
Yep. And you also have the Monarch here as well, so you're just going to generate even more card advantage.
Yeah. Well, you can technically speaking Pyroblast Trap and Charm, but we are not countering it. So probably just a single copy of Pyroblast is enough to stop.
See a couple of Prismatic Strands in hand for the Cool Gates player as well.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, you can activate your Basilisk Gate on the Vector Glider attack and attack.
Yep, you know it's not a good sign when the Basilisk Gate mana has been put to one side.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Icy Manipulator back in the day.
How many lands I have? Or how many damage I have on my lands?
How many gates do I have? How big is my cat?
Yeah. So 5 damage from Basilisk Gate next turn, plus 4 on the battlefield. Yeah, that's it. I think that's enough. So, yeah.
Close to a game 3 here.
Well, they can try to come off. I mean, why not trying that? After all, it is your last turn.
Yeah.
Counterspell. Probably the best answer to Songs of the Damned. After all, you prefer to keep your Chab and Chab maybe in response to Rippling Graves. Is that Dark Ritual? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Dark
Secret
Ritual.
Lair art.
It's the Venom version for the Marvel Secret Lair. Yeah. Just had to double check because I'm like, I think it's a Dark Ritual.
Yeah, and that's another Dark Ritual, but with a different art.
Yes.
Followed up by Cavalry Ritual.
Yep. Got a Lotus Petal.
Wow. A lot of mana. We're playing some Legacy here. And ripping.
Oh, Psycho Storm just takes it.
You sure? Is that?
Or is it an awkward game 2 handshake?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean.
Or going into game 3 handshake.
Yeah. Sometimes you handshake just because your opponent is good at Magic, not not only for cookies.
I have definitely done the game 1 handshake just because game 1 went so long. I thought it was 2 games. I was like, actually, we have another game. That's awkward.
Yeah, it was a good game in handshake. So we are going to see game 3.
Yeah.
I do wonder if the player, maybe the Gate player, will change something because we're able to see Prismatic Strength. So they kept Prismatic Strength, even though is not the card doesn't work with an Horror of the Broken Lands in play. Technically speaking, you can kill with Charm and the Horror at the end of turn. Well, I suppose if there is another Charm in hand from Azorius Kogate, you are kind of better to exile your graveyard instead of killing the Horror. Anyway, it is like probably they're not going to change anything just because cards like Journey Tower are so bad that you just prefer to jump block, and then swing back, as Azorius Kogate indeed did in this second game. But
all for the marbles here. Whoever wins this one gets day 2 into Paupergeddon.
Oh, that's true.
And you know what the best thing about playing Pauper is playing more Pauper tomorrow.
I think that's the whole purpose of this tournament, right? So, there are so many players, so what should we do? Okay, let's start another tournament tomorrow. Technically speaking, he will play in the same tournament, but there's another 6 round Swiss plus a top 8, which is more or less another whole tournament by itself, especially since the metagame will be quite different due to the AT conversion.
Yes.
And beside that, we have side event as well. So if you want to just play more Magic, or if you don't want to play the main event, you can just come here and play Pauper, Mother, draft some Logwin, Spider-Man, Turtles, whatever you want.
Anything you fancy. So streaming does start around 9 a.m. tomorrow, and that's Central European time. So we are currently 5 hours ahead of American Eastern time. So just if anyone's watching from America right now, once you wake up in the morning, we'll be a good way into the Swiss round of Day 2 of Paupergeddon.
Yeah. So, talking about turtles and spiders,
Mm.
which universe beyond do you like most?
Out of the two,
No,
Or
the
just
whole,
in general?
Yeah, just in general.
In general, I'm a big Final Fantasy fan.
Uh-huh.
I grew up on it as a kid, so I would have to say Final Fantasy. I also like Lord of the Rings because I also grew up on Lord of the Rings. I think there's some very cool commons that see playing Pauper. Lorien revealed that the Cool Gates player is playing this weekend. Also, we saw like Trollakazak Doom and Generous End. I think the one-mana cyclers are just really fun. They might be a bit too good, just in like, I wish they were 2-mana as opposed to 1-mana, but I think they're really good. So yeah, my answer is Final Fantasy and then Lord of the Rings. What about you?
Yeah, I can understand your reasoning, but I'll say something very bold. I go for Star Trek, just because I like Star Trek, but we don't know yet anything about the set, so it may be a cool one or just maybe a bad one on something not so good as maybe the Lord of the Rings. To be honest, I like the idea of having something so different from the classic Magic, just because we got Age of Eternities. Was kind of good enough from my point of view.
Yeah, it was a good set. It's always interesting to see when Wizards design a set that's not, air quotes, traditional fantasy.
Yeah.
And I think Edge of Eternities was quite good because it felt very space operatic. It didn't lose that magic charm.
Yeah. And talking about sci-fi brands, just recently we got the third film from Dune.
Yes, we did as well. So I think Star Trek's going to be an interesting one. I'm not a big Star Trek fan, but I've heard you can do a lot of fun things. There's just enough lore and story. You can make some really fun cards out of those.
So a lot of arguing still going.
We're not sure what they're talking about, but there's clearly something's going on here. I'll try and get an update where possible.
Yeah. Anyway, next set expansion from Magic will be Strixhaven, right?
So Secrets of Strixhaven releases April 24th.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Strixhaven. I really like Strixhaven School of Mages that came out in 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so we have a judge call. That's what's taken a while here. So we're just going to chat about Magic for a little bit until this gets resolved. So Secrets of Strixhaven's the next set, out in April. I really liked original Strixhaven. It was a bit of a weird set because it was during like COVID lockdown, so people could not play it in person. We could only play it on like Magic Arena or Magic Online. But I'm a big fan of like two color sets, and I think that was a really interesting way of doing it.
Yeah. I'm also a fan of those kind of set. I grew up with Ravnica, the Seat of Guilds. So
great set.
Yeah. So from my point of view, whenever there is a set relying on multicolor cards, I'm always happy. I think what I like most from Secret of Strixhaven is the chance of getting some new learn cards, you know?
Yes.
We have a first elf class in Pauper, and the card is a powerhouse in
Goblins.
in Goblins.
You see in Goblins combo.
And in Gruul Storm, because thanks to Avatar, we got some cool lessons, like the one played in Standard, which is played as well in Pauper, Abandon Attachment. But we also got another cool cards, really cool as a utility. So more or less, first elf class is a very strong wish effect. So the change of getting some new utility card from this new set is very great from my point of view.
Yeah. So the one thing I'm looking forward to with Secrets of Strixhaven is the Mystical Archives, which is like the bonus sheet, the bonus sheet of all like the non-creature, all the instants and sorceries. We got some really nice ones in Strixhaven School of Mages, like Ephemerate's a really nice one. That's he's playing Pauper. So I'm kind of hoping we get some fancy Mystical Archive reprints that Pauper players can pick up to bling out their decks.
Yeah. I have as well one playset from the Strix 7 archives, Growth Spiral, from for my Simic Turbo Fog.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we're getting a judge in a short to explain us what happened.
Yeah, what's the hold up
Yeah.
here while we talk about Strixhaven? But no, considering like, so they've done like, Wizards have revealed like a couple of previews just to get like, give you a taste. Stock Up, although it's an uncommon, is on the Mystical Archives, and that's that's a really good sign that the bonus sheet's going to be good if a card like Stock Up's on there, which is it's probably another great draw spell that's been printed in the last few years. So
yeah, that's for sure. I'd love to see Stock Up in Pauper, but you know.
Bit too good.
I don't know. We always had divination effects in Pauper, and already in Pauper we have black mid-range and control decks that either rely on draw 3 cards effects. Fanatical Offering is a thing. Deadly Dispute was banned in Pauper and is still illegal in the format after all. So maybe Stock Up's a card that costs 3 mana.
Yeah.
Probably is fine in this format, just because we have cards that are in pair with Stock Up. I mean, maybe not on the same power level, because Stock Up is a card that is not relying on a synergy like Fanatical Offering, sacrificing equal Wellspring to get you the card advantage. Stock Up is just a very powerful divination effect.
Yes. I love how under the radar that was when Aether came out. Everyone was like, oh, Aether, not feeling the car racing thing. And everyone was just like, oh, this Stock Up card looks all right. You look at the top 5 for 3 mana, you just get to put them in your hand.
Got selection and card advantage is great.
Gets around Orcish Bowmasters as well in older formats, which is really always a good one to have. So if you're just joining us right now, we are having there's a judge call happening. It is 1-1 currently against Cycle Storm versus Coregates. We do not know the nature of the judge call. We are hoping to have a judge join us to explain the situation. So please hold tight until we resolve and find out what's going on. One thing we can do for people who are joining us is to look at the meta game for today, so the day 1 breakdown, and just talk about what's seeing the most play and if there's anything that surprises us. So at the top we have Mono Red Madness, which to me is not a huge surprise because the deck's really good. It won the last Paupergeddon end of last year.
Yeah, it's just deck perceived as the most powerful in the format. Then we have Grixis Affinity, which is probably more surprising, at least for couple reasons. I mean, there is a new card being printed in the most recent set, Neutron Monitor.
Yes.
And even though the card is a common, you can get it just from cracking it from
the Tau team up product. Yeah.
A lot of people are angry about that. I mean, when you are, custom made to get your commons, your new commons from the draft, just having to pay up to 8 or more euros just to get a single copy, feels like the card is not common anymore. Like you play Pauper because part of the reason is that you don't want to spend too many money. But since we are talking about a competitive metagame, since we are talking about an event that it costs 50 euros just to enroll, spending something like 30 euros for a playset of cards doesn't seem so unusual.
It's not a surprise to see it as a second play deck this weekend. It's very clear Torromacco is very good. It is essentially a Somber Hoverguard with the relevant artifact typing. It also has free toughness, which is quite relevant as well. I've seen a lot of going around the tables in between rounds. I've seen some Affinity at the top. I've seen talking to these players as well. A lot of them are just playing the full 4 because it's just, why not? It's very powerful. And then moving on, we've got Elves at 8%, we've got Mono Blue Terror at 6% and a bit, and then we've got Jund Wildfire going into Spy combo.
Yeah. From my point of view, the most surprising thing is having John Wildfire Mobile Terror so low played. Maybe you can say that part of the reason is that people is kind of annoyed by Jund being so present on the metagame. I mean, Jund have been one of the strongest decks since I think 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know, you don't really want to play the same deck over and over. Kind of pointless if you play the game to enjoy it. So probably it is more surprising to see Mono Blue Terror as just 6% of the metagame.
Yeah.
But people were expecting an high amount of Elves and decks like Colgate or White Weenie, which are very annoying to say the least for Mono Blue Terror.
Just seeing some questions in the chat. So Gruul Monsters is basically like Gruul mid-range, Gruul Cascade.
Yeah.
You're playing your Utopia Sprawls, ramping into your Riven Chrysalis. If you're feeling lucky, you could probably Cascade into one as well and get to cast it for free. And that's always a great time.
Yeah. Gruul Monster more or less is Ponza.
Yes.
But instead of playing the Land Denial, you play good cards.
You're saying Thermocast is a bad card?
Yeah. Joke aside, in certain metagames, Land Denial is not good enough to keep 8 cards that are meant to destroy your opponent's lands. So when it comes to that, you prefer to play some more powerful threats or form of interaction.
Yeah.
So you can either go more mid-range-ish, like John Wildfire, or you can go more aggressive like Gruul Monster. So instead of playing 8 sorcery spell that kill lands, you play maybe Ramtru or Banner High Crew Shock. More or less, you are more aggro-oriented.
Yeah. While we are waiting on the judges to solve the judge call, so if you're just joining us now, we are in round 8 of Paupergeddon. It's the last round of today. We are in game 3. It is Core Gates versus Cycle Storm. Before game 3 started, there was a judge call. That judge call is currently being resolved. We don't know the nature of the judge call, but when we find out, hopefully a judge will join us and explain the situation. So until then, we're just having a chat about Pauper. If possible, can we get up the graphic for players who are 7-0, for those at home that can just follow along? And the archetypes they're playing. So we've got a couple of Elves in there. We've got Mono Blue Terror, Dimir Terror, Gruul Storm, Jund Wildfire, and Mono Red Madness at 7-0.
Yeah, the most surprising thing is seeing Gruul Storm with 21 points. In my opinion, the deck is good, but it is very weak against blue-based decks because there is Blue Elemental Blast as an answer, which is probably too good against Gruul Storm. Gruul Storm is Mono Red Madness with Goblin and Archomancer instead of the Gutter Snipe, so you change a Goblin for another Goblin. So, now, jokes aside, one deck is relying on spells that deals damage directly to your opponent, while the other one relies on spells that are meant to draw one final card that deals the lethal damage. So for that reason, and also because it is a deck relying on drawing card with red draw spells, they are on the same, they are more or less the same kind of deck.
Yeah.
Especially since they are very weak to Blue Elemental Blast.
Surprising to see a couple of Elves deck in here as well. One of the top decks represented today and this weekend so far. We've got about 8% in the meta game. It's just like, even though there's like Breath Weapons knocking around and Clark Crown Shaman's knocking around, like Elves seems to be quite resilient these days.
You know, we talked about Gruul Monsters. Elves right now is Gruul Monsters, but better because you have a more and better explosive start, but as well you have the initiative and you have better card advantage in form of Lead the Stampede and Winning Way. So more or less it's just a way to adapt to the meta game with slightly different deck.
Okay, it looks like we have a judge with us now. Feel free to come around here, so the folks can see you, and then just explain what the situation is before game 3 of round 8.
Okay, so hello everybody. What just happened now is that while getting into game 3,
Maybe it is better if I give you my microphone
Yeah,
because it seems like
the
it's not
microphone's
working very well.
crackling, yeah.
crackling.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best.
No worries.
To be heard.
I give you the chair as well.
No, it's fine. It's fine, really. You're doing enough. So good evening to everybody. Just a recap of what just happened. So while moving to game 3 and going short on time, the players started discussing about what the result of the game could be. And there are different ways you can talk about. As many of us know, there are also many ways you cannot talk about. What happened during this match is that one of the players used one of these methods, one of these ways of talking, while offering to roll the die to determine the winner of that game. The player specifically was not aware that this was illegal, and this led us to issue a penalty. This penalty equals as a match loss, so we will have a 2-0 for Franco Cicchini. And the big difference here is that if you are aware of it, that you cannot use that method, and you use it, that equals to disqualification. But in this case, rules tells us that if you're not aware of it, and we have done an investigation to go through these details, and we realized that the player was truly, sincerely not aware, so we issued the match loss. Not something really pleasant at round 8 of day 1 of Paupergeddon with a winning in to go for day 2. One very last thing that comes to my mind that I think may be helpful for everybody is that keeping to consideration for all the viewers and the players that are looking to us that in Magic in general, we cannot use random methods to determine the winner of a match. If you have a doubt and you find yourself in these situations where the edge of the game is very close, please involve a judge, talk to a judge, ask him or her what you can say, but especially what you cannot say, because this would prevent this kind of experience.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
No worries.
And have a good evening.
Going back to the producer, don't suppose we have a backup match at all, or is this it for the round? That's it. Cool. Okay, so unfortunately that is going to be the end of round 8 for us. But before we go, there is something happening at 9 o'clock today. If you want to watch more Magic on this Twitch stream, there is Boozer's Battle Royale. Starts about 9 o'clock Italian time, so that's Central Eastern Time. Around 4 o'clock Eastern Time in the US. And there's just going to be lots of fun gaming about a Pauper, other formats, more Magic, and it's just getting Magic Online involved. And we both play Pauper on Magic Online. It's one of the best ways to play Pauper if you're looking to be competitive from your home. That wraps it up here. I just want to confirm with our producer that the stream starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Just 9. Okay, so the day 2 will start tomorrow here at 9 a.m. Central Eastern Time. So we'll see you tomorrow. And thank you very much for joining us. And sorry again about the conclusion to round 8 there.